Everybody ready? The special meeting of the Annapolis City Council on Monday, June 6, 2022 will be called to order at 10:05. At this time, please join us for the invocation given by Alderwoman O'Neill, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you very much. I'm going to read a piece from the Dalai Lama that says, "The precious human life, every day, think as you wake up. Today I am fortunate to have woken up. I am alive. I have a precious human life. I'm not going to waste it. I'm going to use all my energies to develop myself, to expand my heart out to others, to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all beings. I am going to have kind thoughts towards others, especially today. And I'm not going to get angry or think badly about others. I'm going to benefit others as much as I can." The end. Yay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley.
Here.
Alderwoman Tierney. Here. Alderwoman O'Neill.
Here.
Alderwoman Pendell Charles.
Here.
Alderwoman Finlayson.
Present.
Alderman Shandemeyer.
Present.
Alderman Gay. Alderman Savage.
Present.
Alderman Arnett.
Present.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, please present the first item on the agenda.
Yes, sir. The next item on the agenda is approval of the consent calendar.
Could I get
It's approval of
the agenda or?
Approval of the agenda.
I'm sorry. No? The next item on the agenda.
We need to approve.
Yep.
Of the
Next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda.
Okay,
Sorry,
could I
Mr.
get a
Mayor.
motion to approve the agenda, please?
So moved.
A
Second.
second. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley.
Yes.
Alderwoman Finlayson.
Aye.
Alderman Shandemeyer.
Aye.
Alderman Savage.
Aye.
Alderman Arnett.
Aye.
Alderwoman Tierney.
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Aye.
Alderwoman Pendell Charles.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, please present the next item.
The next item on the agenda is now approval of the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Objections? Okay. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley.
Aye.
Alderwoman Finlayson.
Aye.
Alderman Shandemeyer.
Aye.
Alderman Savage.
Aye.
Alderman Arnett.
Aye.
Alderwoman Tierney.
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Aye.
Alderwoman Pendell Charles.
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, please present the next item on the agenda.
Yes, the next item is legislative actions, first readers, beginning with R 3522, submission of proposed union agreements.
Is there a motion to adopt R-35-22 on first reader?
So moved.
Second.
Alderman Savage?
Do we have the agreements attached to this?
No, we don't. This is just to put it on the agenda, so when the agreements are finalized, you'll have them.
Can we put something on the agenda without the actual agreements on there?
I'm just going to say, I was told that the union negotiations had to be completed prior to the schedules being added to, oh, I'm sorry, wrong day, I'm sorry,
No.
for fee schedule. I guess the whole
Fee
thing.
schedule.
And we are in a truncated environment. And in order to get this done in the time that's required by the code and by the budget season, we have to marry up the legislation with the agreements. By the time that these agreements come before the council for final vote, you will have the agreements. And whether you agree with them or not is up to you, but delaying this part of it would put us in serious jeopardy of meeting all the demands of the budget as well as the budget season.
Well, I guess the question would be, does this leave sufficient public process, public review, I mean, when do we need to get these posted to make sure the public has adequate access to these
Well, the
agreements?
public won't have access to the agreements in the same way that you have access to the agreements now. That'll be up to the administration, but we hope that the agreements will be in before you take, they'll definitely be before you take a final vote. They also have to go to the Financial Advisory Commission as well. But because we're in a truncated season and a truncated week where all this has to be done, there would be an insurmountable delay if we waited any longer to put this in front of you, especially given the fact that we have to publicize these things as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it goes back to the question I emailed, which was if the code seems to specify a couple that the agreements were supposed to be in already.
No, the code doesn't specify that the agreements should be in already. The code specifies if the agreements are finalized, they would be before the council. In this particular situation, the agreements have not been finalized.
Well, that's the one, well, there are two sections of the code. One says that, but the other one says that they have to be submitted by March for consideration.
Your interpretation is your interpretation, sir, but that's not what the code reads, with all due respect.
We went over it. That's what the code says. It's different in two different places, like you said last time, but
Understood.
is that all right?
Yeah. Alderman Arnett?
A question about, shouldn't we be doing the same thing with police and the two AFSCMEs? If we're doing this for an incomplete fire, why aren't we doing it for all of the union agreements?
I'm going to go to the city manager. Yeah.
I'm not sure I understood the question.
Question is, I haven't seen a similar piece of legislation for the police agreement or for either of the two AFSCME agreements. If we're doing this for fire without it being complete, why aren't we doing the same kind of legislation?
So this is, my reading is that this is for all of the labor unions.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't read it that way.
Is, yeah. So where we stand right now is 3 of the 4 agreements are ratified by the members. The one that isn't approved yet is being voted on today. So if it's ratified today, then all of the agreements will be sent to you as well as to the Financial Advisory Commission. We have a meeting on Thursday with the Financial Advisory Commission to get their input and their comments on the CBAs. So by Friday, again, if it's ratified today, by Friday we'll be ready to take a vote on this. This is a resolution, so resolutions don't normally have public hearings. So that will be the process.
Thank you. I guess I only looked and saw fire. I didn't see police, and I didn't read far enough to see AFSCME. Have we done something similar with police and it didn't register?
No, this is for all of them. This is for all 4. Police is UFCW Local 400.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
All those, oh, sorry, Alderman Finlayson, sorry.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure I'm hearing all of that discussion. Which union has not ratified? Who has, which
We can
body
talk
has
about
not?
Fire.
Fire?
Fire has not. So both the AFSCME groups have and police have.
So we already have copies of their agreements that can be attached, or are they attached?
They're not attached. We're going to attach them all together. We're going to keep this as a group just so there's no confusion about them. So if Fire ratifies with their vote today, we'll forward all of them to you and we'll forward all of them to the FAC.
So will they be added as amendments, or are they the appendices that are listed here?
That's the,
The resolution is only on the agenda today for first reader, and it will be on for a second reader on Friday, and that's when we'll add them as amendments. So they'll.
yeah, so we'll add the actual agreements, but we'll also add the staff report and the fiscal impact.
Okay, what I'm trying to get to is if 3 are done, because the concern is that we're not going to get them until the day we vote on them, that we could at least see those 3 that are already have been ratified by the body.
You'll get those before the end of the week.
And then Fire will come in very shortly thereafter.
We hope so.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Savage?
Yeah, just to also point out, the code 332.110 does require that it says council may not vote on the ratification of any collective bargaining agreement until we get a fiscal impact note. So I guess we'll have time just to put that out there, that we will need to see that before we vote on it. And again, just to reiterate, the 332.060 clearly says when the parties reach an agreement, and I hear you're saying that we haven't reached an agreement, they shall prepare a written memorandum and agreement and submit it to the city council for ratification or rejection. The next sentence says to have the results of any agreement considered by the city council. That agreement must conform to the city's fiscal year and be submitted to the mayor by the third Monday of March so as to allow any fiscal impact of any negotiation to be included in the mayor's budget. So it seems to clearly say that to have any results, even if it's not resolved, to have any results considered by the council, it has to be conformed to the city's fiscal years and be submitted by March. But if you're saying that means this is okay how we're doing it, then we'll have to end it there.
The council can do whatever it wants to do, sir.
We're asking for I'm clarifying, your advice is that it's okay how we're doing it?
My advice is that until an agreement is struck, in this case, with all four, because any agreement with one unfortunately impacts the others. We would prefer, the administration would prefer to give you all the agreements at the same time, thereby you having all of the information you need to make budget decisions. And I think it was decision to put this on now so that you could have it and all of the agreements together at one time and make the appropriate decisions when the budget day comes for the vote.
Alderman Gay?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Just two quick questions. Just to clarify, we will have an opportunity for a closed session before Friday to discuss potential union negotiations, or no, is what you're saying?
I don't think that's...
Oh, okay. I thought I heard that. If the council disagrees, then what happens on Friday?
We vote it down, right? That's what your right is, right?
Yeah, so if
Not
the
to
council then
negotiate.
votes it down, it just extends. Okay. I mean, because we've all seen the news and seen or heard the news of what potentially is being discussed. And I just think, I agree with my colleague, it's unfortunate that the week of, we went through this whole entire budget process and then we have to vote it down and start over. That's sad, but yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Alderman Tierney?
Just a quick question. I think we all look out for the city's interests. I think we all agree on that, financially and any sort of fiscal impact. So could I ask a question, and I guess it's directed to the city manager. Is this delay, for lack of a better word, in the interest of the city's fiscal situation? Is it in our interest, this delay?
So we didn't intentionally delay this process,
Right.
certainly.
I
We
understand.
moved this forward as quickly as we could, and it was based on availability of both negotiating parties. What's disadvantageous during a negotiation is to have an artificial deadline, because the other party will use that to their benefit, right?
Yeah.
So deadlines don't help. And just by way of reference, the last CBAs 4 years ago were passed by the council in July. So they didn't get passed before the budget. It was in July that they were all passed. So it's difficult to get these done in sort of a timely manner when you're relying on other people's schedules to get together to negotiate.
Okay. I just wanted to be transparent on whether or not we were in a difficult position or something like that. You probably couldn't speak to anyways, but thank you for that inside knowledge, if you will. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Against? No. Thank you.
It's first reading.
On first reader.
first reader.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, please present the next item agenda.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the R3522 will be referred to the Financial Advisory Commission. Is that your direction on this?
Oh, yeah, it's to go to the Financial Advisory Commission, sorry. I'll refer R3522 to the Financial Advisory Commission, sorry.
Great. Yes, the next item on the agenda, Mr. Mayor, is legislative action with second reader, beginning with R2322, fiscal year 2023 fees schedule.
Is there a motion to adopt R-23-22 on second reader?
So moved.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Okay, we have some amendments. I'm going to move the first three amendments, and if you could clarify them for me, Mr. City Manager.
Yep. May we move the amendments as a whole?
Can we do that? Yes. Okay,
I so move.
thank you. Could I get a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Can we go through these, Director Dickinson?
Yes, so these first three amendments are things that we needed to correct from the initial submission of the fee schedule. The first one deals with the correction to the Rec and Parks fees. So it looks like people are lost. You want me to hold for a second? Fine, okay, because I want to make sure, okay, all right. So the Rec and Parks fees, you remember during the Finance Committee discussions, there were some errors on that schedule that needed to be corrected. On the second one, there are some corrections again to Rec and Parks fees for the meeting spaces. And amendment number 3 is corrections to some of the summer programs and additions of league fees and corrections to the resident versus non-resident prices. They wanted those in there. They wanted them a flat rate for both residents and non-residents for all the basketball, volleyball, softball, and youth basketball league. So those are the first 3 amendments, getting the fee schedule adjusted correctly.
And then the fourth amendment is, we're moving these 4 at once, right?
Oh, you put, oh, I thought the first 3 were in a bunch. It's more? Okay.
Yeah, there's
So-
some more coming up, so
Yeah.
we didn't get these ones, so I'm going to let you move them individually when we get to them. So we are on,
Can I ask?
Question.
Alderman Arnett's motion was to move them as a group.
As a group.
He didn't say the first two, he said as a group. Yeah, as a
Okay.
group. So if there are 8 on the sheet.
yeah, I
are
think we
moving
can't do
all
that.
8?
So,
But let's make sure that,
well, I didn't know these. I didn't
make
think.
sure that the numbers.
Can you guide us on what we should be looking at? I believe in this case, it's the hard copy, and they're not all posted.
That's correct. On your desk there, you've got a copy of these. Looks like this. It's all stapled together.
You have
Sorry,
amendments
sorry.
for R 2322. They are all stapled at the corner. There are 8 in total. The first 3 are sponsored by the mayor. Again, those are corrections. The next 3 were moved by the Finance Committee. And the last 2 are from individual alder persons. So I don't know if you want to bunch everything together or discuss at least the last 2 individually. Because they're sponsored by
Well, they've been
individuals.
moved, so let's discuss them while they're out there, or do you want to, Alderman Gay? Number 7 is your amendment.
Yeah, thanks. And aldermanic courtesy, don't move an amendment that's not yours. That should be the rule moving forward.
Well, it wasn't written into the schedule, Alderman Gay.
Okay, but it was confusing as the way it was proposed, and I just want to make sure to be correct. Is this the correct document as well? Are we following this as well?
If that was on your desk when you got here, yes, that's the update.
Awesome, thank you.
Uh-huh.
And the hard copy that we have here with the 7 are just,
It's a printout of, so on the spreadsheet, it doesn't detail, right? Because there's a lot of changes, so it's easier to look at, for the fees and fines resolutions, it's easier to look at that hard copy than your spreadsheet for just those.
and so when he says he's moving these as a group, is he referring to Amendment 1 Buckley corrects a typographical error in ordinance and Appendix A, this all of 7 of these?
I was referring to all 7. My motion was to vote on all 7 as a group.
All 8.
8, oops. No, I didn't do the, yes, all 8 as a group. That doesn't mean we can still discuss it.
Yeah,
individually,
so
so
they're on
I
the
just
floor.
moved-
Alderman Gay, if you want to elaborate on these were only given today from the Finance Committee, so they couldn't get on the schedule because they weren't given in time, right?
They were provided Friday. Last week.
Just want to be clear, they were part of the Finance Committee recommendation, so technically they were submitted before the deadline. We just didn't relay them again.
Okay, no problems, thank you.
And, excuse me, I'm sorry. The last two were also here in time, correct? Yes, all 8 of these were here by the work session date.
Okay, thank you. So Alderman Gay, you still have the floor? Yeah.
So, again, just for clarification, you're giving me the floor, but I thought he just moved only 1 through 6.
So we
No.
moved all 8 of them, so.
All 8.
Unless you want to pull that out,
I mean, should I just, so that if this, or are you comfortable moving all the fees and, okay, all right.
I'd like to move these separately. Because I think some of them
That's what I was thinking,
pretty
yeah.
significant impacts.
okay, can we just vote this down then, please? All right.
Okay, yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No, we're just voting.
Vote moving them down as a block.
Individually.
Thank you. Opposed, say aye. No?
Nay. No.
No, thank you. Okay. Now let's move, I'm going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and to 6. 1 to 6, is that okay? Could someone move that for me, please?
Is that what you wanted, or were you?
I'll
comfortable?
move all, the first 6 amendments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Could I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Thank you. Alderman,
Sustain on that matter, Madam Clerk.
thank you.
Abstain. Thank you.
Okay, we're up to number 7. Alderman Gay, would you like to move that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
1 through 6.
Amendment number 7 is increasing the fee in lieu. Obviously, we always
Could I
talk.
get a second, please?
Could you give me a second?
Sorry, this is
What do
second
we-
on.
What was
That's
the-
what-
We're off to a really good start here. I thought we were just moving after that vote down amendments individually. Now,
I don't know.
so apparently we just voted on 1 through 6. Oh my gosh. Okay, so you're moving what?
This is now 7. We just
7.
yeah.
I'll second it.
Did we vote on 1 through 6?
We did?
Okay.
You voted against it.
It's 10
Just to be
a.m., not 10 p.m., everyone.
I abstained because there was just some stuff in there that I couldn't even get a chance to.
I don't.
You know, the pavilion, all of these increasing the fees. I mean, I'm just okay. But as it relates to amendment number 7, the fee in lieu of it was originally $200 or $500, $400, and $250, and we've ran into a number of problems where developers have the option to forego increasing access to recreational space in our communities. And it's just unacceptable. And if they do decide to do so, the fee should be increased so that we can use those funds to sustain recreational activities within our communities. The prime example I'll give was the Eastport Shopping Center development, where they did not have enough space to provide recreational space just due to the lot size. So they were offered a number of alternatives. I think they ended up donating to the Eastport Elementary School, but this codifies or strengthens what's already in our code and increases the fee so that we as a body can use those funds for a lot of the projects that we're pushing now where we're having to use one-time funds. If we have a revenue source, we wouldn't have to rely so heavily on that. And so that's why I proposed an increase, a fee in lieu of public recreational space per each single-family detached dwelling unit would go from $500 to $2,500. Fee in lieu of public recreational space per each single-family attached dwelling unit would go from $400 to $2,000. Fee in lieu of public recreational space per each multifamily dwelling unit, two-family dwelling unit, or dwelling unit above the ground floor of non-residential uses would go from $250 to $2,000. Doing this, also recognizing that we're embarking on a significant journey of creating more affordable housing in our communities, and I know this may have an impact on it. But what we've also ran into the problem of is creating affordable housing without recreational space. And we've seen where that has put us in some neighborhoods. And so that's why I've put together amendment number 7.
Thank you, Alderman Arnett, then Alderman Chandlemeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderman Gay, I'm in sympathy with these, but I'm wondering how you came up with the new amounts.
I came up with the new amount sitting and thinking, what should I increase the price to? And then I just said 2,000, 2,500, 2,000. There's no mathematical equation behind it except for we need to increase revenue for recreational spaces.
So the question I have is on the multifamily units. That is the situation for the Eastport Shopping Center. And that's where the open space, I actually believe, is the most critical. So I'm wondering why you didn't make them all 2,500 or 5,000.
Well, initially I had single-family detached dwelling units at a much higher cost, because also keep in mind, as I just mentioned, anytime you add or increase a fee of any kind for development, the cost of housing goes up. And so I wanted to just keep that in mind when we're working with the fee in lieu of public recreational spaces for multifamily dwelling units, 2-family dwelling units, or dwelling units above the ground, understanding that 9 times out of 10 there'll be affordable housing, and particularly over the next 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Chandlemeyer, then Alderman Finlayson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderman Gay, is this per unit, as in for a multifamily dwelling unit apartment complex, we'd be charging per apartment or for the building?
When I read it as per unit, and if the city attorney could correct me if I'm wrong here, when you think of a unit, it's per apartment.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to be honest, the only one of these I'm okay with is the single-family home. Everything else, multifamily, missing middle housing, is already so incredibly difficult to build in this city, which has caused our astronomical housing crisis, that increasing the fees per actual unit of an apartment complex or of a townhome complex to $2,000 per actual unit is going to be making it that much harder to actually build the type of construction that we need if we're going to be addressing our housing concerns, our environmental concerns, our transit concerns. And we look at the Eastport Shopping Center, it's a strip mall, guys. It's not providing any recreational space right now. We should be chomping at the bit to have that redeveloped into something better to actually be of use for like housing purposes. So I think that while I understand the goals of trying to raise money for our parks and recreation, that's caused because we have a really bad land use problem and don't have the money to actually upkeep that. It's not due to building multifamily units. So I would encourage my colleagues to keep that in mind and not be supportive of this.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, just quickly, that's why it's called a fee in lieu. They are not required to pay $2,500 per unit. This is if you choose to forego. So some developers may, some may not. And again, I think it is paramount that we keep our necks on the developers to say this is what is acceptable, this is what is not. I just mentioned, Alderman, we have a number of communities in our city that lack the necessary recreational space, and it has created significant conflicts within our communities for our youth. And so I think if you want the priority to be, as Alderwoman Pindell Charles has mentioned, and as the mayor has mentioned, a focus on recreation, and particularly for our youth, we have to almost force our hand when the opportunity is presented. But I do respect your opinion, and I agree. It will increase the cost of housing if the developer chooses to forego or if he chooses the fee in lieu, I'm sorry.
It will increase it even if they decide to build it, because they are now being forced to create more land for spaces that could have been homes. During the housing crisis, we should be trying to build more homes and housing units. I understand wanting to provide some recreation, but it is not the job of home builders to do that. It is our job. It is our job as a public entity to provide the parks. We're constantly chomping at the bit, and I'll show you why when my amendment comes over for why we are always broke and do not have the ability to actually maintain it. But It is the job of home builders to build homes. We have a housing crisis that has been caused by a chronic underbuilding of homes. It is the only thing that has united economists from the Obama, Trump, and Biden White Houses, that the housing crisis has been caused by the lack of homes. Anything that adds to that cost of homes is going to increase the costs overall and worsen this crisis.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson.
I'll stop the
Come back to you
circular.
if you need.
Stop now.
Thank you,
Alderman
Mr.
Finlayson, then
Mayor.
Alderman Tierney, then Alderman Arnett.
At first blush, I thought I need an explanation as to exactly what these fees, not what they are, but how they were determined. But Alderman, you've already told us that it's arbitrary. You woke up and you just thought about it. And I contend that this is a great effort, but I don't want us to be viewed as they just set the fees because they can. I think that's bad policy. I think, like everything else, we need to be able to justify the fees that we're adding. And if we can't justify them, we need to reevaluate those fees. So I understand who you perceive the enemy to be. And I contend that while we need recreational amenities in all of our developments, there's a way to go about getting it without driving people away and thus creating the situation that.
There are 5 people ahead of you.
Excuse me.
It's my amendment.
Excuse
have
me.
to, Mr.
I think I still have the floor. We're talking about aldermanic courtesy now, so let's.
We'll stop with the personal attacks. I don't think anybody's an enemy. Thank you.
My point is that when we determine fees, they should be grounded in some policy or some procedure that we can be consistent with, and that everyone else can recognize the fairness in our policies. So I contend, and I ask you to explain, you said you just thought about it and it came to you, these are your fees.
Sheila, I also sat on a task force with 2 years
Excuse me,
going
it's
over
okay for
housing
you to interrupt
affordability.
me, but then I'm rude when I interrupt you.
No,
Let's be fair, okay? So I'm simply saying that these fees need to be justified. Who could justify these fees for us to explain why we should triple or quadruple our fees? That's my question.
The glaring lack of recreational opportunity and space we have in our communities.
Thank you. I'm going to go down the line. There's a lot of people want to speak.
Could we-
Alderman Tierney, then
Yeah, with
Alderman
due
Arnett, Alderman
respect-
Savage.
With due respect, could we conclude this by getting some legal advice? Because my understanding, this is unrelated to the reason, totally unrelated to the reason, but if our fees are an absolute in the fact that they are the cost of services provided by a public body, is that correct? Our fees have to be, it is what Alderwoman Finlayson said, but I don't think there's a point of argument here. Isn't a fee, we have to justify our fees as being the cost of our work, of providing that service. Am I correct?
Economic
If not, then I withdraw.
economic regulation by
Alderman Gay, please.
We can't have dialogue?
No, you can't.
Show me in Rock.
Because somebody has the floor and you're talking, please.
Privately.
We can hear you.
economic regulation that does not have a rational basis or a rational nexus to the money being expected of individual citizens will likely be held unconstitutional if challenged in court.
Okay, but could I also say, because I have been instructed as well, that it's our city policy, perhaps, that our fees should be substantiated as the cost of the service it provides.
I would recommend,
Would Mr.
yes, that
City
any
Manager like to chime in?
any assessment on citizens from a government be substantiated as having a rational basis to the service, the service being provided by the government, yes.
Right.
So I would just say that what we don't want is a requirement such as, in this case, providing recreational space, to have a fee in lieu that is much less expensive than providing the recreation space.
Right.
So, because what we don't want to do is incentivize developers to choose the fee in lieu instead of providing the thing that we really want. So that's what we need to figure out is what's the cost in Annapolis to provide the recreation space? And the fee in lieu should be at least that much, in my view.
Right, so correct. So regardless of the intent, I agree with Alderwoman Finlayson that they should be substantiated as a cost of something.
Thank you, Alderman Annette, and Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And Alderman Gay again.
I would point out to my colleague Alderman Schondelmeyer that the housing crisis is much more a demand side issue than a supply side. We're in a built environment, so supply side is controlled by the fact that these properties are already in place. I wish we had more space to develop more housing. This is a one-time only fee. So you build an apartment building or some other building that lasts at least 50 years, this fee is covering that use for that number of years. So when you think about it in a cost or a fee in lieu per year, this turns out to be a pittance. This is not a huge something that is contrary to building costs. It's a small fee. Actually, I would be in sympathy, having gone through the case with the Eastport Shopping Center, of something much more significant. I think the city manager is correct. If we look at the alternatives, and we do as a city have a responsibility for providing recreational, at least currently, a recreational space, and it would cost us a lot more than these fees are going to generate, even with this big increase. So if we're thinking about good land use and good management, we really need to have people pay their fair share. If you're going to reap the fruits of developing or redeveloping new properties, you need to pay the full social costs. And providing public recreational space is one of those social costs. And this turns out to be a minimal thing. In the terms of the Eastport Shopping Center, this would raise the fee to something less than $2 million for a 50-year or more building. That is not a huge fee, and it is not what is creating the housing crisis. It's the demand for desirable properties that is driving the prices up. The supply side rises up to meet that, the developers. So, get the economics straight, but again, this is a one-time only fee, and when you divide it over the life of the developed or redeveloped property, it's minuscule, and particularly given the cost it would take us to buy and redevelop property to turn it into the necessary recreational space. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I do apologize for speaking out of order there. We all need to take a deep breath, myself included. It's going to be a long day. What I said to my colleague was that I'm 100% on board with this, but what I said is that I think for this kind of fee, we can introduce it anytime. We can introduce it after the budget. We can introduce it in a couple weeks. I would absolutely co-sponsor it, and then we could get some of that supporting documentation. So, but I do think it's important to point out the bigger issue. I think those of us who've been on the council for at least one term, the recreation issues come up before with development in terms of the fee's been so low that they just pay the fee in lieu instead of actually providing those adequate recreation facilities. And, kind of think like we did with the forest conservation. We increased those fees because we wanted them to do all the mitigation we outlined instead of actually bypassing it. Or keep in mind the moderately priced dwelling unit, right? I think we got rid of that fee in lieu because we want them to do the moderately priced dwelling unit. And in this case, I think it's very similar. I think we might be able to refine the cost some more, but I think it's something we've talked about doing for a while. And I absolutely do think development is out to pay for, it needs to pay for these things. I think one of the longstanding issues I've seen is that development gets built just to build houses, when I think what we ultimately want is development to build community, right? They just build houses, but there's no open space. There's no gathering place for people to congregate, to talk, to build that community. That's what we need, and that's what I think the intention is, because you can see it done wrong and right. And not to pick, well, I haven't seen the whole development, but on West Street, we've had some new multifamily housing, and there seems to be very little open space. I see the dogs crowded on some of the little tree wells out there. And then look at it done right, where you see Acton's Landing, which was built, 15 or so years ago, with a giant, a goose park down there with the big tree they preserved. And that is such a popular facility amenity. The grass gets killed every year because so many people use it, but it shows the demand. But that wouldn't be there unless the planners fought for it and if it wasn't in the code. But in this case, they can just bypass it with the fee in lieu. So definitely support it. If it doesn't pass, we'll just come back. I have no problem co-sponsoring it at that time.
Thank you. Alderman Pendle-Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things. I'm going to start off with a matter of full transparency. I've consulted with our Assistant City Manager. My daughter is in the process of building a home in Ward 3. I think we've gotten past the point of this affecting us, but because this issue is so contentious, I'm not going to weigh in on this. No one loves recreation more than I do. But what I will say is there should be some middle ground. We've gone from 500 on here to 2,500. Is there some middle ground that we could come up with that would satisfy what I see as Alderman Gay's valid point, but I can see definitely Alderman Shandelbyer's valid point regarding this. So maybe somewhere in the middle, but I do believe at this point I will probably abstain from this vote, even though we've gotten past the point of my own personal situation. I'm part owner of the property, so I don't want to get into that situation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Alderman Gay again.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And let me apologize for getting snappy with you. I was trying to figure some things out with my colleagues on the side. Let me start by saying this. I don't need a lecture on housing affordability from anybody. I've spent, since 2019, the time I've been on this council, attending housing meetings with every single volunteer you can imagine in this city. Every developer. We put together projects. We've put together reports that are frequently cited by this council. Research has even been used in a potential resolution that we'll hear in a couple of weeks for Spa Road. So I don't need lectures on housing affordability. There's no book that you can read that can tell me what I haven't learned in the last 3 years, going on 4 years. So I just want to start there. Secondly, I don't think any developer is the enemy. I look forward to working with them often, have discussions with them often about how we can make our communities and our city a better place, because I think that's the priority. And then lastly, as I've mentioned in the beginning, just so we can wrap this up and get a vote on it, look at some of these communities that we have. I hate to use the example on Clay Street, but that is a community that was built with absolutely no recreational space in mind, and a group of kids were just shot at recently because of it, because they were congregating in a man's backyard in his community, doing things that they wouldn't have been doing in front of someone's home if they had actual recreational space. To the alderman's point of, oh, well, they'll have to build or find land. No, you won't. If you have 10 acres, you still have 10 acres. You'll just have to reduce the number of units that you're putting on the 10 acres to create recreational space, which is not that hard of an ask. If you're building 10 homes and 10 of the homes or 5 of the homes will have children in them, you want some space for them. Otherwise, they'll be riding the bird scooters backwards down the street, and we'll have to live with that for the next 20 years. I mean, it's just not that foreign of a concept to think that a one-time fee, a potential one-time fee, because they're not even required to pay it if they add the recreational space, is that dangerous of a concept to move forward on. I appreciate the time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question, I guess, is for our Director of Planning and Zoning. Mr. LaPlata, I'm sorry to have to call
Would
you
you like
up.
to come forward?
Yes,
LaPlata,
because
thank you.
I believe that our planning department, sir, well, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I was saying, please come forward. Yeah.
I believe our planning department has a role in this, in that all plans for all development, first step, second step, goes through the planning department. Now, it is very true that we made some terrible mistakes in the past as a council. Clay Street is the perfect example of a mistake that we made. And Mr. Eads shared his concerns with us, and we've learned from the mistakes over the years that we've been here. But the other piece that I'm trying to get to here is your department has a role in approving projects and can assure, or the question is, can they be assured to include recreational amenities within each project that's approved?
Well, I think it would be important, particularly as we work on the comprehensive plan, to set those goals very specifically, that we want private development to include adequate public facilities such as recreational facilities. So we'll take a look at that. But I would say also keep in mind that staff, at the very earliest point in development review, before an application is even complete, is starting to negotiate with developers about, trying to put in as many amenities as possible, whether it's open space or specific recreational facilities. So that's sort of an ongoing process that starts very early. But I think it would be important to state that very clearly in the updated master plan as well.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let's just take a vote on Alderman Gay's amendment number 7. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Abstain.
And I do agree with Alderman Chandler-Meyer about the increase of costs. So, right. Thank you. Now, can we move?
Can I get a count?
Absolutely 100% true.
Can I get a count, please?
You didn't hear it? I don't think we're going to do a roll call. It passed, yeah. But let's do a roll call just to confirm, please.
Okay. Mayor Buckley.
Yes.
Alderman Finlayson.
Nay.
Alderman Chandler-Meyer.
No.
Alderman Gay.
Yes.
Alderman Savage.
Aye.
Alderman Arnett.
Aye.
Alderman Tierney.
No.
Alderman O'Neill.
Aye.
Alderman Pendell Charles.
Abstain.
Abstain. That amendment number 7 did pass.
Alderman Savage, number 8.
Okay, so this one is,
You could just move in and get a second,
oh,
please.
sorry, yeah, to move Amendment 8, please.
Second.
Second.
May I, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, please.
So this one came about, and this is directly related to the budget because the intention, so the budget, Public Works has proposed adding a second environmental compliance inspector position. And this is the position that handles environmental inspections at work sites, and they're also going to be handling some of the inspections of our stormwater facilities. And so the workload of that position is going to be split between those two roles, the sediment control on development sites and then the inspections of the best management practices for stormwater management. So my intention was to have, because currently the budget has that entire position funded out of the Watershed Restoration Fund. My point is, well, since half of the position is going to be responsible for inspecting development, that the developers essentially should pay for the inspectors as opposed to the taxpayers paying for the inspectors out of the Watershed Restoration Fund. And so that's why I did request that staff look at adjusting the fees to pay for that, half of that additional position, which is approximately $50,000, $52,000. And so that's where this comes from. And keep in mind that this is a one-time fee, and it's also, when you're considering the overall cost of the project, this is not a lot of money. You're talking about, it would increase from $600 to $1,000 for something that costs between $50,000 to $100,000. And you can see how it increases there up. So that's the intention. Again, these fees were set by staff, I asked them how much they would need to increase, and these were their recommendations based on the actual staff duties and responsibilities and costs.
Thank you. Alderman Arnett, then Alderman Finlayson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderman, first of all, my attention was caught by 517 or 1013. They're pretty precise numbers. I assume you did the math, but this fund, I think, has always been underfunded, and this really is a critical service that we need to have. So again, the same question I asked Alderman Gay, ought these numbers not be bigger than they are? Are we really covering the full cost to the city?
Ms. Savage.
Yes. So this money would go not to the Watershed Restoration Fund. It would go actually to the city services. So it'd actually go to the operating budget to pay for the positions themselves, or in this case, half of this position. And so it's set very precisely because it is, we have been told to have the fees be modeled off of, as much as we can, the actual costs. And so these are determined by staff. And so I am down the road, and I had a conversation with the law office about a couple of additional fees. I want to create some new fees for the setup control program to help pay for that even further, but there are some issues we need to work out with the law office on that, so I'm just going to wait on that. But this will at least pay for what's currently in the budget, and I'll deal with the fees later on, the other ones.
Thank you.
Alderman Finlayson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to be clear, Alderman Savage. These amounts have been determined to, at least in part, cover the cost of the service that's being provided.
100%.
Okay, thank you.
By our work staff.
Alderman Pindell Charles.
I'm sorry, by who? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Were they, I'm sorry.
I said, yeah, 100%. They were determined by staff to cover the staff costs directly for the position, the review time, the whatever, inspection time.
Thank you, Alderman Pindell Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to thank Alderman Savage for doing his homework. He said he checked with staff on this, but I'm going to abstain as well based on the prior amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Dickinson.
I would like to clarify how these were determined. We were asked to figure out how much to raise the fees by, to raise another $52,000 to cover half of that cost of that position. And these increases were the base year that we used to do that, established that we'd have to raise the fees each by 50% in order to pay for the extra half position. So the calculation here was done by us. I just wanted to clarify that staff in this context is Katie and I, not the planning and zoning. So I just wanted to clarify that it does cover cost. It covers the $52,000 of the position that's being charged to the general fund, but it was a calculation based on that $52,000 threshold.
Thank you. So we'll take a vote on that. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Abstain.
And I think we are going to hold it
Do we need a
over.
roll call?
I will postpone this until, we'll postpone R23-22 until a special meeting scheduled for Friday, June 10th, 2022 at 5 p.m. Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, please present the next item agenda.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The next item on the agenda is R2422 fiscal year 2023 fees schedule.
Is there a motion to adopt R-24-22 on second reader?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a proposed amendment to R-24-22. Director Dickinson.
Yes, amendment number 1 is a technical correction. It was brought to us by Alderwoman Tierney, who wanted to strike the words actively charging on the fee that's related to parking reserved for a plug-in electric drive vehicles.
Thank you. Would you move that, please, Alderman Tierney?
So moved.
And a second, please.
I'll second it, but could we be directed to where we can find that? Is it on our desk?
Yes, there is a sheet that has R2422 at the top. When we gave you the packet of amendments this morning, we put O15s in front.
It's at the very end of the packet.
So
the big
you'll
packet.
probably find it in the back of your packet.
Of the big packet?
Yeah, the packet of amendments.
Okay,
There was this stapled together piece, that was for the fee schedule.
got it.
There is a separate sheet of paper for the fines.
Last page, got it, thank you.
All right.
Oh, last two pages.
Yeah, it's flipped, there we two-sided, trying to conserve paper today, two-sided, thank you.
Still need some time, Alderman Finlayson?
I'm ready. I'm ready, thank
You
you.
good? Okay. Alderman Annette?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't quite understand Amendment 2. The fee is raised from $100 to $200.
We're on one?
No, we're moving amendment number 1.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Just a
thought we were doing it
technical
together. Hey, I got it.
Did you get a second?
You got a second? Yep. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. We will postpone, was there another one? Sorry, okay. Is it going to move by the Finance Committee as well? Okay, who would like to move the amendment number 2, please?
So moved.
Second,
And who wants to elaborate for us?
May we ask the harbor master to come up? If, just, yeah, oh, yeah.
How are you doing, Beth? Good?
Hi, good morning. Beth Bellis, Harbor Master.
good morning.
Could you just reiterate substantiating this fee increase based on your estimated staff?
Sure.
Yeah.
But just before that, have we moved it and seconded it, please? Yep. Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Beth.
So just to give the group some background, we write an awful lot of warnings every year. We do a lot of education. We probably only write between 10 and 20 tickets a year. So when we do write a citation, it is either from someone doing something so very, very wrong that anyone should know better, or for someone doing something wrong that's been given a warning that chooses not to cure that warning. And so what we found is there are some people that will just take the ticket. And so what we don't want to see is a 23-foot boat, for example, over by Davis's Pub that just sort of decides, I'd like to go to dinner, and I know I'm not allowed to be here, but I'm just going to do it anyway. So a $100 fine is just not that punitive, considering how much it takes a person to get a ticket from us, and so we're asking for that to double.
Thank you. Alderman Annette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm all in favor of increasing this, but the section to the right side, first of all, says fee. This is a fine, not a fee. But does that mean that if somebody repeatedly violates, they can do it 2.5 times and then no more? If we're limiting the fine to $500?
I think I would have to defer to Mr. Lyles. I have not had that experience. And so I have not had to go down that road.
I think there's a problem. The wording that Alderman, excuse me for interrupting, the wording that Alderman Arnett is referring to, the word fee should be replaced with fine not to exceed $500.
But still, we're raising the fine to $200. The harbor master has told us we have repeat offenders. That means that they can be a repeat offender 2.5 times, and then after that, no more fines? Because this limits, if I understand it correctly, total fines to $500. So I don't think we want, if you have a repeat offender, fine them $200 every time.
My
Keep
thought
doing it.
was that it could be 500 each subsequent time. That was my interpretation, but again, I would defer to Mr. Lyles.
No, this says $200 for each offense.
No, for initial offense is $200, fine for repeat or continuous up to $500.
It does, that's not what this says.
For continuous or
Yeah,
violent,
the header-
repeat or continuous, it can't exceed $500, but the second time he gets a fine, he could have a $500 fee.
Why
And the
would
third
we-
time, and the fourth time, and the fifth time.
I don't understand why we would want to limit it. If somebody offends 10 times, why aren't they getting fined $200 each time?
They can get up to $500 after the first time.
So we'll just get some clarification from the city attorney whether
Yeah.
that is true.
That's not what that says. That says if you find them 200, you find them again for 200, you can't find them above 500. That's the way it's written.
And so how would we amend that?
It depends on what's the direction the council wants to go in.
So to continually be able to
Eliminate
a heavier fine.
Eliminate the wording. Just eliminate that wording. It's $200 fine, so every violation is $200 fine. So if every time she goes out or every day she goes out, it could be $200 per violation with no cap.
Could we have the harbor master clarify the intent there? Is it a not to exceed, or is it the cost of the fine itself on a repeat violation?
Well, I'm not sure. If the council's intent is to eliminate the overall amount someone has to pay, eliminate the cap on what someone pays and just take the wording out, and the fine is 200. And if they violate 100 times, it's $200 times 100 violations. We do that for other violators of different things around the city.
May I just let Alderman Finlayson has a hand up the highest.
The term, it says fine for initial offense. So that to me means first time, $200. Then the next column, fine for repeat. So the second time, it's up to $500, or what the harbor master
It's not written.
determined.
It's not written correctly.
It's not what?
It's not written correctly. If the council tells me what it wants to do, we'll write it correctly. It's not clear what you're trying to get at with this draft.
So is it the last column, that's the fine for repeat offenders? That's the
That's not my
confusion?
reading. That's the confusion. It's not my reading.
So can we ask Ms. Bellis what you need it to say in that column?
In my opinion, Mr. Lyle's recommendation is correct. It should just be, 200 is fine. If you do it 5 times and you get charged $1,000, that's plenty of a deterrent to me. And so it can just be 200 for the initial and 200 for subsequent, because they're civil
Or just eliminate the word initial. Just the fine is 200. It's all you need.
So then that means that we want to amend this amendment and take out the new language, which
Take
is
out-
the underlined portion.
Take out the word initial and take out the underlined portion together. And the fine is just
Okay.
200. First, second, third, 100th, it's $200 every time.
But the last column, we take out the new language.
Yes.
And that takes us back to the proposed 200 in that column.
And remove the word initial because you don't
And
need
we
it
can
anymore.
remove the word initial.
Correct.
So, Mr. City Attorney, how do we do that?
I move that as an amendment.
Well, there's already amendment on the floor. Can we
But you can amend
amend
the
this
amendment.
amendment? Do we have to kill the First Amendment and introduce a new amendment?
Who made the First Amendment? A
We did.
friendly amendment will be sufficient, and a second on that.
So the Finance Committee could accept this as a friendly amendment?
I'll second that.
That's right, and that's appropriate.
Okay.
Okay.
Can somebody
Second.
clarify what the amendment is? Can somebody clarify what the friendly amendment is?
Eliminating that and got
That's the city attorney.
The corrected amendment is to remove the word initial in the first column and to delete all the wording in the second column.
But, okay, but looking at the fine schedule, it says fine for initial offense in the header for the entire fine schedule. So I'm not sure if we can remove that if that's in the rest of the
Yeah.
schedule.
Right, at the header.
So the amendment should just simply,
Amendment should just impact the last column.
fee not to exceed.
Just 200 in each column, period.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
Or just
So we
put
can just
500.
remove
Just
the
put,
new language.
just
Yeah.
remove the language and put 500.
You're right, Alderwoman Finlayson.
Not to
and
exceed
Alderman
500.
Savage.
Well, no, it's going to be 200.
The way it's worded in the fine schedule for the rest of the fines is not to exceed X amount.
What
We're
you,
wiping that out. We're just going to say 200. The fine for any repeat of that initial offense is going to be $200 as well, from my understanding.
That is what.
you can amend it, and we will adjust it in the code so that it reads the way you want it to read. There is a fine of $200. We'll take it out of that block so that it won't have an initial fine column because it's unclear, it's confusing, and it's not necessary.
Well, Mr. Attorney, that is in the code, I mean, that's in the fee schedule everywhere, or the fine schedule everywhere, so we can't just take out that column. So what should go in that column? Because it's throughout it's throughout the section. So if we just take out that last heading for this one, I think we lose our continuity throughout the the code. So could we leave the word initial in there? It's still the initial 200, but the following are still 200.
Sure, you can do it that way.
So we can just accept the friendly amendment that the Finance Committee accepted and remove the underlined language, which is the new language.
Yes.
And that takes us back to the original.
Yes.
Okay.
Just going to get some clarification from Director Dickinson.
Yeah, I'd like to take a look at what the code currently, or what the fee schedule currently says. Katie is telling me that it currently has 200 in each column.
Right, so there, in the resolution, the fee schedule, the fine schedule that's been proposed for this year strikes 100 in both columns and substitute $200 in both columns.
So if we just left it as it is, it would be 200 for the first and 200 for each subsequent violation. And I think the discussion at Finance Committee was whether or not we should cap it. Was that, no? Okay.
It was whether we should escalate it for future
further.
offenses.
Okay.
Yeah.
But currently, we achieve the 200 each time, right? Currently,
Right.
the way it
Without an amendment, it says 200 each
we could
time.
vote this amendment down and move on. Alderman Pindell Charles?
I am really confused. Let's start with that. My understanding from Ms. Bellis is that she wants to prevent people.
Right.
Let's go back to the initial. From doing this over and over and over again. Is that right, Ms. Bellis?
I actually think that that was not my main goal. My goal was actually just to increase the penalty enough so that it was a true deterrent.
Okay. All right.
Because typically, we don't have people that do these things over and over and over again.
Okay.
And to me, 200 over and over would be plenty of a deterrent.
That's not how I understood it first, but that's okay. How I read this is, my initial violation fine is $200, okay? If I do it tomorrow or next week, it could be $201, it could be $202, it could go all the way up to $500. Is that correct?
My understanding is that might be what this amendment is asking for. That's not what I had asked for.
That's what I'm reading this as currently written. Am I way out of line here?
No, that is right.
That's the way I heard Alderwoman O'Neill explain it. That's how I see it. Now, I guess the problem becomes, this is the problem that I see. If I'm fined today $200, I do it tomorrow, it could be $201, it could be $210, it could be $499. Now, suppose I do it a year from now. Am I still subject to the $500, $499, $450, $205, whatever? That's the problem I'm having. What's the time span for the definition of repeat or continuous? So I'm really muddying the waters here, I know that. So that's is it annual?
It's on the floor, but.
So it's a
Okay.
friendly amendment, but hasn't been voted on yet.
Right, so I'm confused, but that's okay. I'll still listen, and I'll keep listening. But I will defer to those who are not confused. Okay.
Alderman Neal had a hand up, and Alderman Tierney had a hand up, and Alderman Gay has something to add.
So I believe if we accept the friendly amendments and keep both columns as 200 by just taking out the fee not to exceed 500, it satisfies Harbor Master Bellis's, and it takes away any confusion about when I could be fined the additional amounts. Once I have an offense, it's always going to be 200 from there on out.
Can she make that a motion?
I concur with
I
that.
would also point out that Director Dickinson said we already do that. Is that right?
But at $100.
No, 200.
All we're doing is changing the amount. It's not that difficult.
I know. I think we need clarification on our baseline,
So
Jody.
Director Dickinson, you said that we already have,
I'll let Katie go ahead. Stand right in front of her. What was proposed originally is attached to the resolution. It's attached to the resolution as proposed. Had exactly what you're trying to do right now. 200, 200.
before an amendment, right?
Before an amendment.
You don't need an amendment to achieve what you want. It's already in here. So I would vote, so we can just strike the
It's
amendment.
already in the proposed changes that came originally with the resolution.
So we vote down the amendment.
So we could just vote the amendment
Finance
down.
Committee can withdraw the amendment.
Yeah, or with, well, it's on the floor,
We
we
need to
vote
vote
it
it
down.
down.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you. Alderman Gay, before we vote it down?
I'm totally fine with it because it was simple from the beginning. However, when we vote, is this just voting down the language? Fee not to exceed? Okay, let's go.
Okay,
It's voting down the
thank
amendment.
you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. No,
No, you say no.
no.
Voting not to vote. Got it.
Let's do that again. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no.
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 Nay.
Nay.
Thank you. We will postpone further action on
move we
R24-22
adjourn.
until special meeting on Friday, June 10th, 2022 at 5 p.m. Mr. City Attorney, please present the next on the agenda.
Yes, sir. The next item on the agenda is R3122, fiscal year 2023 fees schedule.
Is there a motion to adopt R-31-22 on second reader?
So moved.
Thank you. We have an amendment from the Finance Director, I hear. Is that right?
No, we're done.
Nope, something's in my, nope. Okay, so no amendment?
Nope. As amended.
Okay.
Point of information, are we on R31 and are there separate amendments
Wait a minute.
that we should have?
Okay, we're adopting this on second reader. We're not going to be amending this until Friday because we are waiting for the scales based on the completion of the union negotiations.
So there are no amendments that we should have
No,
on
we're
our
just
desk at
adopting it
this
on second
point?
reader, and on Friday, we're going to be adopting the scales as an amendment
How
and
does,
finishing the vote.
how does that affect fees?
We're not
Are we not
on
voting on that now?
We're only adopting it on second reader. We're stopping.
Can I say it all?
We're going to postpone.
We're voting
till
on
Friday.
fees
We're not on
Okay.
fees.
So we don't need a
We
vote?
already voted on fees. We're on
as amended.
31.
Aren't we supposed to vote on?
In a second, and we're done. That's
Has it
it.
been voted on?
We did, and we have a second. The only thing that we're doing now is we're stopping because we don't have the attachments, and we're going to vote on the amendments on Friday.
Wait a minute.
Point of clarification.
Point of clarification.
Mr. City Attorney, you actually read the correct R31, but you read the wrong description. You said R31 fees, when R31 is position clarifications and pay plan.
Yep.
That's where our confusion is lying.
Yep, my script had it.
Sorry about that.
So we will postpone further action on R31-22 until the special meeting
Okay.
on Friday,
Thank you.
June 10th, 2022 at 5 p.m.
Point of clarification, did I totally space out, or did we approve fees as amended?
No, it's really the classification and pay scale. I'm sorry, I read the wrong
Okay,
thing.
so we haven't addressed fees as amended yet.
Yeah.
We voted on fees as amended as a whole. Okay. Let me get another cup of coffee.
Okay.
I-
Mr. City Attorney, please present the next item on the agenda.
Yes, sir. The next item on the agenda is O1522, annual budget and appropriation and property tax levy.
Is there a motion to adopt O-15-22 on second reader?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify. So for there's a question about the fine schedule, if we did have a final vote on that?
No, we're not finally voting on anything.
Final vote on first read, oh, that,
No. I mean, that
But we talked
piece of
about-
legislation is on second reader. You're only adopting amendments today.
okay, understood. Okay.
That's it. because we can't finish, because we're told that we need to get the finance department time to make sure that the amendments you adopted are correct. So we're not finalizing any action until Friday,
Yeah, I
That's why
got
you have
these
your
and
meeting at
fines
5 o'clock.
confused. Okay.
right?
So moved.
I need a second, thank you.
Second.
Second, okay, so we'll go to the finance director now.
I'm sorry, so we're at 01522?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, so we can start going through the amendments. Amendment, so let me walk you through what we have, okay? So there should be a package of amendments 1 through 45 now, right? 1 through 45 together on your desk. There is the list that goes with it, the long sheets of paper that list the amendments and give you the description. Then we have also given you a sheet that shows the one-time uses summary we had at the work session that tells us, based on the status of the amendments, how much would be left in the one-time use reserve if all the amendments are passed. It takes you down all the way through what's already in the budget and then through the proposed amendments. Okay, and if you look at the bottom of the second page that has, if everything were to pass today, we would be in the negative by $206,733.
Which sheet are you looking at?
This sheet here looks like this. All right, that's that summary that I was just referring to. You also have another summary that has the same thing for the ARPA funds. One page that shows you the ARPA funding. All right, so now we can start. I don't know if do we need to go?
I just think you should guide us on what we should be looking at the time. So we start with the thick documents.
Yeah,
and then
so.
refer to the
Yeah, so
thin
as we go
documents
through,
we
you
need
would
to-
be referring to your amendments.
Right, got it.
If you want a sheet that summarizes them, use the listing. But these sheets are informational in nature to tell you where the reserves are.
Okay, everybody with us?
No.
All right, no,
I'm trying to find, my computer, of course, is upgrading, so I can't look at it, but where is line 81 in attachment A? Because mine
Okay.
only goes up to 46 on each page. So I can't find the line 81. Thank you. Yeah.
And you're going to use appendix A, but look here at the side.
Okay, that's
So they
not-
continue from page to page to page, they just keep going.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So I'll start and give you the amendment descriptions, and then you can proceed with your process. Amendment number 1 corrects the typographical error in the ordinance and Appendix A. These are very simple. We spelled transfers wrong. And there's a little spot that says see note 1 below that was a copy paste area and does not, error and does not belong in the ordinance. So these are simple technical corrections that we noted when we were.
What page are you referring to?
If you look at amendment number 1, amendment number 1 refers to the ordinance page numbers. This is on page 5 in line 45.
So I'm just going to get everybody to hold this up. This is a summary. Second page of the big.
Okay, you know what confuses
Yeah,
me?
but-
Because then it goes to R24.
Well, this
in
is the
middle of-
master list.
Yes, but when you're looking at the amendment and you're reading the amendment, it refers to page numbers and line numbers that correspond to the original ordinance and appendices. So I think that's what she's asking about is,
Oh, yeah. Oh, I got that. I just think that this is our agenda. Yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
I think we could make it in a simple. Oh, yeah. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Okay.
So this numbering,
You think it's changed?
no, but the description, this is from, no, this should be good, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, it's just easy to just go back to the book, you know. Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
So as we go through this list, you're going to reiterate the source of funding, correct?
Yes, correct. As we go through the list of amendments and the council considers each one in turn, we will read the description and discuss, you can ask any questions that
And
you need.
refer to the backup as needed. Okay. Let's do it that way. This.
So we will go through them individually, so everyone will have time to ask questions, to bring people up. We'll go nice and slowly. How's everyone feeling?
Feeling good. Let's do it.
All right.
Alderman Arnett?
What is?
Look on the ordinance 1522 on page 5. Ordinance, page 5.
It's in your budget book, Ross. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Can I make a motion?
Should we wait for them to get back? Or-
We're missing 2 people.
Let's just get through one for a practice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Then we can repeat it for them individually.
Alrighty.
So I'm going to move the technical amendment, whatever you call it, the Buckley Amendment number 1. Thank you. Any discussion? You did clarify that for us, Director Dickinson. Just a spelling typo, right?
There's 2 different errors that it refers to. One, we're scratching a note that was left in the ordinance, should not be there. And in the Appendix A, transfers was spelled wrong.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to move amendment number 2. Got to get a second, please. Thank you. Director Dickinson.
Yeah, so this amendment adds $1,338,000 to the union contingency earmark that I set up in the budget initially. And so that's adding to those costs. And to offset those costs, it adds $500,000 of additional turnover to the police budget, thereby reducing their existing appropriation, and increases the amount of ARPA funding that we've allocated to the general fund by $838,000. And if everyone recalls, we talked at the work session about how the union agreements, the fiscal impact was higher than we had originally put in the earmark, and this is the difference. But at the same time, we believe the police budget can absorb some more turnover in their budget. So this additional $1,300,000 can be offset by additional turnover in the police budget. And then we need to use additional ARPA funding to close the gap for this year.
Thank you. Alderman Gay had his hand up first.
Thank you very much,
Alderman
Mr. Mayor.
Tierney, then Alderman Shannon.
I appreciate that. What would the total of the union contingency amount be?
So in the general fund, that amount that I put in there initially was $3,762,000. We need an additional $1.3 million there. At least half of that is police.
And so the 500,000 of turnover to police, what exactly was?
So when we add turnover to the budgets, we actually reduce their appropriation. Because what we're saying is, although they have a certain number of positions budgeted, they're not going to be able to fill them completely during the year. They're going to have some vacancies. And right now, we have about $800,000 of turnover in the police budget, but based on an overall analysis that Katie and I did, we believe they can take another $500,000 of turnover, that it will take, even with the increases to salaries, it will take many months for them to become fully staffed.
And the, okay, so that's perfect for the turnover, that's doing the OT. So the union contingency would be almost upwards of or close to $5 million?
It's 3.7 plus 1.3, so yes, you're close to 5.
And that's not?
That's for the general fund. That doesn't include all the AFSCME employees.
Okay, and is that also not including the fire who is not yet?
So in my estimates that calculated this $1.3 million difference, the fire agreement as tentatively agreed to is encompassed in there. So this has got everything in it, and we hope they ratify. The last step is their ratification.
Awesome, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Alderman Shannon, Alderman Tierney, then Alderman Shannon. Sorry.
I'll pass because Alderman Gay asked my questions. Oh, no, that's
Alderman
good.
Shannon.
So this is, we got to be honest here, a lot of money being added to the budget. Is it the belief of the city manager and the finance director that if we do not approve this, we may have personnel issues for not just our public safety, police and firefighters, but also just the government employees as well, our transit workers, our public works folks, and clerical workers? If we don't approve this, we're going to end up with staffing issues due to possible continued negotiations with the unions.
Right. So that, I think that's the key piece, is that we'd have to go back to the negotiating table with each of the unions to open negotiations again for lesser amounts of COLAs.
Okay. And that could lead to more personnel problems then?
Hard to say, but it could.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson and Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Dickinson, or City Manager Gerald, how many positions are funded in the police department in the budget? Or Ms. Conley?
We'll get to that in a minute. The number of union members that are there. Okay, you want the total? Okay.
How many positions? Is it 124? I just want to show that taking 500 out of this line item in the budget is not going to hurt law enforcement. You know, traditionally we funded at what, 124 or 114, I forget which. And we're right now around 100, I don't know, Mr. Gerald, how many people do we have?
So the number of positions is 124 that's funded. The current number of, how many are filled right now?
A little over 100, about
100.
105 at High Point. So that shows that we have some, and we've been around there for a long time, you know, somewhere around 114, but funded at 124. So taking this amount out of the turnover is not going to impact police.
So we're not going to have a hiring freeze. We're not going to have hiring restrictions. We're going to encourage them to hire as fast as they can. If they can hire them all quickly, that'd be great. But realistically, we know it's going to take time to fill all those positions. So we think they're going to be easier to fill with the pay structure that they're going to have now. But that, just the reality is that there's going to still be some vacancies that are going to cause savings.
So we've been here before, and we've taken the opportunity to use turnover funds as needed, and that's what we're proposing, or they're proposing here. So that is, it's not putting us at risk, and we haven't been able to hire 10 officers in the last 10 years probably, so we're not threatening that ability. And the rest of the money outside of the 500 is coming from ARPA funds, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, you were asking me a question?
Just wanted to be clear that it's 124 staffed with this amendment. We approve this?
No, that's what's in the mayor's budget, I believe. Is it 124 in the mayor's budget?
Total for the police department is 169.
Is how many?
169.
I think you're referring to the union position?
Uniform officers, I think.
Out of the 120, whatever you're referring to, there's 113, I believe, that are in the union now. The rest of them are command staff.
I don't think we count by union. I think we count by...
So it depends on, that's what I'm saying, it depends on what you're asking about. 124 uniformed officers.
Yes.
Some of those are command staff, and they're not in the union. So,
We don't usually look at who's union and who's not. So we're funding uniform officers at 124. We have 105. So there is a little bit of flexibility there for us. And this is not a new time, first-time position. This has been an ongoing position that we've been in. So we're not shunning the police. Just want to be clear about that.
And it makes us competitive with the surrounding jurisdictions. Alderman Annette, then Alderman Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Appendix C, shouldn't there also be a change in the number for line 17?
That's going to be part of our balancing amendment on Friday.
Okay, but it will...
There's going to be multiple amendments that are going to affect that number, so it's just easier to just do it at the end.
Okay. Then how do we vote on this amendment? I'm in favor of it.
On Friday, we finalise.
So we're not voting on...
We vote on the amendments.
And there
but
will
we
be a
don't
change to
finalise
line
them.
17.
Yes, we accumulate anything that's passed today and its effect on these lines that are totals and subtotals. We accumulate all the past amendments and we adjust those at one time, and then we check and make sure everything's balancing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Gay. Alderman Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. Just quickly, it is increases ARPA funding allocated to the general fund by $838,000. That's almost $1 million. $1 million of the American Rescue Plan money. Was that the original amount that was introduced?
No, we currently have the proposed budget with $1.5 million of ARPA funding in the general fund. This will increase that number to about $2,300,000.
And that is to be used for salaries?
Salaries, yes.
Thank you. That's all.
Alderman Attorney.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is sort of a combo amendment, if you will, but from what, in layperson's terms, it tells me that the police are, for lack of a better word, taken care of as far as what we were presented, and their union revisions is included. My concern is in a risk evaluation of the budget, and to Alderman Savage's previous point, I feel like we have exposure on the remaining union agreements, do you feel in your judgment that we have addressed any exposure in those union agreements that have not been finalized?
Mr. City Attorney, oh, sorry, Mr. City Manager, sorry.
So the numbers that you're seeing are reflective of the agreements that we have with,
Right.
with union leadership.
Right.
If they don't pass or ratify the agreement today, the numbers, and we have to go higher, then the numbers do not include those higher numbers. So that's the risk, is if they don't ratify today and we have to reopen.
Well, what about the ones we haven't finalized yet? The city
These numbers
employees?
reflect those.
They do, so all
do.
agreements.
So if the ratification happens today, these numbers reflect all four labor unions plus the non-reps.
Okay, so non-reps are in this number. That wasn't clear.
They are.
Okay, so we've addressed that exposure, if you will. Okay, got it. Oh, and it's really important for the public to know that we have in our budget 124 uniformed, what's the term? Uniform positions are funded in our budget. Thank you, Alderwoman Finlayson, for clarifying that. Thank you.
Alderman Savage, did you have?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So continuing that train of thought, I mean, so this includes all the currently signed and negotiated labor agreements, except, well, and it assumes, it reflects the offer that has been given to fire. Okay, so I guess my first question is, how does this mesh with, because we haven't even approved or seen the union, or the details. We've been given some details, but not all of them for the union agreements. So does this essentially approve the agreements we haven't seen yet? Or is that still to be worked out on Friday, I guess, when we get the
I think you should have them,
details?
I hope, by the end of the day.
It reflects all of the agreed upon CBAs. So even the one that's not ratified yet is based on what we agreed with the union leadership for fire. So if they ratify it, then everything's included. If they don't, we have to reopen, then there may be some exposure. The numbers may change.
Is that, I mean,
Are you asking about your vote? Like if you're on Friday, you're going to have, well, before Friday, you're going to have all the agreements in front of you, and you will vote on the agreements that have been ratified. This is agreeing to the funding for those agreements as currently drafted. And so if you didn't agree on the agreement, the funding would be in the budget, but you'd have to have the agreement passed as well to move forward with those new terms. So you're not in effect agreeing to the agreement by putting the funding in the budget. If something happened and you didn't agree, you didn't pass the agreements on Friday, then we'd have to take another look at the budget and see if we needed to move funds around.
so we can still.
This does not legally commit you to the union agreements.
Okay. I mean, it's to the city attorney's point earlier. I mean, the sequence is all messed up for various reasons. Okay, I guess we still have time, but I'm still admittedly a bit uncomfortable. Again, I know some of the details, but I don't think we've had much of a discussion about overall the details in the union agreements. I guess you're saying that's going to happen this Friday when we hopefully know more. We should know more, because we should have all the agreements.
Yes, we already have 3 ratified collective bargaining agreements for you. The 4th is supposed to be voted on today, and if it's ratified, you will have all 4.
So the other question has to do with ARPA funding. This would move an additional $838,000.
So you can see where that's at by looking at this page, because we put this new amendment on there as reducing the balance of ARPA funding that we would have.
Well, my question though is, okay, I mean I will need to look at this, but my question is how that affects the projections that we were given a couple weeks ago that I think Alderman Tierney sent out recently, again over email, dealing with the deficit, the
graph.
revenue and expenditures. That I'm guessing that since this takes more money out of ARPA, that's going to compound that
Yes.
deficit,
Yes.
essentially, right?
So-
And it's going to shorten the amount of time we can actually draw upon ARPA, right?
Correct.
And by how?
Correct. But I haven't taken
many
the
months?
revised numbers and done the graph. There will be, in the next year, FY '24, we'll have a bigger gap that we'll have to decide on. In the original one, it was small. I can't remember the dollar amount, but it was a small gap. And it's going to grow to this impact plus the inflationary factors, the 2.5% COLA on the next year.
But you had a number of assumptions in, when you did that graph, you had
I had a lot of
assumptions on the
assumptions
labor.
in there, and I
So
had
I'm kind of curious, and maybe we can't talk about it now, but what the differences are between what you assumed based on what, like what's driven this 800K increase? Because I think you assumed the 20% police salary increase in that, along with, I think you said, some one-time bonus, but I'm just curious what's changed since
It's
then.
on the sheet. It's $1 million difference, if I read your sheet correctly. Sorry to interrupt, but you say ending balance in the budget was the 4.9 million, and then with the amendments, which are not reflected in the graph, it's down to 3.1. Is that a safe assumption?
Yes, I don't know what you said on the original, the 4.
You gave us a
Which one are you looking at?
It's a page, proposed
there-
amendment impact on the ARPA. It's 11 by 8.5 by 14.
I can't find that one.
It's the second page in the packet.
So we've, since the mayor's budget, we've utilized 1.8, hold on, I can't do my math, sorry. Yeah, $1.8 million more of the ARPA funding from what I understand. Is that a correct, fair statement?
Yeah, so if you look at this sheet, at the beginning, before the mayor's budget was proposed, there was 6.4 million of available ARPA funds.
Wait a minute, which sheet?
ARPA, it's a summary of the ARPA balance.
Oh, God, where the hell is that? Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Okay. And then that first number is what was in the mayor's budget. That was what we had proposed to use from the mayor's budget. And then the items below are coming from these amendments. The first one is this one we're talking about now. That 800,000 is an amendment that's being proposed by Alderman Gay. And the Finance Committee and Alderwoman Pindell Charles also have one here that's proposing to use ARPA funding. So these amendments together would bring that ARPA balance to $3,190,000. And that's what would carry into FY '24.
Like, I guess my question still, and if this could be answered better on Friday, let me know, but just why there's the difference from what we had planned for a couple weeks ago, as far as here's what we're going to be spending and offering to the labor unions, and here's what they got, which is $800,000 more than what we thought.
I can speak to that process, because when we put the mayor's budget together to get the 1.5 million, that was back in March, right? Beginning of March, when we were in the middle of negotiations with all parties. And the number that we included in the budget reflected basically what we had on the table at that time, what we knew that as management we were putting in our offers for each of the groups. And since that time, we had additional negotiations going on, and the back and forth in the negotiation process resulted in this difference. And like, as you know, most of it's the shift in the police scale.
Okay. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'd like to get into, is what drove that shift. Again, so, I mean, until we can have that conversation, I'm not quite comfortable with voting on this. Can we postpone it till Friday? I mean, people may not even want to, but.
That's not my option. That's not my choice. I mean, if we vote on it, I think it's important to consider the amendments today so that you can post the amended budget and vote on it Friday. This would be considered a substantive amendment. That would be my thought, because it's such a large number. So If you can tell me what you want to see as far as analysis is concerned, it will impact FY '24. As far as the ARPA available for FY '24, different from what we talked about at the work session
Yeah.
by $838,000.
Okay. So I guess if it's not too much to ask for Friday, if we could see an updated chart, I'm kind of curious when we're going to run out of ARPA money.
We'll
I guess
be
that
able to,
depends on what gets
and
passed.
before then, I mean, even after today's meeting, I can send you the chart and see what it looks like, presuming this is a part of the budget.
But the other part you mentioned, as far as where this extra 800K increase is coming from, you said it's primarily the police salary?
It's hard to say, because in each group, when we went back and forth at the table, each one, there was some give and take on each one. So I haven't really calculated how much of the 800 is related to each group.
Okay.
And what time are they voting on it today, Mr. City Manager?
I'm looking to the chief to see if he knows.
Till this evening, okay. Trying to get you those agreements as soon as possible, so thank you. Alderman Gay had his hand up next, and Alderman Finlayson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So quick, I'll be very quick. It's safe to assume, though, that the majority of this 838,000 will go to police salaries?
It's hard to say, but that was the group where there was a big shift in the market on the scale, to meet the market demand to get police in the door. That was the biggest shift.
And would the plan be to use, is this a reoccurring expense?
Yes,
So you'd use $838,000 out of the ARPA funding next year as well?
yes.
Ooh, after we were,
Oh, that's the same thing as the 1.5 million.
okay.
I mean, and that's what this, as we've discussed, ARPA is intended for these types of things, as well as some of those initiatives that you've talked about.
Thank
So, yes, I'm
That's,
just,
but it's just
It's not-
interesting because consistently, our ARPA funding and CARES funding have been used for public safety salaries. My question, what are we gonna do in a year or 2 years, maybe when we don't have the ARPA funding and their budget's $27 million? Are you, or are we prepared to raise taxes?
okay, so
That's up to you.
I don't know, that's a,
I
that's.
mean, I'm asking you,
So
should that proposal be on the table, considering that there is a potential deficit that you said that we would be using the ARPA funds for, and now we're not using ARPA funds for the deficit, we're using it for salaries on a reoccurring expense?
Who said you had the right to play Ross?
I'm asking the serious question because if fire continues, and that's $50 million a piece already when they're looking at about 25 and some change right now, they'll be up another 2.5 million. I think we should, there has to be a consideration, and the general public has, as Alderwoman Finlayson always says, the public wants public safety. That they made clear that that's their priority. And if we're facing a deficit where we were anticipating using what was the remaining $5 million in ARPA funding to handle the deficit, and now large chunks of that are being used for police salaries, or I should say public safety salaries, not to make it personal, there has to be some consideration of raising the taxes at some point in the next year or two. Not this year, because we're already through the budget process, but next year, without question, to sustain public safety.
Alderman Finlayson had a hand up next.
Thank you, and you're absolutely right. May I ask Ms. Dickinson how the programs got on this sheet, the 4 amendments, 2, 12, 18, and 20? And maybe you answered this question already, but what causes these to stand out to be included on this sheet?
And so these are amendments that have been proposed either by us or other older persons that we feel are obviously continuing expenses, that they're salary related for positions that we intend to continue from year to year to year. So, because that's what we did, when we did the budget, we had the 1.5 million of ARPA for those continuing things, and we're only using the one-time reserve for one-time expenses. And these are the ones that we identified as continuing expenses based on the proposed amendments.
And thank you. So these are the items that we can guarantee will contribute to our structural deficit if we approve them.
Yes.
Okay. The first amendment, number 2, in part is being funded with turnover funds. Isn't that correct?
The 838, if we hadn't had the turnover funds, it would be $1.3 million.
Okay, that was my question, so I need clarification. So these are the items that, and I'm speaking to my colleagues, that we need to consider because they contribute to our structural deficit.
Which one are you looking at?
They're ongoing expenses that will be, the expectation will be that we pay them this amount, whatever it comes up to, $2 million or whatever.
And it highlights the amounts, as Alderman Gay was saying, that you have after 23, 24, and 25, there's going to be a decision that has to be made on how we continue.
And we've met with that decision in the past. 4 years ago, we did have to raise taxes. But the community has spoken, and, last year in the budget, and I hope it's still there, community survey to see what the community values. So we need to ask those questions because there are going to be continuing costs in public safety, as there should be, as everybody else is dealing with. So it's not a new anomaly. So thank you.
Alderman Savage?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To colleagues' point, and for both my colleagues' point, there is an amendment later on to potentially talk about a tax increase. I don't even know if I'd support it, but I think we should have a conversation. I'm glad it started. But I do think a survey would help. Just polling my constituents, a lot of them see the value. Some of them saw the value of increasing taxes specifically for public safety. A lot of them had concerns given the inflation rate and just too many pressures on the taxpayers. So, but a lot of them also said, we leave it up to you all, the council, trust you all to make that decision. But it is something. But also to clarify, on this list, Amendment 12, Alderman Gay's 800,000. That's not a recurring. I think he has pledged to find other money for that. So it comes out of ARPA, but his intention, I think, is just a one-time cost from that.
And I made that commitment when I submitted the amendment and at our last meeting.
Thank you. Ready to vote on this? Please.
What are we voting on exactly?
We're voting on amendment number 2.
Okay, only number 2.
Only number 2, so we don't need to get philosophical about all the other ones. Let's just go through them one at a time.
I'm good.
So all those in favor of amendment number 2, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Thank you. Got that. Okay, next one, amendment number 3. I'm going to move that. Could I get a second for that, please?
Second.
Thank you. So we can't deny how popular pickleball is in the city of Annapolis. And these guys, those maniacs are out there at 6 a.m. And so they are willing to put forward their own money to make this happen. They're willing to pay for the lights as they use them. And we will also charge the tennis community for those lights. So we'll actually pay this amount back. If anyone had any questions, Alderman Annette.
You need a second.
Second.
Okay.
Okay. I can speak from personal experience playing USTA tennis that we definitely were happy to pay with our credit card to have the lights on. So I support this amendment.
Thank you, Alderman Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've had a chance to go out pickleballing with you. I loved it. I hope to do it again. I realize that this court and the Tennis Alliance support organizations in Eastport Terrace and Harbor House. However, what I will warn on, even though I will support this, is that especially in a city of such affluence, we should not get into the business of allowing those who can afford to have updates and built-in accommodations to their recreational spaces when we just had a 30-minute argument over, giving recreational opportunities to lower-income communities. But I will support this because of the significance it brings to our city.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Mayor, is this a one-time cost? Is it anything
Yeah, so
recurring with it?
one time, and then it will replenish itself because it will pay itself back because there'll be a credit card reader on the lights. So it will go back into the general fund. It won't be.
Well, and most of our capital projects have follow-up in out years. So there's no maintenance, no cost. This is it.
I don't know about that because I haven't seen any line item for that on the lights that are currently on the tennis courts. If you wanted to give me some clarification, I'm sure bulbs go out, but I haven't seen any.
I think you'd have to direct that question to Rec and Parks and DPW as to what it costs to maintain the lighting on a court. This is for the lights, just for the lights, not for the court.
This is just for the lights, so there's no maintenance.
But there could be maintenance on the lights. I'm not able to address that question.
Director Trader, how often do you lose a light bulb? And this will be newer technology, I'm sure. How often do you lose a light bulb at the tennis courts?
And I'm not just thinking light bulbs, because that's a little thing, but,
It's only light bulbs. That's the only maintenance, yeah.
Yeah. But, I mean, the courts aren't maintained in any fashion?
It's not for the
Yes.
courts. The courts are different to them.
Archie Trader, Director of Recreation and Parks. The maintenance on lights is very, very low. The technologies today, with the longevity of light bulbs lasting, is very seldom. They could stay on, we could use them for maybe a year and a half before we even replace a light bulb.
Okay, and I'm not so much concerned about light bulbs.
Okay.
But I'm thinking maintenance, there's no, cleaning or anything of these courts. It's a one-time thing. Once you put them in, you don't have to worry about them for 10 years when they have to be replaced.
Pretty much. I'm not speaking as an expert in electronics or maintenance, but by my experience, the maintenance is extremely low.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Savage.
Yeah, thank you. I guess my question to colleague's point, I guess we have to do electrical costs. Has their budget been increased as far as electrical costs? Because I imagine this is going to contribute unless do you know if these are low energy usage LEDs on the lights, or are they?
So I don't know. I can't answer that either. I'll look at the.
They're LED lights, so they're low voltage. I think the old ones probably are not. So.
Oh, this replaces existing.
Unless they've been upgraded. Right. Okay. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Let's get to amendment number 4. We like this one. Can I move amendment number 4? Can I get a second? Thank you. So everybody is up to speed on this. Do I need to talk it through? We have been given through the Naval Academy some amazing used boxing equipment, bags, a ring, Olympic class ring, and we are proposing to put a tent next to the Pip Moyer Rec Centre and create a program around that with the assistance of the Naval Academy boxing coach and the Police Athletics League. And I will just go all those in.
Is there a motion on the floor?
I think.
Yeah, moved and second. So I'm not speaking to this in particular, but it used to be that we had an operating procedure that when you're adding new money, you find some place to cut. And we seem to have abandoned that this year. I think that this tent is a good idea, but I can't believe that there isn't someplace in another budget, your budget, Mr. Mayor, or some other budget where we can't find a reduction in service that is complementary to this. And I think that I meant to bring this up at the beginning of all of these amendments, but it had been in the past the practice that if you wanted to add money, you needed to find a place to reduce money in order to keep the budget in balance. And this is a small amount and it's a good cause, but it does seem like it wouldn't be hard to find $10,000 someplace else.
Attorney?
You're absolutely correct, Alderman Arnett, but I think this being a capital project, I think there's a different logic on finding money to, as long as we have capital reserve fund to fund it, it should be okay.
Yeah, that policy was for recurring funding. So that's why the one-time funding is so popular this year. But that also applies to the capital reserve. That's one-time funding.
Yes, this is funded from the one-time reserve.
Thank you. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Next amendment, I will move number 5. Could I get a second, please?
Madam City Clerk, could you have me as a co-sponsor to Amendment 4? Co-sponsor to Amendment 4, if possible. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And could I get a second for
Mine
amendment
too.
number 5, please? Need a second, thank you. Alderman Gay, might just be me and you. So I would just sort of just give some clarification on amendment number 5. The Transportation Committee's findings want to move the city in the direction of free public transport. They studied other municipalities and felt that it would be a good fit for the city. We all know we ultimately have to try to popularize public transport. I don't think we have the votes to get this through anyway, but we wanted to bring it forward for consideration from the group based on the study that was put to us. So with that, I'll go to Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, Transportation Committee didn't do this. It was the Transportation Board. Has this been to, I don't think, did you take a position in Transportation Committee on this?
The Transportation Committee has not taken a position on it. The Transportation Chairperson has taken a position on it.
Well, also the acting director of Transportation has taken the position that questions the results of the study from the Transportation Board. But in this impending budget, particularly with all the others, it just does not feel to me like this is the time, if ever, to consider this kind of a change. So I will be voting unfavorable.
Thank you. And I'll go to the Transportation, head of the Transportation Committee.
Thank you very much. I just want to reiterate what I had said last time about it. I truly believe that we should follow the direction of our Director of Transportation, or our Acting Director of Transportation, Dr. Duwa, in that it would be beneficial for him to be able to do the study and really look at our routes and make sure that our routes are efficient and that we are also using the electric mobility plan. I would go forth and say that very soon I would like to make an amendment to the transportation study that's supposed to be taking place in 2024 to move that up so that we could further this process along. But I would defer to Dr. Duwa if he had any additional words on the topic.
Would you like to come forward, Director Duwa?
Hi, good morning. I have reviewed the report by the Transportation Board. I did provide several critical comments in terms of areas where it falls short and actually non-compliance. And also the fact is that I don't see, looking at amendments, it's supposed to be one time, which means that in one fiscal year we have free fare, and the following year we will not have a free fare. I have not seen any agency that has implemented a free fare for just one short period of time and goes back to actually charge the fare. But the bigger question is that if we are looking at the existing transit system, basically those who do not have access to the current system will still not benefit from the free fare. In their report, they did talk about equity issues, but if you're going to provide services and some people will have access to that and others will not, that is very inequitable. So that is another concern that the department actually has. They also talked about increases in ridership. And empirical studies show that, yes, there will be increase in ridership. However, in terms of new rides, the range is between 5% to 30%, which means that for the increase in ridership, about 70 to 95% will be the existing riders. Why? Because they do have access to the system. So at this time, my recommendation is that for our priorities is more to actually take access of the transit services to all neighborhoods so that when it's free, everybody will have access to that. If you're going to have it free for the existing system, it means that if you live far away, you may not be able to take advantage of that. So these are some of my general comments that I have shared with the board. I did share with the Transportation Committee. I did also send it to some of the elected council members who actually reached out to me about the comment that I have. And the comment that I have, those comments do not necessarily mean that I'm opposed to that idea, but to me, I think it is important for us to actually increase access to the service to all corners of the city, so that when it is free, it is indeed free for everybody.
Thanks, Dr. Dua. Just to clarify, if you get on a city bus in the county, you don't pay, right?
Now, the whole idea of free fare, it depends upon the jurisdiction. For instance, South Charles County, just introduced free fare system. They have not seen any increase in ridership. If the city has enough money to make this permanent, that's a good idea, and at the same time increase the access, that would be wonderful. Others have done it, others still charge. So it depends upon the community. If you have a reliable and sustainable source of funding to fund the transit system, it's a great idea, it's a good policy. What I have told the board repeatedly is that whilst it's a good policy, their approach is to criticize the department for doing this or not doing that in order to make it pass. It's a good policy. It should be assessed based upon its own merits, but not to make argument that it costs X amount of dollars to create this, or if we do charge fare, it leads to confrontation between passengers and then drivers, which has never happened. So if you look at their report, the basis of the free fare, to me, is not strong enough. So if we really want to increase access to the transit system, I think that should be the number one priority, where we can actually even charge the fare, set it aside, and use it to expand service through micro transit so that everybody will have access to the transit system.
Well, I truly appreciate your input. Thank you so much. Alderman Gay was next, and Alderman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I also want to thank you for spearheading the initiative and making the funds available for us to have this discussion on fare-free transit, which is crucial and absolutely necessary in most of our communities. Annapolis does not have decent transit to allow us to get to recreational, economical, academical, anything. That is a significant blow to a lot of what we hope to accomplish, and particularly the equity issues and economic equity within the city of Annapolis. Transit is essential to get to a job, as I mentioned, to get to ACC, if you want to go to college and expand your horizon, is essential for everything in our lives. And the fact that so many of our residents don't have access to the basic necessity of transportation is appalling. It's even more appalling that since I've been on this council, we've asked year after year after year for advancements within our transportation department as it relates to routes, as it relates to the existing bus infrastructure, as it relates to plans for the access via phones, technology updates, all of those things. And we continue to push it down the line year after year after year. In 2019, when I was here and the former director was present, he made a great presentation in the year 2019. It had all of this stuff. It had timelines on when we were supposed to accomplish these goals. I still have the folder. We have not made much progress. And so while I appreciate the director's concern, and in fact, I agree with him that the existing routes need to be modified so that we can provide access to even more residents, that's something that we've asked years ago. And now the director or the transit chair is asking to move it from 2024 to 2023. So it's already pushed 2 years down the road, which is just unacceptable. I think if we hope to conquer, some of these enormous social inequities that we have in front of us, we have to put our money where our mouths are. The mayor is committed to seeking additional funds, talking with state partners to retain the funding that they provide for state partners. We obviously have our federal partners to rely on for assistance as it relates to modifying existing routes and hopefully microtransit. But I think those things have to start somewhere. I would be disappointed if we were to push this back until the transit report in 2024. Because what could happen in the meantime, in between time, is devastating to our families who rely so heavily on the transit opportunities. I have a constituent who emails me monthly, and I've emailed the city manager about this, about investing in upgrading the routes, because she consistently gets to work late and she consistently can't get home in the evenings because of the hours of operation in our routes. So he's absolutely right. There needs to be improvement there, but we can walk and chew gum at the same time. I think that we can make improvements to our routes while also offering fare free transit and finding other funding solutions. I don't think that's difficult, but maybe that's something that I'm not grasping, and I'm willing to have that conversation with my colleagues to figure out what we can do to make it work. And the mayor is right. If you get on transit in particularly poor parts of the county, there is fare-free transit. As Kwaku mentioned, one of them is South County. I mean, do we really expect an increase in fare-free transit in South County? It's a rural population. There's hardly ever an increase in transit in rural populations. That's why the county executive created the micro routes in South County to help people get to those focal points. And so it takes some time.
So everybody wants to speak now, so just want to let you know there are not the votes to carry this. Alderman Tierney?
I just wanted to say briefly, and there's one question at the end, I think we have to compliment the committee that generated this, their passion, John Purnell, Beth Dawzel, Kurt Riegel. I mean, boy, oh boy, ever since I was transportation chair, they have been pushing this, and I was 100% supportive of it at the time. But following sort of a linear logic here, it would basically be funding, a closed loop system, if you will, and what does that do for us? So my question is to the acting director is, it sounds, I'm voting no based on what I'm hearing, that our existing transit is really not working. It's not reaching out to where it should be. So is there anything we can do in fiscal year 2023 to move forward in expanding this accessibility instead of a study? Is it microtransit? Just something tangible. I believe there is, and if you could speak to that.
Yeah, every 5 years, we do get technical assistance to review the entire system. of the Annapolis Transit. And the last one was completed, I believe, in 2020. There was a delay. So the newer one is coming in FY24, which will begin sometime in late 2023. Given the current system, again, is that it is a fixed route. If you want to do some improvement, that will be very helpful. But we can also do improvements to actually increase access to those who do not have access to the transit system. Our idea is that when we do the FY 2022 TDP, that is the Transit Development Plan, the emphasis will be an integrated system with a fixed route and the micro transit service so that it will provide access to everybody else. My biggest concern is that if I read it right, it's just for 1 year. So what happens in FY 2024? Is it going to be free or we are going to charge it? And I also understand that the board wants to preserve the fare revenue from the state employees. We cannot actually let a group of people to ride for free and others pay for that. That is discrimination under the Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. So I would say that currently not many people have direct access to the system. So if you do have it free, it will be only for those who actually live within the corridors of the existing. So the bigger question perhaps council needs to look at is accessibility of the service to all citizens more important than the free fare. That is something that I think the council needs to make that decision.
I totally agree with that, but my question is, what do we have in the fiscal year 2023 budget to improve our transit system so that it is more accessible? And is it zero?
We don't have anything in the 2023 budget because when we do those studies, we get 90% funded from federal and state. And my discussion with them is that that money will be available in 2024 budget. So that is when we will do the major study to review the entire system and look at various ways to improve the accessibility to all areas.
Yeah, let me just conclude that we have an experimental microtransit, system going on with the Hillman demolition, and from my understanding, it's working very, very well. So last budget, we put in money for the software. If I understand correctly, it was only $20,000. Could you just give us a status of where that is?
Yeah, we did write the RFP. It was at the same time that VIA, under the AMRP, was also doing a similar project. So in discussion with the city manager's office, we thought that it would be a good idea to basically postpone our micro transit and they see how the VIA ones goes.
Okay.
Typically, it's a software where people will be using it to subscribe for the service, as we currently know. And I think it would be a good idea to actually invest in that area, especially during the off-peak periods, because during the off-peak periods, we have only one bus, two buses, especially weekdays evening, to run the entire city. So that is not very helpful. Again, talking about the fact that many people will not have access to that. So that is coming. The idea, in fact, our original proposal based upon cost information that I did receive, that with that amount of money, we can do a pilot project for about 2 years, basically paying for the subscription because we will be using our own buses. So that is in the pipeline. We plan to send out the RFP getting to the end of the current fiscal year when the VIA service is about to end, so that we can actually have a smooth transition with our own micro transit down the road.
So we could use their work, and we could build on their work, is what
exactly.
You're saying. That's good. That's really good news. Thank you for accessibility.
Thank you. And again, we know we don't have the votes on this, but we could keep going. Alderman Savage was next.
I'll try to keep this brief. I just second what my colleague said, the chair of the Transportation Committee. I think it'd be good if we could have more time to look into it, especially the funding mechanism. But I mean, one of my questions is, this is on one-time use monies, but this is a recurring cost, right? In the sense that it reduces because we bring in $300K a year in fare, So I don't think this is an appropriate thing to put on one time.
I can say that while the garage was down for 14 months, that was the justification, right? That we need to get to other parking assets, leave our cars at home, those kind of ideas. So we would have sold it as that idea. And then hopefully we would have chased contributions from the county, from the state, and we would hope that there is money coming down federally for municipalities that move to a fare-free system, and that those sorts of municipalities that have practices in place would be more eligible than other places. That was the thinking.
Okay, well, I'm still not sure this is appropriate for one-time use, but I think you have to get your running shoes on because you're gonna have to chase down a lot of money. I mean, this is $700,000 for this, and then it's $2 million for the police, which we have no way to fund except for ARPA, so that's more money we have to find. I mean, it's adding up here because this really is a recurring, at least part of it's recurring.
Just to add to what Alderman Savage said, currently there is no, so far as I know, no grants, state or federal, that fund free fare. We do receive operating assistance both from the federal and the state government. The only time you do get an increase in that is when you do expand service. So for instance, if you're expanding service to include microtransit, then there will be a justification for us and for the Fed and the state to give us more money. But not the fact that you are forgoing the fares, that you are going to get more money for that. You do not get any more money for free fare. Typically what happens is that the transit agency or the municipality can work with other developers and businesses within the service area who will support the free fare system. And the board actually did exhibit in other places like Park City in Utah, where basically most of the vendors and developers actually do contribute to the free fare service that they do have. So it's more of a partnership. It is not more of additional grants. So far as I know, the grants are actually, you can get it when you are expanding service, and not necessarily when you willingly forgo the fare revenue that you could charge.
So what I'm hearing is we might not be able to get as much federal grants if we don't have a fare system.
Yeah, if you don't have it, so
which means that might impact our current expenses even more.
Yeah, our operating grants have been flat for a very long time. The one thing that changes would be the capital cost of buying buses. This is an operational expenditure, so we have not received any increase in our operating grants so far as I could remember. So there is no program right now within the federal government or the state government, i.e. through the FTA, that if you decide not to charge your fare, here is the money for you.
Thank you, Alderman Finlayson and Alderman Pindell-Charles. And we have 4 minutes till lunch, and we know where the votes are.
Okay, I'll only take 2 of those. I'm kidding. Dr. Dewitt, do you know how the county funds, or Mr. Mayor, do you know how the county funds their free service?
We have some contribution from the county. Director Dickinson?
They're using general fund monies to pay for the free service. At first, when they started it, they were using their CARES funding. But when that stopped, they continued it through the general fund.
Okay, and do we have any idea how much it's costing them? I know they have the whole county, but, okay. My concern has been funding transit all along. And, with Hillman going down, that's putting additional stress on the budget in order to fund transit. This has been an ongoing concern. We have expanded our services. We have not, ignored folks, but we have limitations within the constraints of our budget. Every year, our budget has to supplement transit, every year. And that has just been a mainstay, and we accept it. But the resources are dwindling because primarily, one reason is Hillman going down. So while I think this is an awesome idea, and it's a goal we should set for ourselves, I want to think about whether it's realistic today. And hearing from the transportation chair, and I've heard from others on the committee, we're not there yet. All of the information that's been presented is rather one-sided. we should have, as a council, a presentation from our transportation director to give us the other picture that is not seen. You know, I had the advantage of talking to Dr. Dua before a community presentation to get all of the information, so I know there's more to be had. I would propose a friendly amendment that would allocate $100,000 for a study. And Dr. Dua, I'm going to ask you a question. For a study, first of all, on whether we are actually reaching all of our communities, which we already know we aren't, but to the degree that we need to reach those communities. And then secondly, the funding going forward for such a project. So Dr. Dua, do you think our existing surveys provide us adequate information, or could you stand a year of study of this to determine and coming back to us with the proposal?
We have an idea in terms of access to the service. Typically, if you are doing a fixed route service, you look at where you can get most for most people to use the existing service, i.e. your fixed route. I would think that if there is any study, we need to wait for the one that we will begin in 2023, where the Fed and the state will pay for 90% of the cost of the study, unless we want to add the amount of $100,000 to what we already have to expand the micro transit service as a pilot project to give us much more information and then come out with a kind of a different route system so that everybody will get access to that. To me, what is more important is accessibility to that. Talking about free fare, currently K through 12, they all ride the bus for free, all of them. So if the bus is free, but the next bus stop is 1 mile away, and therefore you will not be able to take it to, say, Park and Rec to engage in various sporting activities, you are not going to take it. But if you provide access to that person, he or she will take it. So as I said earlier, my priority is basically expand the service so that everybody will have access to that. Otherwise, just providing free service based upon the current system does not benefit many people who would rather use it.
So you would propose a pilot for a year instead of studying it?
Yeah, especially a pilot for the micro transit, which was put in the budget so that we can expand it to cover the entire service area.
And $100,000 would be sufficient to do that?
Based upon my initial analysis in terms of the cost and the various vendors that I have talked to, because they do charge differently for the software. Translog is one company. In fact, last week another company reached out to me in terms of their capabilities. VIA is also there. So if you do have that kind of micro transit pilot project, that will benefit everybody. That is my opinion in terms of improving accessibility of the service.
Your professional opinion?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So I would offer a friendly amendment to reduce the amount to $100,000, which would cover the cost of a pilot for a year for the free fare.
I'll second that.
Well, if it would be received. If not, then I'll propose another amendment.
With some clarification, because we already have 20,000, right? That wasn't spent yet on last year's budget?
Correct. We used general fund monies in '22 and transferred them to the transportation fund for a pilot study or a pilot program. And they haven't spent that yet. Yeah. Okay. So they were going to wait and delay that, but the funding has been transferred there.
So we might just make it 80.
Let me ask the question first, though. Is that dedicated to a specific?
Okay, so I've been corrected. Katie said the transfer was for 100,000. Are you sure about that?
It was $20,000. It was an amendment last budget cycle. That was approved, and it was only for $20,000, which was for, we went as far as the software for a micro transit system, if I am correct, Dr. Dua, that it was just We would actually get the software, but what you're saying is now VIA is in the city and they have their own software, so there might be a possibility to expand on their, it's less than parking downtown, sorry.
So I'm getting that it's 100,000, so I'm checking on that, okay?
I think it was $90,000 for the micro transit pilot project. Initially, we were only looking at the orange route as proposed in the transit development plan, but we would like to do it for the entire service area, where we can run both the micro transit and the fixed route service during the AM and the PM peak period. And then during the off-peak period, say between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. and after 7 p.m., we will run the micro transit for the entire city so that people can actually place the order and then go to wherever that they want to go to. So your amendment that passed in the FY22 budget was $90,000.
Oh, it was.
As much as I can remember.
So we're not answering my question, however. Is that money dedicated only to studying microtransit, or is there flexibility to use that funding to study free fares?
My understanding,
There's no
it
money
was
for free fare study, theoretically.
yeah. That amount of money was for the micro transit pilot project only.
Only, just microtransit
Okay, so
only.
my motion, if it's accepted, $100,000 to study free fares, separate and apart from microtransit.
I would
Is it
argue-
accepted as a friendly?
We have that.
I mean, yeah, I've
Yeah,
got a
Ron
few
did it
ahead of you
before me.
guys, so, but you seconded that, is that right?
No, I thought it was only for microtransit.
I think Alderman O'Neill seconded it,
Okay, sorry, they're
the
talking
friendly
to me.
amendment. My position is we've got the board's, the commission's study already. We're in the middle of a year of studying this, so
Yeah,
I don't think we should do it, so. but,
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't understand.
I feel we have the study from the Transportation Commission about fare-free. And so,
We do not. I'm sorry, not to correct you, Mr. Mayor. That study comes from not our Transportation Committee,
I said commission,
Commission. Okay.
yeah. And I feel we're in the middle of 14 months of piloting a bunch of different options, so my position is not to support it.
But we weren't involved in that discussion.
Yeah, and then we have the comments from.
But we
that's
do
just my
have our
position.
professional transportation person advising us.
Alderman Pindell-Charles was next. Thank you. Luckily, the food's not here, so we're okay.
First of all, I want to say that I think fare-free transit should be explored and definitely a possibility. Let's start with that. I'm just trying to, at this point, and I'm supportive of what Alderwoman Finlayson is saying, but I just would like in my mind, and maybe it would help my colleagues, if we had an idea, is this a pilot? How would you see it? Would it run for only, I think you said the orange route maybe? I'm not sure.
Yeah, the
Give me
pilot.
can you flesh it out as best you can
Yeah.
here, Dr. Dua?
Yeah, the pilot project that was sponsored in the current budget, it was for the orange route only because in the transit development plan, that was one of
I'm
the.
gonna stop you. Alderman Gay, I just want to make sure, okay, thank you.
So in the transit development plan, the recommendation given the ridership on the orange, in order to make it more productive, is to actually convert it into a micro transit pilot project. Because it was the orange route, that micro transit service, service area will be limited. It will not be for the entire city. But our intent is that if you want to expand that, that would be a great idea to expand it to the entire city, which will mean that you will need more fund in order to actually expand the micro transit pilot project to move forward with that.
So my question is, I thought you said that the 90,000 or whatever it is is the microtransit, which is separate from what Alderwoman Finlayson is suggesting. Is that correct?
Yeah, my understanding of Alderwoman Finlayson is that there should be a study of the free fare. My frank assessment is that you don't really need to study free fare. It's just a policy change. Depending upon where the council will actually get the money to support it forever. The way I read the amendment is that it's going to be only one time, and I have never seen any agency that has implemented free fare for only one time. So we have to think of long-term commitment for free fare from now on.
Now, my question now becomes, can we do somewhat of what Alderwoman Finlayson is suggesting? It may not be a study, but it may be offering more of a pilot to those customers that Alderman Gay is talking about specifically for $100,000.
There is a way to do that. Typically, those agencies that have done that will actually use the money to buy vouchers. In this case, it will be bus passes, and then they will give them out to those individuals who may need them, and then they will use that one to ride the bus for free, so to speak.
Okay, Alderman Gay, does that sound conducive to what you're saying? That $100,000 for the vouchers for persons, and this is gonna, it's gonna not coincide, but so coincide with the microtransit, and we do this for a year, and then by that time, I think we'll have the study that we're talking about to offer fare free to everyone in the city. Does that make sense?
No, and I won't support the study.
I'm not, it's not the study. I mean, we're still on.
The friendly amendment, I won't support. Again, I agree with the mayor. We're in the middle of 80 studies. I've just stated several times, we've received studies from the transportation department in the past where they've laid out plans and said X, Y, and Z would happen by a certain amount of time, and we have not seen those things happen. And so throwing another $100,000 for them to do another study, my fear is that it will study, pilot, trial. If they move forward, where will we end up in a year waiting again for the report from 2024 to come? I mean, I just don't see where we're moving forward at all.
I think the focus here should be on not what transportation has not done, but what customers are we serving that need to be served.
And I agree with you, but I don't think, even just from here, I don't think that let me say, I don't want to disrespect anybody, and so I'll pass.
Isn't that's the focus for me? To satisfy and to serve the customers who need to be served. And if we can do that within this year's period of time, then that's what I'm gunning for.
And I'm just going to weigh in here. It's a friendly amendment, and no disrespect, Alderman Finlayson. I don't think we need another study. And also, I don't think if we do a pilot of one route, it defeats the purpose, because the message has to be anywhere you step on, transportation in the city is free. So I appreciate your efforts there, but I'm not going to accept the friendly amendment.
Well, may I ask, part of my interest is in reaching the communities that are currently not being reached. So what we want to do, based on this amendment, is to provide free services to the people who already get services. And those people who we don't already reach.
For me, it's not just about equity, it's about the environment and about popularizing public transport so that everybody gets on it. And so when we increase our numbers, I think we have greater eligibility when we make requests for grants, big grants, federal grants and stuff like that. So that's my position on it. It's not just about equity.
But I'm missing something. You say everybody, but we're not talking about everybody. We're only expanding what's existing today, right?
Yeah, but
so we're not reaching
We're not expanding.
everybody.
We're keeping what's existing today.
So we're not expanding to everybody. Okay, just want to be clear.
Yeah. And I don't have as bleak a view of it as everybody else. I think what we do works well. You know, I think we can get to them all. I knew we need to increase routes, but I know that comes with a cost. And so, you know, have we got that? So I've got to go to this side of the room because these guys, who was the first one up here? Alderman Chandler hasn't spoke for a while. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you guys know, I love transit. If I am commuting on a bus. I spend more time on the Dillon's bus than I do in my own car. The reason why I either bike to the Park Place bus stop or get in my car and go to the Truman Park and Ride bus stop isn't due to cost. It's due to convenience factors. The most common aspect of the Annapolis transit stop is a bus stop that just kind of throws you in front of a giant parking lot that you have to then walk all the way across and nothing else is really there. Or my other favorite part of the average Annapolis bus stop, a shelter thrown on the side of the road with no sidewalks or crosswalks to get you there and nothing really to get to when you get off of it. We need to to have actual effective transit system, we need to increase density and increase frequency. If we want people to use transit as an actual way of getting around and not treat it as a giveaway to lower income families, we need to make it frequent and we need to make it reliable. I think if we had an actual density level of Baltimore or DC and it was hard to drive around and we prioritized actual frequency of service, fare-free transit would be the best, greatest next step. Right now, we need to get the very basic framework of providing an actual transit system right before we go with this large of an expenditure. I am going to also echo the sentiment of the pilot program for $100,000. While I understand and appreciate the goal of trying to study this, I think a lot of studies have been done on it, and it's such a small amount that it would burn up so quickly that it would essentially, the smaller step would accomplish less than the bigger step that we're trying to go to. So while I am going to oppose this, I am going to say I also think that the friendly amendment, while well-intentioned, isn't going to have the impact that we're hoping to see. So I'd personally recommend either a straight up or down vote.
We could go there if you want, but Alderman Annette was next.
Mr. Mayor, I have to say that I totally agree with Alderman Chandlemeyer. Absolutely. And I think it is, if routes and schedules are not sufficient, it's the job of the Transportation Department to address that. When they do, I believe that Director Dewar will come back and say, I need more money for more buses and a better schedule. And that's as it should be. We have 8 or 9 studies going on now. We don't need yet another. And I do think that we need to move on. We're only on number 5 of 44.
Oh, my God.
But I agree with Alderman Chandlemeyer.
I think there's some pizza coming up that says that Alderman Finlayson was going to withdraw.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I agree with my colleagues, so I am willing to withdraw, and my second is concurring. If we don't need more study, I'm good with that. So I will withdraw that motion.
Thank you, Alderman Gay. Then Alderman
Thank
Tierney,
you.
or not?
This is very quick. I think the most important thing that was said out of this discussion is what the Alderman from Ward 8 just said. It's the responsibility of the transit department to handle these issues. And we've been asking for fixed routes, for updates for transit, just et cetera. And so if there's a finance problem, let us know so that we can fund it or find the funding necessary. I have a constituent now texting me because she's watching. She's saying, well, the buses stop at 7. I work at the hospital. I can't get home. If there's an issue with extending the routes back to 7 or 11, let us know so that people can get to and from work. That's the core of transit. And so I think that's where my greatest frustration comes from, is that bus route shouldn't be an excuse, or just any of these like sort of miscellaneous things. Like those are things that we've asked for, even when we were talking about pushing for the electric buses. The excuse was, oh, well, we get federal funding that has our routes fixed, so we can't change that. And we said, well, can we go out and look for funding to change or funding to subsidize the federal funding that we were getting so we could fix our routes? And that was something that we agreed upon looking at. And I just never seen the results. And I think that's the most frustrating.
Electric buses.
But not the routes. So even the electric buses will be running the same routes that just aren't effective. And that's just disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Tierney.
Yes, in the spirit of Alderman Gay and moving forward, just as a baseline, right now, my understanding is we have in the budget from last year, $100,000. I stand corrected, Takia sent this to us. And let me just read what this amendment says. This amendment funds a microtransit pilot program in target areas of the city. It uses $100,000 of the reserve for one-time uses to develop software and the phone app that users will use to request transit services. So my question is that $100,000 intact or has it been spent? Can we use it? And the second part of that is to move forward, do we have paratransit buses or any other kind of those buses to do a microtransit right now? Do we have, will we have this software and all that, but then we have to buy special buses? I just want to move forward with something this year, and it seems like this $100,000 is the benchmark to do that. Say yes.
We have not, so far as I know, we have not spent that amount of money.
Okay, that's good.
In
Okay.
terms of the buses, the intent was to use our current buses. If you are going to integrate microtransit into the fixed route, that may require smaller buses to do that. So that is a capital cost. That will be separate.
Capital.
We haven't used the $100,000 yet. We will use our own buses to do that. But if you were to expand it to the entire city, that will actually require additional capital investment.
Yes.
In addition to the software and the phone app.
Okay, so that would be something in the capital budget next year, those
Yeah.
buses. But this year, we can work on a software and reroute, route, I hate to use the word study, but something for $100,000.
Route enhancement.
Wrapping what?
Route enhancement.
Say that again?
Route enhancement.
Route enhancement. Route enhancement.
Essentially, your microtransit will become your route enhancement so that the underserved communities will take advantage of that.
Right, for everyone. Thank you.
And we will have all the VIA information to work with
Yes.
over this year that we
Yes.
can reference as we move forward in an app-based micro-mobility plan. Alderman Savage next.
Yeah, just quickly, just to have this idea occur to me, because we do have the microtransit through the Annapolis Go, right? So
Except in the mornings.
can we throw this $100,000 to that amount so we can actually get citywide coverage on that program? Because that would essentially accomplish what we're trying to do, right? I mean, we talked about how there are whole gaps in the Annapolis Go.
It's government at its best. I guess my understanding is that's part of the P3 agreement. And I don't think that we can use it for expansion outside of the area that they're contracted to look at. But City Manager Gerald can.
So that's correct. The
Oh, it is.
800,000 is part of the Hillman Garage mobility plan. We actually reached out to VIA early on to do exactly what you mentioned, to add the $100,000, and we were not successful at getting reasonable pricing from them. So we're looking at other options. They were very expensive, and we weren't able to work out the terms of their agreement.
Okay, I think we can vote on this one, unless you're not hungry. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Thank you. We know this is not ready for prime time, but appreciate everybody
Right.
helping that. Thank you very much.
Get there.
And I think on that, we will take a recess until 1:30. Okay?
You're not providing lunch?
I got pizza out there for you. Pizza's out
Okay.
there for us. You go. I'd like to call the meeting back into session. Thank you, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your pizza. Before we move on to amendment number 6, just want to remind everybody we had a 3-hour session and we went all over a lot of these things at the 3-hour session. So if you didn't say it in the last session, you know, say it now, but you probably did say it in the last session. I'm guessing. So I'd just like to move amendment number 6, please. Could I get a second for that?
Mr. Mayor, point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
In our book, it says, I'm not sure if we did this already, I don't remember, Amendment 4, each 20 amp outlet, or was that moved in the fee schedule?
Yeah, we're on 015.
Okay, awesome. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And Katie, you want to just give us clarification? This, Alderman Finlayson, this is the distribution of that money, and I'm sure we've found an alternate idea for that, right? Amendment number 6 removes it from community grants removes it from the church, and I'm sure you found another place. Remember we debated that at the...
Well, are you asking me whether we should make a favorable recommendation?
No, so we...
Yep, so I can read it. So this amendment reallocates funding within the community grants based off of the Community Grants Committee recommendation. And then it removes the $5,000 of funding for Eastport United Methodist Church.
Then I will speak to it if
Alderman
you'd like.
Finlayson, and we did speak to it last time, remember?
Can you tell us where we can find Appendix E?
In your budget binder, it should be in that same section I showed you earlier, but like the last page.
With Appendix A?
Right, so it's going to be probably one of the last pages there, after D.
Our budget book goes from Appendix C to Appendix E.
So D is the CIP, and then E is going to be your community grants.
Thank you. So we have a first and a second, Alderman Finlayson, and then Alderman Gay.
I would propose that we not take this out of our amendment list, that we leave it with the understanding that all of the faith-based groups must have a 501c3 or 501c, whatever their number is, that's given for faith-based groups, that we keep it in the budget and that we allocate time for them to get the correct standards that they need to meet the requirement. The city manager has told us that we should not be giving money to faith-based communities. Now, I think all of us received an email over the last couple of days from, I think it's this community group, explaining that their funding is not connected to their faith-based community, their faith-based activity, meaning they're not preaching membership in the Methodist Church or anything like that. So their work is totally committed to community and is, I guess, non-denominational for everybody. And that's not the right word either, but non-religious based. So anyway, I would like for us to keep the funding, keep the amendment, approve the amendment, and allocate time for them to meet whatever standards we set for our faith-based communities.
Thank you. Alderman Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first want to say my grandmother is an evangelist before I say this. And look, I love the churches. However, I am, and as I'll speak to Amendment 7 later on, which I think needs a little more clarity, I am generally opposed to committing finances, in particular from a government, to an entity that already is tax exempt, that collects tithes weekly, 4 Sundays in a row, and that, allow me please, and that typically has had opportunities to benefit themselves and the communities. However, this is a extremely different situation. This church does have a 501c3. I've met with Pastor Chris previously and discussed the work that they do within communities, as well as Susan Snyder, who sent the email regarding the 501c3 status of Eastport United Methodist. So I would hope that we could, as the Alderwoman suggested, vote this amendment down and continue with the allocation of $5,000 towards Eastport United Methodist Church. Now, with that being said, I also don't have a law degree, as Alderman Pindell Charles points out often. And so I want to maybe get just a better explanation from our city attorney on, are we walking a thin line, or because they have this 501c3 status, it's appropriate to move forward with the allocation of funding?
Mr. City Attorney?
The way that the budget is currently laid out, it doesn't indicate money for the 501c3. So you'd have to indicate in another amendment to the budget where the money is going.
Would and Alderwoman Pindell Charles, if you could, I'm sorry, Alderman Finlayson, if you would, if a amendment on the floor is necessary, would you support it? I'm pulling up here their.
I think Director Dickinson might have an answer.
Awesome, yeah, because we have their tax forms. Awesome, thank you.
I wanted to comment that this is not the only thing that this amendment does. This was from the committee. They had several things going on. One, they found an applicant that hadn't been considered in their initial deliberations, and they considered that applicant, and then they redistributed the grants between applicants considering this $5,000 as well. So this amendment are all those actions together. So if you don't pass the whole amendment, then it stays as originally allocated. That applicant that they didn't see the application for would not get a community grant, and the allocation would stay the way it was. So I just wanted to let you know that there's more than just the $5,000 reduction in this amendment. If you look at the content, it's got a lot of different redistributions going on.
Back to Alderman Gay. So I just took the floor from him. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Director Dickinson. I appreciate that. But yeah, so we are clear, I think, just back to what the city attorney was suggesting. If we'd like to amend this on the floor, and look,
You can't amend it.
Okay.
There's a motion to approve this particular amendment, and it's been seconded to reallocate the 5,000. So you can't amend this in that direction. You have to vote on this and then make a new amendment. And that reallocates, as the finance director indicated, that would reallocate or reallocate the 5,000 from the organizations that are getting.
This cuts the
And
5,000.
it's not just the 5,000. We put in a new award for Superior Future and moved a lot of the other money around. So it's not just the 5. It's like a lot of moving parts, and then took the 5 and reallocated it.
But the bottom line is that there was a mistake made, and we need to right our wrong. And so understanding that all of these programs that are on this list that will be receiving some sort of amendment are funded. They have received community grants, so it would go back to their original balance. Regardless, I still think we vote this amendment down and give money back to Eastport Community Methodist Church as they apply for it. Is that what would take place if it's voted down?
If it's voted down, Eastport United Methodist Church would not get the 5,000, or I'm sorry, they would get the 5,000, but none of the other changes would take place, meaning Superior Future would not get funding.
Which I think is fine, because they are already funded. Co-op Bar in Arundel is already funded. He Opens Path is already funded. Street Angels Project is already funded. Anne Arundel County Community Action Agency is funded to the tune of $25,000. Partners in Care is already funded. Maryland Hall is funded to $25,000. Filmsters Academy is funded for $10,000. So they're all even receiving more than the Eastport United Methodist Church anyway.
So look, I think you're looking at the revised. So there's what has been submitted with this ordinance in Appendix A originally. Superior Future is not on there. So I think what you're looking at is the revised list as wished by the Community Grants Committee.
When we got the original community grant applications and the community grant organization presented to us, I believe Superior Future was on there.
I don't see it online in Appendix A.
If you go look at the spreadsheet that the that the community group presented to us when.
Right, they presented the revised to you.
And this is not the revised?
This fixes what's already been uploaded as the original Appendix E.
Well, a problem was created, and so I guess we'll just have to fix the community grants, because I can't see us foregoing giving a church $5,000 when we made a mistake, and the mistake should be fixed. They provide a service for our communities, and I mean this in the most respectful way, but I just think it would be important to fix that. I'll turn the floor over to Alderwoman Finlayson.
Well, first of all, this is not my amendment. So I'm not sure why I'm explaining it, but I'm going to give it my best. But I just need some clarification. Was this group deleted from the original community grants that the Finance Committee approved? That's yes or no?
I'm not sure I'm following your question. The finance, when you were having your finance committee meetings, the committee that's deciding on the community grants came up and gave their revised presentation per this.
Yes.
With this amendment intact.
Okay.
I believe.
An amendment, what amendment is this number?
6. Am I not correct? I mean, they were
5 or 6, okay.
Yeah, I don't have the floor, but there are some discrepancies with what the Finance Committee had in front of them
Okay.
versus this amendment. For example.
So this is the Buckley Amendment, community grants.
What about,
So all of this, so we're approving all of these corrections
yes.
that are listed here
Because,
on
yes,
this handout,
all those-
regardless of what was given in the past. Because they gave us are you saying this was attached to their original list of community grant awardees?
So there was an original list when the ordinance 1522 was first presented. There was an Appendix E that was attached to it. But during the Finance Committee meetings, they had some changes to that they wanted to recommend, and they gave you a presentation of their revised recommendations.
Okay.
I thought.
Because they had an applicant that they hadn't considered, and they wanted to reshuffle, give amounts to that awardee, and then reshuffle some.
And I thought that, and I'll defer to the chair of the Finance Committee, but I thought we received a finalized copy of the awards with all, I assume, all of these corrections in it.
I thought so. So you're checking against what you had.
My understanding, and I'm just doing a really quick check as well as Alderwoman O'Neill, that what you're presenting in Amendment 6 are what Ms. Lee presented to the Finance Committee.
That's correct. Yeah. If you compare, I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off.
I was stumbled on the one that went to 0. Do you have that one, the one that went to 0? But that's what this intent of this is this is all the revisions. And I don't know if everyone's looking at this, you have to go to the thick backup that describes all of those revisions. It says Amendment 6, and it starts with Appendix C, blah, 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 strike 5,000 and substitute 0, da-da-da-da-da. And that's what was presented to the Finance Committee meeting. And so then the result of that I guess that the way the amendment should read is saying that, and then
So it
plus
says,
the
the amendment reallocates funding within community grants and removes the 5,000 funding for Eastport United
Yeah,
Methodist
per-
Church.
You
So
probably should have said per the recommendations of the.
The committee.
Yeah.
So the question remains, is Amendment 6 that's on our list, adding an additional $5,000 for Eastport Methodist? Because what I'm reading on the amendment on my iPad is that we're striking 5,000 and substituting it for 0. Is that the intent? I'm looking at the second line of the printed amendment.
Yes.
Yes, the overall impact of the amendment is reducing the total amount of community grants by 5,000.
So subsequent to the Finance Committee meeting, you realized the mistake, I guess, and took out the $5,000? I don't, or whatever we want to call it. Subsequent to the Finance Committee meeting, what changes were made?
So after they presented.
Yes.
There was a realization that, and after discussions with Office of Law.
Okay.
That we, as a gut right, we should be technically, that's up for discussion, right?
Yeah.
Giving funds, a government entity shouldn't be giving funds to churches, right? So then it was removed from that listing.
So if we accept this amendment number 6, and I'm sorry, I think Alderwoman Finlayson had the floor, but if we accept this amendment number 6, we are reducing our grant allocation from 342 to 337 because we are taking out the $5,000, which was for the Eastport United Methodist Church.
That's correct.
Okay.
And reallocating within.
We're not reducing the total amount.
We are.
It's being reallocated.
It's two things. One, the reallocation, and then reducing Eastport United Methodist Church by 5,000. So at the end, it's 337.
The overall amount. Is the overall amount reduced by 5,000?
Yes.
Okay.
342 to 337.
So on this sheet, it's misleading because it, I guess this is saying it's taken out. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
The brackets
clear.
around
So,
the 5,000.
I think the confusion is that we were presented 2 lists of community grant allocations. The first one had different numbers on it from the second, of course, that's redundant. And we approved the second one, thinking that that's all you needed was that approved document. But you've cleaned it up by putting it all, the changes, in the form of this amendment. Okay? So this is correct, and we should have also a copy of the complete list with all of the new amounts on it. Whether we have that or not, we should have that. So it's clear. So the question for us, I think, is whether we want to, irregardless of all the other changes, whether we want to add another 5,000 to our budget to allocate for this church, or do we want to approve the amendment that permanently takes out Eastport Methodist out of our amendments?
So can I just clarify with the Alderman Finlayson, when we left the work session, we were asking you to find a 501c3 for the church that we could direct the money to. Were we not asking that?
We have the 501c3.
Because it was just a clerical thing, right? We can't give it to the church, but we can do like we do with other churches, give it to their 501c3 arm, right?
Well, but that's not how we've done it in the past, but that's irregardless. Mr. Lyles explained it to me, I accepted it, and I had nothing to do with this church, but I do know that the others in our, in my amendment coming up, they know now that they're gonna have to create a 501c3 in order to qualify for the funds.
Okay. And Director Dickinson, is there a way we can get the 5,000 back to the church outside of this, or does it have to be decided now? Before we take another half hour.
So during the budget process, all new amendments would have to be considered by the council to be considered on the floor. If you wanted to do something in FY '23, if they get their 501c3 lined up and we want to create another grant for them, we can consider it as a supplemental allocation at that time. Come to you with an essay to increase the budget.
And that could happen rapidly, right?
That can happen at any time during during the fiscal year.
And that's fine, and it's in Alderman Arnett's ward, so maybe he can speak to
They
the
provided
church.
us the 501c3. It's in our emails, all of their documentation, tax, everything.
Thank you.
Well, then, Alderman, you can make the motion and add it back in.
I just tried to make the motion. The city attorney told me I couldn't make a motion on the floor, so.
Okay.
I'm. Okay, well, that's.
I'm going to go to Alderman Pindell Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question, two questions. Alderman Gay, are you saying that Eastport, are you saying that Eastport had sent us their 501c3 paperwork?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Lyles, have you had an opportunity to read that document?
Organizations that apply for grants have a grant process. And that grant process doesn't necessarily involve the Office of Law at the beginning. So if there's a grants process, the question would be to the administration, have they followed that grants process?
My
The grants
question
process
is-
includes, well, I haven't received any documents, but even if I did, I'm not in the grants process, except at the very end to sign the legal document awarding the grant. So I haven't received it, but even if I had, I'm not the proper person to get it, and neither is the council.
The question I'm asking is, are you able to look at it to see if it is appropriate, for lack of a better word?
I wouldn't do that because that's not the grant process. And that
Do you
would be.
understand where I'm going with this?
I do, but you're putting a duty on me that is not mine. I don't review documents to determine whether or not organizations have followed and adhered to the grant prescription that the council has laid out.
Okay, I guess my next question is, we've got, 15 of these organizations that have asked for grant money. Someone, I would assume, has looked at their documentation to make sure they're eligible to accept this money based on their status as a nonprofit. Am I correct or not?
Well, two things happen. First, the allocation for grants in total based on the potential requests. When the request actually comes in the form that the grants prescription that the council has laid out does occur, then all of those things get checked and verified, I believe, by the individuals responsible for grants. They check their corporate designations, they check their officers, they check to make sure that, everything is in accordance with the law, state and federal. But I'm not involved in that part of the process.
So I guess my question is, it's conceivable that some of these grantees' documentation may not be sufficient in order to receive funds.
That's conceivable, yes.
Thank you.
Alderman Gay, Alderman Arnett, then Alderman Gay, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, first of all, I would ask the general question, given community grants are so insufficient, particularly from when my colleague Alderwoman Finlayson and I started, and it was $800,000 a year, why in the world would we at this last moment reduce community grants by $5,000? Secondly, I would encourage you to vote no on this if, in fact, we're going to remove the funding from United Methodist. We've heard about the documentation, but more importantly, this is a community that is very active in working with needy people in the community, particularly the adjacent public housing properties. And again, if we're going to do things on the basis of the name, then why aren't we being consistent and deleting Heritage Baptist Church because it's a church name, even though they do have a specific program? So it feels to me like this is wrong-minded from the get-go. But then there's a huge amount of things, as the finance staff have said, going on underneath this. This is not merely $5,000 reduction. So I have no idea who Superior Future is, but we're adding $5,000 for them. And there's a whole bunch of other changes that are offered here with no documentation as to who or why we're doing these things. There's some substantial changes in the body of this amendment that are going forth without explanation, unless the Finance Committee has some explanation. Who is Superior
I
Future?
think Katie has an explanation.
No, the only thing I was going to say was Heritage Baptist Church is Backpack Buddies, so the check would go to Backpack Buddies.
I
Which is
understand
separate
that,
from
but it's a church program, and the 501c3 for Annapolis United Methodist is a 501c3 secondary program. It may well be that the committee that was working on this, which, believe me, I know they did yeoman work. I have no criticism of the effort they put in there, but they didn't recognize what was underlying some of these things. I think we're penalizing Eastport United Methodist because of some oversight in the process, not because they have, not recognizing that they have a program of merit that has been a program of merit for years and years and years. So, I would urge us not to vote for this amendment and leave things as they were. If we need to make some further adjustments to reallocate, let's have a new amendment in time for Friday. But I really cannot support penalizing Eastport United Methodist on what appears to be an oversight rather than a meaningful problem.
Alderman Savage was next, then Alderman Gay.
Well, I mean, it seems like, so, as an atheist, I do have concern about giving any kind of money directly to a church. I do share the concern from the law office in that regard. But it seems like the simplest thing might just be to pass this and then have another amendment come up Friday that would add back money to the Eastport United Methodist nonprofit, or whatever it's called. Wouldn't that be just the easiest to do? Say yes and then get an amendment on Friday? I mean, unless people have concerns with everything else that's in here, but all I'm hearing are concerns about the United Methodists.
Right. Everything else was recommended by the Finance Committee. Everything else was, I think we're conflating two issues. This amendment represents what the Finance Committee recommended, with the exception of the $5,000 oversight, or whatever we want to call it. So yes, your point is valid. We could just let this go and vote on the $5,000 separately, or?
Yeah, I mean, does that work just pass this and then we'll amend it to fix it?
Why can't we do a friendly amendment to this?
City attorney said we can't do it.
Well, we don't have the information for the organization, unless somebody can give us the information for the nonprofit right now.
I mean, just check your emails. It was sent June the 4th and then again at 9:56 a.m. this morning.
So can we do a friendly amendment like we did on some of the other amendments?
May I?
So Alderman Gay was next, then Alderman Finlayson.
Look, because they've tied up 18 other nonprofits in this for some reason, I don't know why. When Alderman Arnett was the chair of finance, if you didn't show up to the community hearings as Alderwoman Finlayson and I did, you didn't have input on the community grants. So I don't know how finance as a body just up and changed 18 or 10 organizations, but I support I don't know how they did that. Alderman Arnett never did it like that.
Let's find out why they did that, because I'm sure they did it professionally.
It was an oversight, but I agree with the Alderman from Ward 7. Let's just pass this and then add the amendment to give them $5,000 on Friday.
I mean, we all want to get to the same place, and we're arguing over something that we all agree on. So, Alderman Finlayson.
Finance Committee or the Finance Department didn't make these changes. You each now have in your emails a copy of the original community grant recommendations from the committee. Ms. Green just sent it to you 5 minutes ago. So you have the grants that the Finance Committee approved as a part of our responsibility and was presented to you as part of our report. Ms. Lee is in the room. She chaired the committee who was responsible for vetting all of these organizations and determining the grant amounts. We received a draft before the committee had finished their work. And Ms. Green, Ms. Lee, if you don't mind coming up, because I shouldn't be speaking for you. But we received a draft. And then when they finally presented to the Finance Committee, we got the final. And the final is what is in front of you today. Has all of those changes that are listed in that amendment. Okay, so we should be clear. Finance Department didn't make any changes. We didn't make any changes. Everything came from the committee. So what's in your emails now is the final list from Ms. Lee and her committee. And then he leaves the room. Okay. So if we could have Ms. Lee, the question is whether these groups were vetted and whether we are giving money inappropriately to any of these groups.
Sure. So with the time that we had in order to vet the groups, we made sure that they were meeting the standards that were listed in the city code, as well as in previous community grant reviews. So that's what we did use in order to vet each one. I do have some suggestions for future vetting, but that's what we used for each one to make sure that they had the proper paperwork, as well as with the proper quarterly reports as well.
And I believe we each received a packet, did we not, for each of the groups?
Yes, each council member should have received a packet with the groups as well as our recommendations.
Correct. And this goes back probably to April, when we received those documents. So it was out there.
Yes. Could you also explain who the committee is made up of?
Sure. So the committee is made from Patty Norris from APD, myself, Adetola Ayaji, Julie
Masag.
I apologize.
Masag.
Judy Dolly, thank you. And also, and I do apologize, I'm blanking on her name right now, but also members of the fire department as well.
Jeannie, thank you.
So just for clarification, we can vote on this now. We can do the Savage amendment at the next meeting. Is that what you're suggesting, Alderman Savage? Which will bring the funding back up $5,000 and get it to the nonprofit that we need. So we'll solve the problem, right?
So we killed this, or we
No, we
approved,
vote for it.
we approved this,
Yeah.
but then bring it back. Okay.
Thank you.
Between now and Friday, who is going to review the paperwork from Eastport United Methodist Church, the documentation for the nonprofit?
So I will take a look at the documentation, but we have not seen that documentation. I don't know who they sent it to.
Who normally looks at it?
It would be Aaron. So I think Aaron should get it, and we can look at it too, but I don't think either one of us has gotten the documentation.
Okay, all right.
Well, is
thank
there
you.
different documentation? What are you asking for? Is it what they received?
The 501c3.
Just evidence that they have.
501c3
Yes, we reviewed everything that we received from each agency. There is a paper copy in the city manager's office for review.
Now, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Lyles, do either one of your departments ever review those documents that come from the nonprofits?
No.
No.
Well, I mean, it's Erin and her committee that review those.
Thank you. How about you, Mr. Lyles? Do you all ever
No,
review?
we're just responsible for reviewing for legal sufficiency the contract award or the grant award document.
And Erin, you feel like you can get that taken care of by Friday?
I'm going to ask a question, but I'm not going to do it on the record.
Yes, I can get that done by Friday.
Thank you. Okay. All right. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Right. Thank you. On we go.
So would Superior Future now have $10,000 because in the original that we received, they already had $5,000?
Ms. Lee, do you know that? Do you know the answer to that question?
No, sorry, I don't know.
So you may be, are you sure you're looking at the original, or are you looking at the appendix that was created after these changes were talked about with the Finance Committee?
I'm looking at the slideshow that was presented to us. I'm looking at the sheets that were given to us when they made the presentation.
I think they were presenting to you based on the reshuffling of the funds.
Okay.
So you're looking at a revised listing. So no, it would be 5,000 total, not 10.
Okay.
Thank you, Erin.
All right, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, on to amendment number 7. Alderman Finlayson.
Thank you. And Ms. Lee, I was trying to get your attention to say, don't go far. This amendment speaks to $200,000 to provide seed money, I'll say,
If you can move it and we'll just get a second, please. Yep.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. For community groups who would be willing to volunteer in our challenged communities. And I've listed, as you saw in my explanation, 7 different communities. Community groups that would be coordinated out of the Office of Community Services. We created that department 2 years ago and have not sufficiently supported that department. We have 2 people in it, and we have charged them with managing 2 resource centers and then every other job that we can assign to them. Ms. Lee is our social worker in the city. Ms. Gutierrez is heading up this new Office of Community Caring, and I'm forever going to call it that. And so these dollars will assist them in creating a cadre of community organized people. And originally I said, faith-based groups, and we know that that's not going to happen, but community groups who will adopt one of the challenged communities and commit their membership to volunteering in that given community. Ms. Lee and Ms. Gutierrez will be managing those volunteers, helping them with resources. But the idea, we can't be in all of our communities at once. The fire department, the police department cannot be there. So we have volunteers who are willing to help us. And this gives us the ability to give them a little bit of seed money to help them work in our communities, to keep their finger on the pulse, because the commitment will be that they adopt a community and they stay in that community and they provide whatever support they need, and they have our city resources, i.e. the Office of Community Caring, to tap into. This automatically gives this office kind of a grassroots team, I'll just say, of people working in the community. Now, I asked for 200,000. We had 7 communities that I listed, and the last organization that I was thinking about is Weeping Mothers, because they are the mothers. They're an organization of mothers who have all lost children in our community through violence. And it is their story that I personally believe will touch other parents with the message that we want to help you help your kids live. So this funding is, one, to support the Office of Community Caring, give them some funding, and they will oversee it. They will monitor it. And along with the dollars comes, as I said, a commitment to adopting and staying in that community. And we've seen this happen in the past. But most of it has gone away. So we want to resurrect that initiative of getting communities, organizations to adopt communities. They will have regular reporting to Ms. Lee. They will submit, and Ms. Lee and I have been talking about this along with Ms. Gutierrez for the last 6 weeks or so. At the quarterly report, at the third quarterly report, I would expect them to report to the mayor, because this is a one-time expense. But we need to monitor the success of the program and whether these community groups are actually having an impact. And we can only do that when we get reports back. But if there's value, then it needs to go, the data needs to go to the mayor so that it'll impact his budget in the future years, if it has success. So that's how we will evaluate it. And I probably talked far too much, Ms. Lee, so I'm going to let you speak to it.
Sure. So this money would definitely be used in order to help community members have more ownership over the community, Office of Community Services, which is our vision that we're building. We want to have the opportunity for members that we're serving to be a part of the Office of Community Services, and we want to give them every opportunity we can. So that's what would help us with the funding in order to do so, as well as continuing to provide services, direct case management, service coordination. I know myself and my coworker Erica Griswold, we would love to have the extra hands, because as it is, there is a great need in Annapolis, not just for social work assistance, but then also through violence mitigation, also with service coordination. And, you know, as much work as we do, we definitely need some extra hands, and we would love to continue to do more.
I sent everyone, or Ms. Green sent everyone, their white paper on their office and with the objectives and what they plan to do and how they plan to manage the program. So I hope you've probably not had an opportunity, but take a look at it, please.
Thank you. Alderman
Thank you.
Edwards, next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My heart is with this program, as it is with the upcoming guaranteed income program. But my mind and my responsibility as an alderman is having some real problems. First of all, I fervently hope this is not a one-time only program. I hope it's a continuous program, but it's coming out of one-time only money. And so that's the first stumbling block for me. Secondly, we have a brief write-up from the Alderwoman, and I've seen, but I haven't had a chance to review the further documentation from the staff. But for me, for all of these programs, our responsibility when we allocate these monies is to make sure these programs have clearly defined goals, objectives, critical success measures, and reporting requirements. And so for me right now, this is a concept. It's a concept with a pretty big price tag, but it's really not more than a concept. Now, I'm sure that when we get to the guaranteed income program, we're going to hear which comes first, the appropriation or the program. I think the program needs to come first. You need to know what you're appropriating funds for. So I really have grave reservations about whether this is ready or whether or not it's a one-time only, which I hope it's not, but also whether it's fully defined enough to really be a program that we have the level of accountability that we need to have in order to fulfill our responsibilities, our fiduciary responsibilities as members of the council. I don't know whether there's time by next Friday to get these things much more fully substantiated, but even the terminology in here about communities, I've seen communities at risk, I've seen all kinds of things, but there is no even definition. Now, Alderwoman, I would give to you, you don't really want to lock that in, and I would also grant you communities that need to be focused on will change from time to time, but even that process, I think, needs some specification. How do we prioritize the communities? How do we decide focusing here is done, we need to change to focus there? There's just not enough meat on the bones for me at this point. I will review the thing that we just received from Ms. Green, but in the brief moments I had with you, I still didn't see that it met the criteria for allocating $200,000. I'm sorry, and it hurts my heart, but my mind just is not ready to go along with this at this point.
Alderman Shanamar, then Alderman Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderman Finlayson, I really like this plan. You answered a lot of the questions and concerns that I had, but one thing I wanted to try and focus on is you said that we had a similar program like this in the past? You said we had a similar program like this in the past?
It wasn't a city-sponsored program, but as a result of a homicide in the city, most of the faith-based communities came together, had a rally throughout the city, and then a meeting. And in that meeting, many of the churches, mine included, adopted a community. Right now, Pastor Menendez's church adopted Robinwood until this day, and that's probably been well over 10 years ago. They are still in Robinwood. They've been, what is the H2O Center and all of that. That came out of a church adopting that community. Reverend Colbert is in Bay Ridge Gardens. So there are still, and my church still works in Harbor House. So yeah, there's still remnants of a program that began as a result of violence in the community. And that's kind of the inception for coming up with, expanding that.
All right, so, colleagues, I like the measurement aspects that we're putting in with our office. I like that we're actually putting a significant investment. My mic is on, I just mumble. I like that we're putting a significant investment into trying something new for violence reduction. So I would urge my colleagues to be willing to take this bet. I think it's a really good initiative, and I appreciate you bringing it forward.
I think I was on this side. Alderman Gay, next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first statement is that I would encourage the Office of Community Service and the leadership that the mayor has established. I'm assuming you established it, or the city manager. I'm not sure who picked the lead, to work cooperatively with communities, alder people, also the African American liaison, as well as the mayor's representative for community affairs. I think that's critical, as they have been doing the work since 2016 or 17 when the mayor was first elected, and they know our communities. And they have started similar pilot programs in our communities that have been effective. So I just want to first say that Alderwoman Finlayson, I am a huge supporter of the Office of Community Services. I think that the vision has been a little over the place. You have a vision of how it was established when you and Alderman Arnett discussed it previously, although no legislation or funding had come from it. And I had a vision of how it was established when I proposed in 2019 the youth violent, I forget the legislation, I think it was 1922 that spurred this conversation again. And so I agree with you wholeheartedly that the funding is necessary. My one question to you is essentially, and I'm confused as if why for one time the $200,000 was not just added to the community grants. Because when I read through it, it essentially reads as if they should have applied for a community grant. There are 501c3 community-based organizations eligible for funding. That would have been, it would have worked well under the community grants because they would have been reporting back anyway quarterly to the committee, etc. And so that's my first question,
May I?
Yeah, Alderman Finlayson.
Well, there is a distinct difference. When community grants come to us, they bring to us a service that while we need it, we can't provide it. but they have a service in place, okay? And they're asking us to help fund what they're doing for us. This program is prescribed by us, for us. So we're going to ask community groups to step up, to monitor and support any given community that they choose to adopt. We are asking them to embrace the need that we have, which is very different from them bringing a program to us that they want us to fund. So we control what they are doing for us. So we are telling them, we need you in this community. We need you to do these things. We need to keep your finger on what's going on and then keep us abreast of what's going on. And so part of their program will be to report back on a regular basis. My hope is that the chairperson for each one of these, or president or whatever, of each one of these organizations will meet on a regular basis and share their concerns, share their needs, share their successes, you know, so that we can kind of share, and I'm being repetitive now, but the information is expanded to everybody. So that's a very different focus this time. And we do not have a person who monitors our nonprofits. We used to, a couple mayors ago, and that person was removed from the position because the previous administration didn't think it was needed. So it had nothing to do with this.
Mr. Malinoff, who in our last fiscal year, the removed assistant city manager, she managed it. So would it be, okay, no?
That's not who it was. It was prior to
Well, I'm saying that's how it worked last year, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. So we can put that in place, but the person who followed those nonprofits for many years in the past and knew every community because he lived here and kept his finger on what was going on. But that person was removed, and that position has never really been filled. You're talking about the assistant city manager who had 100 other things on her plate also. Hardly a job that she should have held. But with the new office that we've created, they have more of an ability to reach out to the groups because we're helping to support them if it's just a little, you know, so they're gonna wanna come back, and that's a requirement. And then after 3/4 of the year of collecting data, we can see the success of the program or the failure of the program. And if it doesn't work, it was a good try, and if it does work, then hopefully the administration, we will all feel the need to continue it.
I'm definitely supportive of it, Alderwoman Finlayson, as it will impact my community in particular. As I stated previously, I would encourage the participation of the mayor's office and the staff that they have put together that have been doing the work in the communities since 2016. They know them by the back of their hands, what works, what doesn't work. They cannot be left out of this process because they aren't members of the Office of Community Services. And I know that has been a concern of some of the staff. And so I'd appreciate if moving forward they were involved. And I would also appreciate if throughout this process when handing out rewards, there should be no pre-selected programs or organizations. That's just unfair, and it shouldn't work that way to have a general idea in your mind who you're giving $200,000 to. It should be fair game. I see you had here the deadline on as well, and so I look forward to this, and I appreciate the Alderwoman for making this amendment.
May I respond very quickly? No one has been cut out of the imagining of this program. And what is going to be required of everybody impacting it or involved in it is the collection of data. So I suspect that the Office of Community Caring would appreciate having the data from the mayor's office on what they've been doing in the community, because that's a good starting point for them.
Yeah. Yes, it would. Oh, I apologize.
sorry, go ahead.
But I was going to say, yes, we cannot move forward without the assistance from the mayor's staff, from other community members. It would be a huge folly in order to do so. So that's why, I definitely give you my word, Alderman Gay, that, we will not move forward without joining together with the other community groups. We would not be providing, I would say, even a decent service to the community, and that we would not be living up to our vision.
Alderman Tierney was next,
Yeah,
and Alderman Savage just put his hand up.
Just real quickly, because Mr. Malinoff is here, I just wanted to say that this is a perfect reason why I think we need an update to the strategic plan, because we do have community efforts in the mayor's office, with our Office of Community Services, and we just need to focus on where those, where we best reallocate the money. But specific to this, my notes from the presentation before the Finance Committee meeting, that Ms. Lee was requesting more of, needing more additional caseworkers, which again would be a recurring expense, because the logic of that is, the way I understand it, was that this office was set up, and this, I think we have different, as Alderman Gay said, I think we have different ideas of what this office is supposed to do, but it was presented as a referral, if you will. You need the caseworkers because people come in, they have needs, and then we can redirect them to the respective services, which may, be with Anne Arundel County. And so I just am a little confused, because that's definitely what I heard from you at your presentation, that if anything, you would need additional caseworker.
Yes, Alderwoman Tierney, that is something that we definitely do need. I would say that at this time, for many of the residents, we are able to direct them to a service, we follow up, and things have gone fine. We do actually have, I would say, a population of folks, as I like to call them, frequent flyers, that do need hand-over-hand assistance. And as one social worker with maybe 30 or more clients that need that type of assistance, and there's definitely more. Yes, case managers, caseworkers would definitely be appreciated.
So I think maybe we want to hold on this. I don't know.
Thank you. Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm so torn on this. I just don't know. I feel like we absolutely need to give more money to the office. I think especially when we're very, I think we all mostly are on board with increasing the police budget to increase recruitment. We see how that's important and needed for public safety. But I feel like this office also is related to that, and they absolutely need more money as well. Similar to Alderwoman Pindell Charles is trying to get more money for Rec and Parks for similar reasons. But for this particular program, I still have some, I guess, concerns about some more additional details. I think some additional details would certainly help convince me. Just so I'm kind of, I guess one of the things I'm concerned with has to do with what exactly these organizations would be doing in these communities. But my other concern would be with the office in terms of, will you be able to oversee, because it's quite a bit of money, $200,000. Would you be able to oversee that amount of money? And I don't know if these organizations are going to require a lot of oversight or not, but is that something you're going to be able to do given your other workloads? I don't know, or do you frankly need more staff to do it? Or is this something that we're going to determine through the course of this?
May I respond? Well, let me tell you what my vision is, and I've alluded to it several times, that we will ask community groups to adopt a community. And in doing so, they will work solely in that community. We have Downtown Hope that does things in a variety of communities. We have Pastor Menendez's church that does things in one particular community. Their group, whether it's a fraternity, a sorority, a civic organization, who will adopt a specific community and work solely in that community, they will get to know, in my mind, all the residents in that community. Because this is ongoing. This is not 1 hour a week, okay, for 5 or 6 people. This is their community organization adopting a troubled community. So getting to know the folks in the community will help them to better assess what's needed in that community. And then they can relay what is needed back to the department, or they can seek out resources themselves. You know, Pastor Menendez's work in Robinwood is a good example. You know, she brought in one of the computer companies who outfitted the community room, one of the rooms there, and brought in new computers. You know, she brought in another corporation who redid their teen room. So, you know, these community organizations are just not there. You know, they bring tremendous resources with them. And so those are another layer of resources that we have to work with to support our communities. So, you know, while initially deciding on which groups would qualify, and we haven't outlined, or they haven't outlined every specific detail, but they'll get to that very soon, of the types of things that they expect these community groups to do. It will then be up to the community group to decide whether they're capable of doing it or not. We may not get 6 community groups who are willing to step up and take on this task, because it's no small undertaking. You know, some of the community groups that adopted communities in the past have fallen by the wayside because they can't keep up. You know, my church used to be there every week. Now it's once a month, you know, because our aging population. But, you know, some of the fraternities that hail having 100 members can do something different. So we will have, the department, I trust, will have very specific outline of the types of activities, leaving flexibility for the civic group to decide what they can do also. But it's an ongoing thing. And their department will be really handling the responses. I don't see them as needing to be following these groups and checking, because these groups are organized in themselves. You know, the Alphas and the Kappas and the Omegas are in Annapolis working in the communities, just not in as organized a fashion as we might want them to be. So it's not like they have to babysit anyone. That's not the expectation.
Is there going to be the same requirement that the money would have to go to a nonprofit?
Yeah, for anybody who is eligible. I wouldn't think the standards would change. And in return, we're going to give them some funding. And, you know, we're not giving them a lot of money. That $200,000 is not going to go to one person, one group. You know, I had expected it would go to 8 different organizations. So we're talking $25,000. You know, and I got that from a community group who was saying, we want to help, but we need help.
Can I ask you, ma'am, what other things do you think you would be asking? What do you think you'd be asking these community groups to focus on when they submit their grant application?
Sure. So in the draft, there's a little bit more details, but you know what we would like for them to do is to submit not only to meet with us at least monthly to talk about the communities that they're working with, as well as to do a case study. But we also want to make sure that they are using evidence-based practices, trauma-focused strategies in the communities to help with violence mitigation. That's something we do expect. We expect them to be in the communities regularly, at least on a weekly basis. And that is something we'll be monitoring as well. And we'll also be monitoring the community's response via surveys, getting out on the ground and talking to the folks. So they will give us a good idea of how well that organization is working in the community.
And I guess maybe a portion of this money might go towards an intern to help. I don't know, to help manage it if needed.
I think they would love an intern to help.
Yeah. Yes, that would be wonderful. Yes, I would say an intern or 2 would be wonderful. This would be a great way to introduce more social workers by having social work interns in the role of helping us to manage.
Okay, I think we should make it clear to the public that this is the federal funding dollars that would be funding this, so not directly from the taxpayer. Is that right?
This is the reserve for one-time uses.
Oh, sorry.
So it is city monies that were saved in prior budgets.
Okay. Just changed my opinion.
This is funny money, man.
So I will be voting differently. Okay, so we might have to, all those in favor of this, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no.
No.
No. Thank you. I think it's just 2 noes, right?
2 noes.
3.
3 noes?
Is it 2 noes?
You can do a roll call.
You have to say what you heard.
Let's do a roll call, please.
We heard it pass, yeah.
You have to say that.
Yeah.
Okay. Alderwoman Finlayson called for a roll call. Mayor Buckley.
I know.
Alderwoman Finlayson.
Aye.
Alderman Shadomeyer.
Aye.
Alderman Gay.
Aye.
Alderman Savage.
Aye.
Alderman Arnett.
No.
Alderwoman Tierney.
No.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
No.
Alderwoman Kendall Chavez.
Aye.
And it carries 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4.
Thank you. All right, on to the next amendment. Thank you.
I move amendment number 7, which was discussed at the work session.
Second.
Oh, wrong one, 8.
8.
Yeah, 8.
Number 8, I move amendment number 8, which was discussed at the work session, is adding a one-time expense of.
We get a second, please?
Second.
Okay. This adds the source is one-time expense and adds $52,000 to the sprinkler assistance fund.
Ellie, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I know. Can't
Was it
count on
seconded? Yeah. This amendment is a request from one-time expense to add $52,000 to the sprinkler assistant fund as a sort of an upfront loading, if you will, so that we can start handing out our loans. There's 40 properties to be sprinkled, and we anticipate the applications coming in, and we want to make sure that we have enough funding to start issuing these loans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I, like the last one, I'm a big fan of the sprinkler fund, but I'm wondering, have we used up the monies that are already allocated? What is the need? And 52,000 seems like such an arbitrary number. It feels almost like a rounding number rather than a number that's driven by some specific demand. But we already have significant funds. It is a revolving fund, so it replenishes itself. And again, it's one-time only money. I think this is an ongoing program. And so if we're going to fund this, and again, I'm in favor of the concept, I don't think it should come from one-time only money. I think it should come from some other fund than the one-time only fund. This isn't a one-time only expenditure.
Let me just quickly substantiate that what it was based on very simply is you're absolutely correct. It is a revolving fund, meaning the loans are paid back, but we don't have enough loans right now to replenish the fund. And there's 40 properties to be sprinkled, and we're giving them a 5-year window of time. So that could average about 10, at least 10 applications a year. And we're hoping to give the property owners, from a meeting that we had with the business owners, a $40,000 loan if this passes, so that would help them. So it's a one-time influx of money, if you will, until the loans start paying back the fund. It is not a recurring expense. It's just this one-time investment.
And I'll just point out that Alderman Tierney has only asked for 52,000 out of everyone. The low rings are Alderman Chandlemeyer and Alderwoman Tierney. and sorry, Alderman Arnett, sorry. And Alderman O'Neill. The 4 low rings. Any other debate on that? Okay, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Thank you. Okay. Motion passed. Thank you. All right. It is the Dewan Show. You ready?
Ready as I'll ever be. This might be my last budget. All right, let's go. Amendment, oh, hold on, wait. Tierney's passed. I'm just trying to keep track. Awesome.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion for amendment number 9.
Second.
Thank you very much. The amendment adds $750,000 to the mayor's office of youth summer jobs program using the reserves for one-time use. Would you? Okay. I'll allow you to share yours and then I'll move forward. Yeah.
Thank you, Alderman Gay. Sometime last week, because I had to catch up on emails all weekend long, I received an email from Anne Arundel Workforce Development Corporation, and I think it was directed to the mayor as well. They were expecting some funding, as I recall, Mr. Gerald, you can kind of correct me, at one point from Congressman Anthony Brown for 22 youth for summer jobs. There was another entity, I think, that was supposed, that they were looking for the money, but it did not, the delegation, I do believe, did not receive the funds as well. So they are looking for $95,000 for summer youth programs for 22. They've already vetted all of their youth. They're ready to start. So I had mentioned it to Mr. Gerald, and he encouraged me, it didn't take a whole lot of encouragement, to ask Alderman Gay about using some of his $750,000, the 95 for their 22 already vetted youth interns. And they have done this program for many, many years. I've been dealing with Anne Arundel Workforce Development, I think, since 2016. And they have an excellent program. And Mr. Murray runs a great program. And I didn't give him any suggestions. I just told him I would check on it and look at it. So I would ask, and Alderman Gay has already indicated that he would be willing to give up $95,000 for their 22 already vetted summer youth interns. Thank you.
And are they local youth?
If they came to me, more than likely, yes.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could, if it's the correct program that I'm thinking of, I shared the story previously when Alderwoman Finlayson would host her youth summer job programs. I think it was through Anne Arundel Work Development Committee. No, different? Okay. Very similar program, though, that I thought had worked well for our youth previously. I shared with you, my brother had went through your summer jobs program, and he loved it. He was working at a daycare out on Defense Highway. The only barrier was ever the transportation, ever. That was it. And he was relying on our city bus service. And so I think the summer jobs work well, and when our youth are able to access them and able to consistently get to work, it does really, really well for them. And I also wanted to bring forth, if I could, Mr. Rao, just to share quickly how the program operated in the last, or 2 fiscal years ago, where he helped kind of establish the framework for the program, the application, the selection process, and our marketing for our youth. And I think we had 50 interns, or 60, just below that, if I'm not mistaken, in the last go-around.
Alderman Gay, let me just make one caveat to that, Mr. Mayor. We have been having adult job fairs with Anne Arundel Workforce Development since 2016. We've probably had at least 8 to 10 of them, even before your administration. So that has continued. In fact, we had one last month, May, April. So they've been very successful. So thank you.
Thank you all, and I hope I can only add and accentuate to the conversation through detailing the experiences of the last time. But I want to start off by saying one interesting aspect I think we're all probably in agreement on is that when young people have an opportunity to be surrounded by professionals and people who are working in different occupations, they have an opportunity to learn by proxy. But they also have an opportunity to see, how different people do different things. And it propels them in a way, I think, that's different than than, say, going to a job fair and applying for like the lowest hanging fruit. So one aspect of the summer youth program, in conjunction with an internship kind of apprenticeship model, is you are giving them an opportunity to be immersed in different professions and give them kind of a bird's eye view on how things work and move. What we did last time, I say we, but literally everything any of us probably ever do is in cahoots with other people. And so last time we did the program, Alderman Gay was successful in seeking funding, which worked very well and kind of saved us at that moment. But what I did is I worked with a teacher at Annapolis Senior High School who works with a lot of teenagers to develop a program so that we can ramp up and get young people as interns to come into the city, which we all know is very hard, and actually shadow and work with people. It was so successful that some of the interns from our summer program ended up staying on and working with Laura. And I think you can attest to some of the abilities of some of the young people and them staying on to work, and also Mitchell Stevenson. So it's an example of the opportunity for us to not only give young people an opportunity that they don't previously have, but it's also an opportunity to actually help with some of the work that we do in the city. Because there's a lot of work that we do, for instance, even with the Office of Community Caring, it may be an opportunity for some of that outreach work, some of that community level work, for some of these young people to learn more about their communities that they live in and work on. So I'm a proponent of this, both professionally, but also in a personal way, because one of my first governmental experiences was as an intern under Marion Barry. I'm showing my age now, but under Marion Barry in DC government when I was a student at Howard, and it was very impactful and propelled me to want to learn more about government and how government works. So this amendment and the allocated money for this particular service and for this particular opportunity as a one-time use, I propose just initially, I think is a great use of that money. I do think it's an opportunity, again, for us to really assess how best to incorporate not only citywide and in private industry, but also in city government, for us to be able to accentuate some of the work that we're currently doing. And I can think of probably most departments. There are things that some of these interns and summer youth workers could help with. I even begin to think about some of the work that you all as council persons do. There may be projects that they may use to develop white papers or do research on or whatever else. So I hope that helps a little bit with explaining that.
Mr. Rao, how many weeks is the program, and is it the same budget as the 2 years ago?
What we did, I think the budget will probably be increased.
Yeah, thank you so much. As it was written, it's a 5-week program that would start in the month of August and is split based on age. As I mentioned at our last council meeting, 14 through 18 will be eligible for a 5-week internship program in any department. Where the department heads see fit the assistants. At the end of the 5 weeks, they'd be eligible for a $2,000 check. As I mentioned, a part of the 5-week program would, in this council chamber, as they held lectures the previous time, would be for financial literacy, etc. Just small things, life-building skills that would help ages 14 through 18. 18 and up would be for, I hate college eligible, but I later removed the academic requirement because a lot of people 18 and up aren't in college, but they're still interested in pursuing some sort of career. And so 18 and up will be eligible for $20 an hour, up to 60 hours per work period. And when I originally put in the amendment, it was for $1 million, understanding that we were all using one-time reserves funds. I worked with with Katie, our budget analyst, and we brought it down to $750 to just be fair with the funds. And I think it's a beneficial program. As I said, it would be for every department. In particular, I'm excited for the fire department to be able to use as they've been really pushing to get a small program off. And I think it would be helpful for them to bring in younger participants as well. So I think this is something that we could all benefit from.
Can I just ask on the 2,000 a person times 700,000, is what you're saying?
Well, Mr. Mayor.
What are the other costs on?
Again, Mr. Mayor, when I had the amendment in, it was at $1 million, and the math worked well. The finance department asked me to lower the amount, and I did so, which means we would be serving less students, but I did so because it was necessary for the use of the one-time reserve fund.
That's a lot of students, though. Can you find that at 2,000 a person?
We probably won't get the students, and that's why, as the finance director mentioned in the last meeting, and I asked and made sure of, any remaining funds will be returned to the general fund, correct? Or, I'm sorry, stay in the one-time fund. Yeah.
Thank you. Alderman Annette was next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a high school student that had summertime jobs with the Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission, I fully understand the value of these kinds of programs, but clearly, since I worked for more than one summer, that was an ongoing program. So once again, we're using one-time money, I believe inappropriately, but also I question, how many people, if it's 2,000 for 5 weeks, that's 375 people. That would be a great recruiting class if you could get it, but I think that it's probably not palatable to me as one-time only money, period, but certainly this amount of money is, and if it were $1 million, would be even more of an order of magnitude out of order. But I think we need to really get some kind of statement from the administration. I would turn to the city manager. I think one-time only money has a very specific meaning, and it's one and you're done. This is a program that clearly has some history here, and clearly, if it's worthy, we would want to see it be an ongoing program, and therefore ought to be funded out of a more appropriate source than one-time only. But also, it doesn't do any good to ask for $1 million, $2 million, $5 million, and say we're only going to use 500,000, the rest will go back in. Let's ask for a much more realistic amount of money for the likely number of students that would apply for this program.
You want to respond, Alderman Gay? And how many students do you get the first time? Well,
20.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yeah.
Again, the first program that we did was a trial. It was extremely, I don't want to say last minute, but we turned it around in about 4 weeks.
Yeah.
If I knew the future, if I knew how many students, low income, well off, whatever, would apply for this, I would have X amount would be eligible for X amount of students. But we don't know. We serve a high school that has over 2,500 or over 2,100 students in it. I don't know how many of them will apply. That's why we made it available, and that's why I can go back to the one-time use fund afterwards. I don't anticipate that we will use all of it. And I'm being honest about that, as I've been honest with every figure I bought before this council.
Thank you. Alderman Pendle-Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Rao and Alderman Gay, are you all, number one, going back to the high school to the teacher? And I remember, but I know, we know as parents will.
Yes, as well as some others.
Okay.
And I definitely wanted to get with our educators that are on the council for sure, to give us an idea of some different methodology and some other things. So.
And the other thing is you might want to check with HACA as well.
Yeah.
They might have a cadre of students. The other thing is, would you work with Mr. Kirkland Murray through Anne Arundel Workforce Development to see those 22 students? If there are some that are Annapolis, not Annapolis centered or here, then those should be taken off the list because we're using city funds.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
check with him. He may have more students if we've got more money that are Annapolis centric. So can you follow up with him? I can forward you the email.
Absolutely. One of the things that was very helpful last time, and probably is helpful for everything we do, is definitely working with other organizations and other people that are already doing the work, because that helps us identify students rather quickly. But also, last time we did an application process and a little bit of an interview with them, just to be sure that some of them were ready to start working. And one of the key pieces was that we did have to identify other organizations that were doing the work, because this is not totally new to us, but we want to, there are people who do this 24 hours a day.
The other thing is too, you might want to start now.
Yeah.
Looking at students for next summer.
Right.
That way you may get the number that you want. If you start now and teachers can identify the ones, or Hackett can identify the ones, then you probably could get a good group next year. So
Yep.
that's
And-
another suggestion.
Yeah, we were really excited to do it again, but then I got sick, so that kind of threw some of those plans off. But I'm definitely excited to see that we might have an opportunity to do it again.
What's the age range again?
Madam Chair, there really is none, and that's why I wanted to just be careful with the distinction between city and non-city residents. If you're at Anne Arundel Community College and you're in a social working program or something, we want the service or the knowledge and expertise that you have to offer. If you're at Bowie State University, or if you're at Morgan State University in a law program, I would want to bring that expertise or to bring those young people to our city to help establish themselves and walk away with greater knowledge. And so the age is set from right now. I'm sorry, I said 18 earlier. I meant to say 15 because we're including, the high school students up.
Up to?
It said 24, but realizing 24 is a freshman, so I said 24 plus. I have the exact written verbiage if you want to see it.
I'm looking at APD. They may have some candidates that they think maybe through reentry, or similar program, or joins, that might be eligible for this. So that's another avenue.
Absolutely.
I see the chief shaking his head. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Finlayson.
But we do prioritize, hopefully this doesn't get anyone mad, but we do prioritize Annapolis City residents for
Definitely. They should
to
have
your
some
point about
connection
funding.
to Annapolis.
Yes.
Something, because we don't want to use city funds for those who do not reside, at least, put it this way, at least those who attend Annapolis High School. Now,
Right.
that may not include city residents, but at least they do have a connection
part
to
of the
Annapolis.
system, yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could just add a little more information. So the total program for the workforce development is $500,000. They ask us for $95,000 because they have 22 youth from Annapolis that are all signed up, did the paperwork, and are ready to go. So all 22 of those are Annapolis kids. So, and it's 22 kids, 95,000. So I think the calculus is a little bit different. They're more like 4,000 per participant.
That is something that I'm willing to allow based on the conversations that we've had with, that I've had with the Alderwoman. But I want to make clear that in our 5-week program, from 15 to 18 is 2,000, 18 and up, $20 an hour at $60 pay period. 60 hours, up to 60 hours of pay period. It would obviously be at the discretion of the director or their direct supervisor that's managing their internship.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, please come forward.
We will have to comply with the Affordable Care Act, the ACA requirements, if we have people working 30 hours a week. So when we do our temporary, just a point of information. So when we do our temporary seasonal employees or our part-time employees at recreation parks, we stay under 30 hours. We tell them no more than 28, so there's a little bit of room there. But I just want to tell you, you'll incur healthcare costs if you go 30 and above.
Because you have to provide them benefits.
Right.
Once they reach.
Under the law.
Right. Yeah. So last time we did learn a lot from HR about bringing people on to even do internships, because there's all kinds of other requirements, background checks, things of that nature. I think they had to do a drug test. I'm not sure if they had to do a drug test, but yeah. So all those things are built into, conceivably are built into some of the costs maybe as well. Ron?
Some of it's not necessarily cost. We have employing minors. We have laws under employing minors, so we just have to get work permits and the like. And a lot of times we just have to work with the schools to get that. It's not a deterrent financially. It's just other steps in the process. That's all.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions?
Alderman
from
Chenoweth?
me?
Alderwoman Finlay.
Are you still on the floor? Are you still asking questions?
I never got a chance to ask my question, but I will now.
Please go forward.
I started the Annapolis Youth Summer Jobs Program, which you referenced because your brother was in it. And there is tremendous effort needed to find the positions. I actually went out and found the positions, asked every business in the city to contribute 2 summer jobs to our kids, and really had hundreds of kids employed, some of whom were employed by the city and are still, 5 or 6 years later, still in the city. AJ is my best example in HR. EJ, I'm sorry.
EJ.
I always call her AJ. Is that
Yeah.
her father's name? Anyway, neither here nor there. Anyway, I recruited at the high school. I mean, I spent many lunch hours at the high school signing up kids for summer jobs. And I put them through a readiness training before that was required, which spoke to job preparedness, coming to work on time, dressing appropriately, and carrying oneself like they should on a job with a serious nature. So I hope that there is an effort to prepare the young people for the professional world of work, because it is greatly needed. I'm very interested in seeing the outcome, eager. And as far as funding is concerned, it's a considerable amount of money for, I think you said 20 kids.
Oh, no, that was last time. I think the idea is
How many
to,
kids are we-
is to increase the program.
So how
since we're
many
gonna do it
kids is this
citywide.
predicated on?
A
Well,
couple hundred.
I need to go.
2,000.
I'm sorry?
So it's a lot if it was just 2,000.
It is, but it's not. We'd have to go back down because I literally just confirmed 95 during our break. So we'd have to go back, put in the numbers, do the hours as I did previously, and I'm fine with doing that as well if you'd like to see that.
So how many kids is this 750,000 predicated
Madam
on?
Chair, I just stated I would have to go back and pull through the numbers again because I've just now added $100,000, and I had already taken it. The original estimate was based off of the million, and I had not yet calculated for the 750, as that was just decided on last week, and then today I added the $95,000 for the
Let me ask
Annapolis.
the question again. The 750,000 that you calculated, did you figure out how many kids that was going to?
And as I've just stated. In
Okay, you don't know that.
I did, but it's not because I don't know. It's because we just haven't had an opportunity to calculate appropriately.
Okay, I was asking above and beyond, but never mind.
So you want like a ballpark figure?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
how many kids are we
Couple
talking about for
hundred.
750,000? When we reduce it to
I don't want to put out an
650.
exact figure on something that we just aren't sure about yet. But I can, if you would like to take a pause, I can get the numbers ready.
Can you put your mic on? And she's just calculated it out. Just can we have a ballpark where,
It's
we're
about
trying-
150 kids if half of them are under 18 and the other half are over 18.
And that includes $2,000?
$2,000 and $3,000 for up to 30 hours.
Okay, so we're talking 150 kids about ballpark. Maybe different, but okay. Thank you.
Couple hundred. But I think Alderman Gay doesn't want to be bound to a specific number. Yeah.
Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, folks, this comes with a really big price tag. That's kind of our big potential hesitation on some of this. But we're about to go into the summer. Us, like most cities, do tend to see spikes in crime over the summer, and a lot of that is caused because young folks are out of school and don't really have something to do. Putting a significant investment into a summer jobs program has an opportunity to potentially take a bite out of that, help folks kind of get productive, work their way up. And so while this is significant, I do think this is worth a try.
I'm going to have maybe an unpopular opinion. As a small business owner working in the city, and lots of friends who are also small business workers working in the city, the staff shortage, the employee shortage at this moment is the highest I've seen it since I've owned my business since 2009. I am begging people to come and work for me. I'm paying them top dollar to come and work for me, as are many people. I think that we should use our resources to work on partnerships with area businesses, our restaurants, our transportation, any other industry in our boating industry. There's a yacht broker who is looking for people to help learn maintenance and boat docking and the rules of the waterways. There are people begging for people, and they're paying more than ever before. I think that we should take our resources and help go out into our city and help get our city some of these jobs, get some of the kids in the jobs. I think you said this was a 5-week program in August. Did I not hear you say?
It probably will begin towards the end, the latter part of July into August.
So I will say with the new school calendar, the public school children start on the 25th of August this year, as opposed to after Labor Day. I'm just saying, in a time when our money is limited and we're talking about raising fees and taxes and everything else, $750, yes, it would be well spent. If we limited it to, say, 40 kids, 40 applicants, and reduce that number down instead of hoping for 150 and passing the $750,000, I think that we could be seen as prudent and helping our community, who is in then turn going to help us. That's what I'm going to say.
Alderman Savage?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was going to suggest the same thing in terms of scaling back. That's a lot of money, and I think just doubling even what we did last time would be quite an improvement. But so would these positions just be employed by the city government?
Yes, it would just be employed by the city government, because even what the alderwoman just stated, we can't do. I had it already in the amendment to do so, to partner with local businesses. We can't do it. The city of Annapolis cannot give money to a private entity to hire interns. I've had this discussion with the Office of Law because I placed it in the amendment originally.
Well,
Could you repeat that again? I'm sorry, Alderman Gay.
The city of Annapolis government cannot take funds designated for interns to give to private businesses to hire staff. In the original request, I had it as that because I thought of the hiring crisis, and I said, well, why don't we partner with law offices, et cetera, lobbying firms, all of this stuff that we have in the city of Annapolis to give them the opportunity to bring in staff, and that we weren't able to do that. If you were not suggesting that, then I heard you incorrectly.
I was not suggesting that. I was suggesting the fact that I'm willing to pay somebody to come to work for me. I have the funds to pay somebody, and I'm desperate for somebody. As I'm not the only business in the city that is like that. There are many. So I'm not asking that we pay those businesses. Oh, sorry. I'm not asking that we pay those businesses to bring on these internships. I'm saying that we partner with and let the kids know where the jobs are, and whether it's using our resources to be the liaison to say, XYZ company could use 3 people. We have vetted these 3, and they're going to be employees of XYZ, not of the city of Annapolis.
Do you think that that's not the personal responsibility of a individual's business to advertise well and to hire their own staff and interns?
They are, and they're doing it, but there's nobody applying for them.
Do you think that's because we're in a current climate economically where individuals feel empowered to choose jobs that fit the profession that they desire to go into? So it creates a system where maybe restaurants aren't fully staffed because people aren't willing to make $4.75 an hour.
Philosophically, sure. But there's other businesses. I pay $25 an hour. So, and I would love somebody to come to me. So
Yeah. So if I may add, not that I'm gonna be the magic pill or panacea for you all's discussion or the conundrum of that discussion, but I will say that part of the city identifying opportunities for young people is to both assess and learn job market needs, I believe, and also you're preparing those young people to, similar to what I think Alderman Gay is saying, is you're providing them an opportunity to possibly matriculate into some other industries. And so one of the things, a concern for me as an African-American man is whenever we talk about specific communities, we always have job fairs for working like at a restaurant. When we need to start compelling some of these community members and others in various different communities to enter job fields to maybe be a lawyer one day or be a police chief. And so I think there's like a middle ground in this, as in I will say, if the funding goes through and there's an opportunity to do this, absolutely we should be researching and discovering ways of accentuating how private businesses are able to recruit and hire people, because that's going to be something we all learn. We learn, if we get 200 young people, then we'll learn, okay, how did we get them? How does this work? Is there an opportunity for them to enter the workforce? That's number one. Number two, remember y'all, the projected program is only for a couple weeks. So a little over a month, right? So if we're smart, there's an opportunity to funnel some of those young people and to say, hey, look, now that you've entered this space, this is a list of other job opportunities, job owners, private businesses, public businesses, right? Where we can say, oh, there's a business right here who needs 2 people, and they slide right in. That was the example I used at the beginning, because I think one of the successes of the other program is just about all those young people who are engaged in the internship program carried over. Again, we had some in the mayor's office, and I think Rex and Parks might have had someone as well. So I think it is an opportunity to explore ways of, to get to what you're talking about, because that is important. Also, it's taxpayers' money. Ultimately, right, this is public money, and so it's an opportunity to look and say, is that money being used in a way that furthers what's happening as a city, right? So I agree with you. And I agree with the one.
Alderman Tierney?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't want to lose this opportunity, and now that I understand it more as a stepping stone, if you will, to perhaps a field that they would want to go into.
Yes.
What, and maybe Alderwoman Finlayson might know this, what's a manageable number that we could do? How can we still do this and effectively for a manageable number of people? Are we willing to reduce it to cover less people, Alderman Gay? I mean, how many?
It's a question
I don't want to lose.
You have to ask yourself, are you willing to
I don't think it's
limit the amount of money you're willing to give to kids who are growing up in communities of extreme poverty and crime?
Well,
are you willing to reduce the number that you're willing to provide to them? That's something you have to ask yourself.
Right, but I don't know, I'm looking at my colleagues, and I don't want to jeopardize losing it in its entirety, so I don't know if we can have any sort of,
I don't want to lose it in its entirety either, but that's what I'm asking my colleagues to do. We just were able to, 6 amendments ago, give $838,000 to police salaries, and now there's trepidation between $750,000 to help kids be employed in the summertime, when we've come off 2 consecutive years of the worst violent crime and shootings that we've had in the city of Annapolis' history?
Right. Yeah, I don't think.
Not the worst, that's
yeah,
wrong.
I'm sorry, was I
Yeah.
counting 16 in there? I'm sorry about that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing the merit of that at all. How many people do you think you'll get in this program? How about if I ask it that way?
So that is when I'm honest, and similar to the conversation we had earlier about Office of Community Caring, I think anyone who says they understands all of the variables that exist in our communities is probably not being truthful, because we're still learning. And it's, you know, it's a constant evolution of learning more about communities. So I think Alderman Gay is being hopeful, as we all should be, because to his point, these are tough times for communities. I'd love to say a ballpark figure. I would say around 200 will. This isn't speaking for anyone else, but will. And the part I want to add about that I think helps make this clear is, for example, Office of Community Caring, we just saw Alderwoman Finlayson just spoke about the need for increasing opportunities for services and people in communities and working. Excellent opportunity, if possible, if Laura wants 10 young people or 10 18-year-olds to come and do community level work. That's something for that period of time is already paid for, right? It doesn't have to come out of their budget, but it's an opportunity to incorporate some of that work, deliver some other services, and do more learning. Another example is, I'm going to use again Recs and Parks, because there's a lot of summer programming going on and a lot of things that may be going into the school year. There may be an opportunity to accentuate some of the work they're doing. So when we speak departmentally, it doesn't just mean like they'll be in the finance department, like 20 young people in the finance department.
Sorry, Jody.
Right. Because a lot of times it's more work. I'll tell you what we've learned. And Alderwoman Finlayson probably knows this because she started a program similar to that, is it actually is more work to bring on interns. It takes so much energy because you have to, it's like hiring a new person. Because you have to find space and find time, and you have to stop what you're doing to teach them. So I do think being realistic and understanding that it is a way to accentuate some of the work that all of us are doing around the city. But I'm highly optimistic. I think the amount, though it seems scary, I tend to agree with the idea of it is a judgment and value statement that you all will be making. The value statement is to say, while we do value the prevention and strategies that help deal with crimes related to young people, truancy, all of those things, the achievement gap, all those other things, we are also making an investment towards, on the front end, of providing opportunities for some of these people to enter our workforce.
We need to call this to a vote, but so we can keep it short.
I thought it was going for like 30 more minutes.
Mr. Rao, are you talking about hiring 200 people for the city of Annapolis?
No, it's a couple week program that will be an opportunity for them to be interns / apprentices, right?
But just not within the city of Annapolis government. You're talking about other places?
Well, no. I think we're prohibited to just the city of Annapolis government.
How many years have you had this program?
We had it one time before.
Last year?
The year before last.
Due to COVID.
I think it was prior to COVID.
How many how many young people did you
20.
have? Yeah, 20. And you think you can go from 20 to 200 or 150 this year?
I believe so.
You're under oath.
Everybody close their eyes. No, I believe so. And the reason why I believe so is because we have NAM. We have a lot of outreach efforts that are taking place. For me, I think most importantly, it's an opportunity to get a lot of these young people to work on some of the pre-existing programs and also departmental work.
So the 22 from Mr. Murray for Anne Arundel Workforce,
that will come out of that number.
Say it again.
That probably will come out of that number.
I guess what I'm asking is, they normally have, my understanding, now I could be wrong, they have spots already for their kids. They just don't have the money.
Right.
So what you're saying is they're going to have to, those 22 are going to have to work for the city?
No, that's not the agreement that we just made. The agreement that we just made was that they needed the additional funding to help supplement their program. And so out of the $750,000, we would use that to allow them to continue to run their program.
Okay, now my next question is, if you can't reach 150, but Mr. Kirkland Murray has 30 or 40 more, would you take them?
If they're,
That's the question.
if they're teens or
18
young,
to 20,
young,
the
exactly,
same
young
criteria?
adults willing to work, I don't see why not. Absolutely.
Even though they might not work for the city,
I don't
government?
see- if it's going through a program that we can, a nonprofit that we can help sponsor, as I'm assuming the city manager is okay with, because we are put together this amendment for the 95,000, I'm fine with that. I don't see any harm in that at all.
Okay.
And as I stated previously, if the program doesn't get the number of children that we hope to gain, the money will be back in the one-time reserves by the end of the year. So,
And you won't try to use it for something else?
no, I won't. It'll be back in the one-time reserves, and whatever the council wishes to do with it, they'll do.
Okay.
I think, look, do you want to put it down to 500 grand?
That probably would work much better. That would be more realistic.
I'm fine with doing that, but I just think it's, again,
Let's try that this year, since you only had 20 a couple of years ago. Going from 20 to 150 to 200 possibly is like going from 0 to in a car. I think that's more palatable. Put it this way, if we see we've got an overrun of kids, then we know next year, with all the effort you're gonna start with now, for next summer, you've got a great roadmap to do that.
Rhonda, I think that's a great idea. I'm not going to argue it. We'll get the kids and, we'll have them working. I'm proud of the work that we did with those interns and the interns that we brought on for our Affordable Housing Task Force that did a fabulous job. And I'll just close with this. We know the problem in the city of Annapolis is lack of opportunity. Our black and brown kids can do the same thing as these white kids at St. Mary. They just don't have the opportunity. And every time we try to provide the opportunity for them in some way, shape, or form, we're having to make cuts, or we're having to make agreements or meet in the middle because people, for some reason, don't think our kids are worthy of the same opportunities.
I think one other thing we may somewhat lose sight of, and I'm not going to belabor this point, but what these young people might be using the money for, which may be bills at home, helping their families who've lost their jobs, even new school clothes, and we know, remember that, trips they might want to go on that they ordinarily would not be able to go on. So that is another incentive and opportunity for these children. We don't realize, and I'm sure you do, what oftentimes these children are doing from the financial point of view for their own households. So that's another thing. We're looking at it at 4 to 6 weeks, whatever the number is, but that's also something that we have to also look at, and taking care of younger siblings or whatever it may be. So that money goes for things oftentimes for that. That's why we have a lot of kids who work jobs, full-time jobs, or also high school students, so.
Absolutely, Alderwoman, and I'll just say this quickly. My very first internship was with Delegate Delegate Andrew Platt and the House of Delegates. At that point, I was only making $1,500 for the entire 3 months. I was also traveling back and forth from the University of Maryland Eastern Shore, getting up every Tuesday and Thursday at 6 a.m., driving the 2 hours across the bridge, getting to the office, working there, driving back, taking care of responsibilities. That's so often overlooked for disadvantaged youth who, on top of the issues they have at home, have just mountains of other issues to climb up, and I just think we have to start lending a hand, as this body has started to do. I'm willing to come to this consensus in this middle agreement with you to reduce the amount.
Yeah,
I will work hard with Will to get the program up and running as I have done previously. But I stress the importance of creating an equal playing field for all youth in the city of Annapolis, regardless of socioeconomic status.
And the other thing is too, there's nothing wrong with incentivizing this for next summer. Those who, and I'm not saying make the honor roll, but those who have improved in their grades from a D to a C or whatever, those might be the students you also may be looking for. So that's just another thing out there. Thank you.
So it's 3:30. We haven't even hit double digits yet. Everybody has their hand up. So, because your hand's up, Alderman
I have to keep it up because you keep missing me, so I'm good.
I think Alderman Arnett had his hand up before you, and he's
Thank you, Mr.
got
Mayor.
both hands up now.
I think Mr. Rao made an excellent point in that there is a great deal of nurturing that is a benefit to being an intern. But it also is a heck of a lot of work on the part of the staff that are managing the intern. And there's only so many staff to manage a number of interns. I would suggest that if we actually were able to get 50 interns as opposed to the 20 we got the last time, we would be wildly successful. 50 interns times $20,000 is $100,000. And I would offer a friendly amendment that we reduce this from $750,000 to $100,000 and hope we get 50 people and that they truly get mentoring from their intern.
Second, if you up the unit price, isn't it more than
That is
2,000?
the friendly amendment is to you, so it's
It's
up
more
to
than
you.
2,000.
And,
Or it's not going to fly, I'm sure.
Okay, we'll vote it down. Thank you.
Alderman Finlayson?
So where are we with,
Because he doesn't know, and that's the problem.
excuse me,
Alderman Gay?
so, Alderman,
Alderman Gay, you have, he has a lot.
So I can't
Okay,
really, I can't stand in
let
for
me
him.
ask, excuse me.
But you can put me on the hot seat.
Yes, I can.
I'm good.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think I had the floor. Two things to consider, and I support the idea of reducing the number because it's going to be very difficult for your staff to recruit, prepare 150 kids to work in the city. That's one thing. The second thing is, and it was just mentioned, I think, by Alderman Arnett, staff is going to have to deal with this. If you give any one of these department heads out here 10 interns, or, whatever you want to call them, that's a job for somebody to manage these kids. You can't just send them to the department head and expect them to already have a job, and there's got to be some oversight.
Yeah.
So think about that. Do something that's manageable. You had 20 kids last year. Go to 40 kids this year. Maybe up the dollar amount of what you want to give them, but do something that's manageable so you meet with success.
So I will answer from my perspective. I know that Alderman Gay, his intention again was to ensure that there would be a substantial amount of money for the program. It could be symbolically, it could be, like I said, the value statement. I won't speak for him, but what I will say is that last time we had an opportunity to do some learning around exactly what you're saying. How do we prepare the young people and the department or staff to come in and not have it be a whole nother job that the staff person has? So I think we're somewhat prepared for that and ready for that. And we do have departments even now that are identified as needing some needing some people to come in. So again, I'm not a determiner in the number or the amount. I'll work with whatever happens with that. And, I'm grateful for whatever happens with that. So I won't speak for the alderperson. I don't want to undermine his amount, but I think that's probably something you all as the council have to, deliberate on.
Thank you. So what's on the floor now?
So the position we're in now is that Alderman Gay is not here and is not accepting the friendly amendment, right? Am I right?
Didn't we have the 500,000 as accepted?
Did somebody try to get it?
All right, all or nothing, cool.
So we're gonna, is it, Mr. City Manager, is he coming in or not?
Yeah, he'll be back
And
shortly.
I would just like to speak from a similar position to Alderman O'Neill. It is impossible to find employees right now. It is 3% unemployment. My kid's looking for a summer job and he's just looking for the highest paying job he can get because kids can look for the highest paying job. So a $2,000 job for 5 weeks won't fit that criteria. But the summer jobs program in the city was an amazing program. And we do believe that it changed a lot of lives. But the reality is, if we got 50 people, we'd be doing well. So Alderman Gay, I'm going to pass it over to Alderman Arnett. If you want us to vote it down, you can.
I made the motion that we amend the amount to 100,000 and hope to get 50, but it's a friendly amendment. If it's not accepted as friendly, it's not an amendment.
And still the same position, Alderman Gay?
Mr. Mayor, the $100,000 that he's asking is not even enough for us to cover the $95,000 that we would need. And the reason I just stormed out, Mr. Mayor, is because, and it hurts me so much, to sit on this council and to be ridiculed by my colleagues over and over. He doesn't have education. He didn't ever complete college. And to fight for my constituents, yes, it's been done. Don't look around like that. And then when you actually bring up the issues and you actually put a plan together to help your communities, they laugh, they joke about it, they want to vote it down. I've had conversations with you about this and about supporting those communities. And it's so frustrating because it's like when we would get to the point where like, we really have to help them, it really does hurt me, very much so. And it's exhausting mentally. If I show you the emails that I get from some of these people, Ellie, you've seen them. You've seen them, how some of these older white men talk to me and degrade me, and I'm tired of it, and it hurts me because I'm trying to do well for this ward. I really am. It's got 90% of the public housing in it. Obviously, a summer job program would do well. I just don't get it.
That's a no? Is that a no?
$100,000 would barely cover that.
Okay.
Point of information, I thought the 95 was coming off the top. That's a given for AAWDC. So what we're talking about is an additional 100,000 for the summer program. Is that what your proposal is? Okay, so that would not negate AAWDC's funding.
So that's 195 you're asking for? Is that your friendly amendment?
I don't know where the 95 is coming from or even what it is. My 100,000 was 50 children, 50 students at the $2,000 for 5 weeks. Now, frankly, I would be more inclined to raise the $2,000 and hope that we could get 25, 30, 50 at $4,000 than the $2,000. I don't think $2,000 is going to be particularly attractive, particularly when there's so many other opportunities. But that's the problem. We're making this up on the fly. The 750 or $1 million is clearly impossible to manage. You could not possibly give productive supervision to that number of employees. Now, if you're just talking about a giveaway program, give them the money, don't supervise them, not really be an intern program, that's a different thing. But if you're really going to have an intern program where you're giving the benefit of having a job and an exposure to the city, which means you have to have a staff employee taking that person under their wing, that's a huge management issue. And there's a real limit on the number of people that you can do and do properly. So what I was proposing was, I think that more than doubling the program from 20 to 50, it's already so late. Kids are already out of school. They're already finding jobs. We're starting in August, late July, and it's 5 weeks and $2,000. I think they can do better than that any place. I would be much more inclined to making the amount of money more attractive, but the number of people that we think we're going to recruit, a much more realistic and manageable number. So that's the thinking behind my amendment. If you want to make it $4,000 per intern, make it $200,000, but not $750, and make it so that there really is going to be a true intern program where you have staff passing knowledge and all kinds of other things to these students. They'll be lucky to get that experience, as I was in my summer jobs, but make it a real program, not just a giveaway program.
So Alderman Finlayson, so is that a $200,000 is the friendly amendment, Alderman Gay? For you
I
to
thought
think
I heard 500,000 at one point.
You're not in this discussion.
Oh, I'm not, okay, I'm sorry. It sounded
Let me
like
remind-
y'all were wheeling and dealing, you know.
And I will point out, Alderman Gay, you have nearly $3 million worth of amendments ahead of you, so it's going to be a long day. So you have to think about that as we go through that process. Alderman Finlayson.
Yeah, I'm going to make an appeal to Alderman Gay because you're teetering here. Think about what you would like to do and whether you want to do anything or nothing, everything or nothing, or something in the middle. You know, this could die, period. We're all trying to compromise with you, okay, to come up with something that's workable. You're giving us the sky. We're not there yet. So would you like to just throw it all away or come up with a compromise that will help more kids than we're helping at this moment? And the proposal is to give them more money. Fewer kids, more money. The mayor has said his son wouldn't do it for $2,000, but he might do it for $3,000. Excuse me?
Alderwoman, I'll accept your amendment.
It's not mine,
I'm
it's
sorry, I'll
Alderman.
accept the friendly amendment on the floor. I'll accept the friendly amendment on the floor. Please, in the future, Alderman Arnett, considering that a large majority of the very vocal opinions that dehumanize our constituents in Ward 6 are from directly across the street, and efforts to stabilize those communities are desperately needed. And I would appreciate it if you would speak with your constituency, and I would appreciate if my colleagues would do the same, and how they refer to us, and how we move forward, and how we operate, and the expectations of what we're willing to give to them have changed. Thank you.
Alderman Gay, I think I've been quite temperate in your throwing down the race card, throwing down the old white man card. Who on this council goes to the HACA board meetings religiously? Who on this council has supported these social programs more than me? So I do not accept that criticism, nor do I appreciate it, nor do I believe it's appropriate. And so I would ask you to be considerate of me as well.
And Alderman Gay, we're going to leave it there because you've said enough. You've said enough, and I'm going to move to this side of the room. Thank you. Alderman Tierney?
Alderwoman Finlayson said it. You know, there's a expression that has served me well my whole life, which is don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And this is a perfect example of that. We don't want to lose this opportunity. I heard Will, where is Will? I heard Will say, he said, no, but I heard him say, I heard him say, give me $200,000 and I'll make it work. I think I heard him say that. So that's good. That's good. It's not perfect, but it's good. So I applaud the friendly amendment, which I believe is a $200,000 figure on the table.
And don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Okay, I'm going to try to wrap this up now. We have amendment number 9 with a friendly amendment at $200,000 for a very worthwhile program.
Point of information, where's the 95 in that? Is it within it?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's within that funding line item, but it's going to go to the
AWDC.
Development Corporation.
Okay.
Oh, that's not enough.
Can the county pay for that?
The letter also came to you, Mr. Mayor.
They've got all the money. Yeah. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. For the amendment.
AWDC's budget is like $6 million.
It's the amendment and then we
You know,
vote
I have
again.
a jobs program.
So is that, we vote on the amendment and then we vote again on the... One vote. Okay, it's one vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Let's move on to double digits. We're Alderman Gay, number 10.
So Mayor, can we push number 10 through 14 to the back end of the agenda to circle back to those?
Okay. So we're on to 15. Alderman Chandler-Meyer.
I'd like to move Amendment 15.
Second.
All right, folks, so Amendment 15 is to give $58,500 to the Department of Planning and Zoning to conduct what is essentially a land value study and a land expenditure study regarding things like infrastructure and public safety services. I think that we're talking about, we're going to have to raise fees and taxes, or we're going to have to cut services. I propose an alternative thing where we get a sense of how economically valuable our land is based upon its use, and we can adjust things to a more productive way of using the land, and therefore potentially avoid a tax increase or a service cut. But in order to do that effectively, I think we need to study the land and we need to study the expenditures that go into it based upon the parcel property. There are consultant firms that do this very well, and I believe I've sent a video out to at least a couple of you kind of explaining what other local jurisdictions have done this. And so I humbly ask for your support on this.
Gavin.
Got a first and a second on it. I just would like to point out there was only one amendment from Alderman Chandler-Meyer for $58,500. So thank you. Who was next?
Me. I was just going to say, time out, because Director LaPlace had us at hello on that. He already stopped talking because he already sold it at the work session.
Yeah, I don't know.
He didn't hear me say that, but he was very convincing. He was very convincing.
I like overselling.
Thank you, Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, and I'll be very quick, but I'm in support of this. I had a lunch with the new Director of Planning and Zoning, and one of the things I don't think the council has ever been given is a hierarchy of land use. Might be the lowest use of land is parking lot, followed by doing nothing, so at least it's taking care of water runoff, and then on up. But I don't have a firm grip on what are the hierarchy of appropriate land uses and also the allocation. Everything can't be at the highest use. So there should be some paradigm. I think this is clearly something that should be in the comp plan, but why not have this study now and get that more firmly fixed? So I'm certainly going to be a supporter of this amendment.
Okay, thank you. See no one else with their hand up. All those in favor say,
Is this the economic gardening?
No.
Okay.
You asked that last time.
thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Alderman Savage.
I wasn't expecting to get to mine so quickly.
Oh, sorry. No, we're actually on Alderman Gay again, so. And he's left the room. Sorry, I skipped the back of the page.
It looks like we're surrounded.
Alderman Gay is not back. Can we go to number 17? From the Finance Committee, Pindell, Charles, and Gay.
Mr. Mayor, I think Director Simmons could speak to this if we need it, number 16. Isn't this the additional 60?
Great. Please come forward, Director Simmons. If somebody wants to move it for Alderman Gay, please.
This is the
I'm
100.
sorry.
This is the additional.
We're on number
subsidy.
16.
No, this isn't
We're
yours.
going to move. And a second, please. Thank you, Director Simmons.
Good afternoon.
Hey.
Afternoon.
Glad it's not evening. So you all know what's going on with the substance use disorder.
Okay.
We suffered in 20. We had our largest fatal overdoses, and we brought that down by 42% based on the funding that you all granted us.
Okay.
So I'm asking this year for $70,000 to continue that good work that we're doing.
Any questions for Director Simmons? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Next one from the Finance Committee, number 17. Thanks, Director Simmons.
No, yes, right. Number 17 from, I'll move.
need a first
I'll
and a
move.
second.
May I move amendment number 17? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. My understanding of the Finance Committee's recommendation on this was that there was a bucket of money that was thought to be allocated to Parks and Recs, or had hoped to be allocated to Parks and Recs as part of the policing initiative. So we were willing to from one-time expense, $100,000 pilot, to see what those camps, et cetera, would be. So I hesitate because I don't know what happens to this if all of the other ones are approved, because this was a pilot to see if it works, if I'm not mistaken from my colleagues. So that's what this is. It's a pilot to see if camps and classes or what have you offered by the Parks and Recs for the fiscal year 2023 would work, and it would be run by Parks and Recs.
Let's get Director Trader up here.
Ms. Trader?
Is that fair to say?
Mr. Trader, can you
Director
come
Trader.
forward, please?
So I would say the history of this is that we looked at HACA's inability to produce camps this year, and that was the motivation. Is that or not? Nope.
That might have been part of the motivation, but the spike in violence was the impetus behind all of that as well. When this is a part of what we have called Annapolis United later on. Initially, as you all know, I gave my 1-hour State of Public Safety and Annapolis address and all of that, and I'm not gonna give it today. But anyway, based on a lot of emails that I've received, and we looked at that, and we looked at the fact that we needed to do more. Mr. Trader had already submitted this like 2 weeks before that. And so this was something that was done in early March. And just things started moving, and we knew that we needed to do something to address the violence in the city. And so Mr. Trader and Chief Jackson and I got together in a couple of days because we knew something needed to be done immediately. And that was the Annapolis United initiative. And we have since moved on. I've given updates, 5 meetings, public council meetings. I've sent out numerous emails to everybody about this. And so, yes, it is associated with the lack of some of the things we perceive that HACA could not do. But I'm gonna let Mr. Trader explain this more, and as well as the chief come up as well.
First of all, I would like to say that we have a crisis in our city. Children are being shot, guns are being fired on a daily basis, and people are being killed. It is just that simple. And the genesis of this is that I had written a proposal, and I shared it with the city manager, and the city manager and I discussed it, and it was decided to pass this on to the mayor's administration to see what the mayor thought about it. And the mayor thought it was a decent idea. And I think it is a good idea. You have to understand this, that for a very long time, it is recreation and parks that kept these children off the streets. It's recreation and parks that kept me off the streets. And it is recreation and parks in the future that are going to keep children off the streets. We have to reach out much further than our immediate internal departmental programs. Children, for a number of reasons, are not reaching our programs departmentally. There's a lot of variables, parenting, affordability, and incentives. And this program is designed to reach out to families and children that are being affected by this type of violence and crime. And that's why we we set forth to create a program. We'll be doing field trips, we'll be doing sports, we'll be doing golf, we'll be doing boxing, we'll be doing environmental field trips to Assateague Island. We'll be incorporating these children into our summer camps. And we'll be doing a lot of things. And I think it is worth the money, it's worth the time. And the Recreation Department is built and ready to initiate this program and complete this program.
And Director Trey, there's a mobility piece to this, right? So we can pick kids up who don't have transportation and get them to these.
Yeah, we have strong transportation. In fact, the 2 recreational associates that is a part of the staff for the anti-violence program have already taken their urinalysis and background check. Ready to work.
Thank you. Alderman Tierney?
Yes, thank you. Please don't misunderstand me. We understand the intent of this $100,000. In fact, it is our amendment. But as we go on in the list, Alderwoman Pendle-Charles, I just want to make sure that there's no duplication, because further on in the amendment list, I see, there's money for Parks and Recs, administration for Annapolis United, Historic Clay Street, amendments 33, 34, 35, 36, no, not 36. So is it, and 37, which are very defined. Our $100,000 was not defined because at the time we didn't think that there were any defined programs, and now that I see that there are defined programs, just please tell me what the need of the $100,000 is, that's all. Does that make sense?
Well, it makes sense. I mean, we're hiring 2 recreational associates at $43,000 a year each.
Okay, so
Okay,
it is.
that's close to $85,000 right there.
So it is in addition to amendments 33, 34, 35, and 37, and 38.
They didn't.
Alderwoman Tierney, when Mr. Trader first submitted this back in early March, there was a 225. 40 was reduced because the used van is going to be supplied by police department, and Rec and Parks do not have to do that. So that's moved it down to 185. In the meantime, we realize, and I don't want to use this phrase loosely, but we're kind of building a plane while it's in the air. We're seeing things that we didn't see back in early March that we really need to do. In the meantime, as the mayor indicated, there's still some HACA unanswered things going on there. I communicated with Ms. Maddox Evans a few days ago. So there's still some things open at this point. With anything like this, it's going to be a work in progress, for lack of a better term, and I'm sure Director Trader can add to that. So there was, I think, training involved. There was a consultant. What was it again? I don't have it. If you all look in your green folders that I gave out a couple of weeks ago, that'll give you a little more context. But yes, we're looking at Amendment 13 is the Summer Men's Basketball League administration. 34 is, let's skip over that. 35 is the Clay Street project. The documentary is 36. 37 is a use that we indicated for a summer fun day, and we may have 2 of those. Also, for Community Education Months, that's number 38.
We can definitely
for
read that.
Woodside.
Yeah.
So we've got several other things that we've come up with in the meantime that we've been discussing amongst ourselves, as well as folks in the community have come to me and talked to me about.
Thank you. Director Dickinson?
Yes, I want to clarify that during our discussions with the departments, we spoke with Mr. Trader, and he had asked for in excess of $100,000 to get this program started. And we We reduced that to 85. There was, within that request was the request for the purchase of a van, and we have a van that we want to repurpose. So that was taken out, plus the calculation for the wages for the 2 drivers. We reduced that to what we thought was a reasonable wage level for the drivers. So that 85,000 is already in the mayor's budget. The 100,000 was for things on top of that. And that's what she's asking for. The 85's already there for the drivers and the van and the very basic building blocks of the program. So that's extra, and then all the other things were added too. So I just wanted to clarify the 85 is already there.
Thank you. Alderman Annette, Alderman Savage, Alderman Savage, sorry.
So.
Lots of hands going up.
The finance director just answered part of my questions. All of these and all of Rhonda's amendments I view as enhancements to an existing program, and that's fine, but it once again is coming from one-time only money. These are ongoing programs. These are things that we're probably going to need to do for a long time. Since the last I looked, violence isn't going away. So I'm having a hard time coming to grips with the total amount of new enhancements over and above what are in the mayor's budget. And it seems to me like it's a lot of money, nips and bites here and there. And it is hard to put it all together, even with this document. And I thank you, Alderwoman Pendle Charles, for the effort that went into this. But my biggest problem, again, is I don't see any programmatic unity here. We're going here, we're going there, we're going the other way. We have things out of the office of the mayor that are addressing this, the VIP program, the non-program, a whole bunch of things. We have programs from Alderwoman Finlayson's amendments, which are going to the community caring department. I don't see any unified purpose here, and it just feels like we're all going off in different directions and throwing out dollar amounts, and I cannot be comfortable with that approach. I think that $100,000 supplement to the Parks and Recs budget is a very generous step up, but then all of these other monies, but more importantly, and I would look to you, Mr. Mayor, or to your manager of the mayor's office, somehow we've got to coordinate all these programs. We just can't be running off like chickens with our head cut off, going here, there, and the other way, and just hoping that something will work. I think the way you guarantee something will work is you have a cooperative, coordinated approach to all of these things, and you also fund it at a level that is accomplishable. Just throwing the money out and hoping something good would happen is not a program. It's not even a slogan. And it just feels to me like it's the wrong approach to this budget and, more importantly, to the programmatic initiatives of this administration.
Thank you, Alderman Arnett.
Excuse me. May I comment to that, please?
Director Trader, and please be recognized before you speak, everybody, please. Alderman Pendle Charles, I didn't recognize you.
Sorry.
You didn't?
No.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Director Trader was just going to answer that, and then I'll come to you, Alderman Pendle Charles.
I apologize.
Okay, Alderman Pendle Charles, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderman Arnett, I respect you. When you're dealing with, and I'm not going to go down the road, but part of the road, when you're dealing with a certain population, some things are going to work for some, and some things are going to work for others. I really take offense to your description as a slogan. We're talking about children and families. This is not a slogan. This is something that we have thought deeply about and talked deeply about. It is really an opportunity that we're giving to children. Some opportunities work for some don't work for others, like I said. With some communities, some things work, some things don't. We're literally looking at things on a day-to-day basis. Mr. Trader's been in this business for a long time. This is not my business, but I do know, and I've done enough programs in my lifetime to know what programming looks like, what organizations look like, what organizations do. But like I said, I take offense to using this as a slogan. This is not a slogan. This is programming.
If I may
It is programming for children and families. I really do. And go ahead, Mr. Trader.
I may respond, and I respect you too, but this is the slogan. And when you keep
It's
saying...
a programming within that title, Alderman Arnett. It's not a slogan. A slogan is something you see on television.
Excuse me, I think
or a cigarette commercial.
I have the floor, please.
Bill Charles.
When you say we have talked about it, we have not talked about it. We tried to talk about it at the work session, and we didn't get to it. And then we couldn't have another one because you weren't available. So we have not had an opportunity to talk about this. This is very detailed, it's very complicated.
I'm a dunce because I'm stupid.
Rhonda, that is unfair, and it's disrespectful to me. We have not discussed this. This is a lot of money, but more importantly, it's an important program. And to just put it out without having any meaningful dialogue amongst your peers on this council is not appropriate. And we have the right to try to understand what is in this program, what the money's going for, how it's going to be used, and is it going to be an ongoing program, which is not one time, or is this a one-time only and then we don't do it anymore? So I think that we have every right to try to understand what we're spending, where it's going, what is already in the budget, what is the enhancement for 100,000, and then what is all the rest of this stuff. That's not a disrespectful request. That's an honest request for information. We need to understand, and please take that off. That is not appropriate.
Please, Alderman Pindell Charles, please take that off.
Please.
Alderman O'Neill.
I would like to respectfully request that the Finance Committee, withdraw amendment number 17.
I'll second. If that's a motion, I'll second, and we can explain why.
There a motion to withdraw the amendment 17. So do they need to get a vote?
Finance Committee requesting this, or just two of the members?
Two of the members, sorry. On behalf of the Finance Committee, I'm sorry.
There's a motion and a second on it.
So that's, you gotta deal with that. You can't supplant that motion without dealing with the first one.
Isn't that what we're talking about? Is number
If you make
17?
the motion, can you do that or not? No.
I didn't make the motion. It was seconded. And now she's requesting.
I thought Alderperson O'Neill made this second motion to withdraw.
She said
Was
the
it-
committee, meaning the two of them. So I assume I was in favor of those.
Or we could vote it down.
Well, here's the problem. Once it's moved and seconded, it belongs to the body. It doesn't belong to the individual movement anymore. So now that you have a motion and a second, you've got to vote on that motion, unless there's an amendment. This withdrawal is not an amendment, it is a change to the original motion. So the body has to deal with that original motion as given. So you can either vote it up or down.
Continue.
Ellie made the motion.
Are you ready to take a vote on it? Let's take a vote on it.
But Ellie made the motion. Can't she withdraw?
She cannot withdraw it because once it's seconded, the body owns it. The individual mover doesn't own it anymore.
So we have to vote on it.
You've got to do something with
Could
it.
we have a little bit more discussion? Alderwoman O'Neill wants to say something.
You don't direct discussion, the mayor does. The mayor directs how much more discussion unless the body wants to stop discussion. You're in discussion phase now.
Right.
So if you want to stop discussion, it could be a motion to end debate, which is a priority motion. But we don't have that motion yet.
I'll let you elaborate, Alderman O'Neill, and then we should vote on this. Right?
Yes.
Okay. When the Finance Committee put forth this budget amendment, we were under the understanding that we were putting it forward for the programs that were in addition to what was already in the budget of the Recreation and Parks Department. In light of,
Is your mic on?
sorry, in light of amendments number 20, 21, 33, 34, 35, 37, and 38, it seems that those amendments would cover what we were hoping to cover. So could I make a friendly amendment to make the amount on this 0?
I have a question. I just need to know which numbers you have so I can check them.
Yes. 20, 21, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38.
Okay, let me check them.
Thank you.
May I ask a question of the maker?
Clarify that for us? So you're saying that those amendments are all going to go into Parks and Rec to cover the issue, cover these things?
Yes, we originally requested the amendment of $100,000 in order to cover many of the programming and initiatives in the Annapolis United programming. In light of those 7 amendments that follow this one, we believe that this amendment is not necessary.
Directed, actually, Autumn?
Yeah, I just want to add to keep it simple, the $100,000 in our view is undefined. It's undefined. It was just a bucket of money sort of as a placeholder until we had defined Parks and Recs programs. Subsequent to that amendment, we see that Alderwoman Pendle Charles has submitted very defined amendments of different programs in Parks and Recs. So we kindly want to suggest that we either vote our amendment down, or I think we are suggesting to vote it down, if that's...
I'm just going to get some clarification for Director Dickinson. It sounded like you looked at the expenses that were presented to you, cut out the transportation piece, so there must have been a definition there must have been funding or a budget that you analyzed on that 100,000.
So the original request was for a van and drivers, and I don't remember if there was anything else in that 100+ thousand. Katie? In the original Rec and Parks request for that program.
So there wasn't a unit cost on those things?
26,000 for supplies. It's the van, the purchase of the van. And 43,000 for 2 different people, or?
I think so. What's the total dollar?
43,000 for each person, that's 86. So we only gave them 85. Well, okay.
That sounds...
So what we did was, what we removed, we took the van out, because we already have a van, and then we provided salaries for 2 individuals and the requested supplies. But these other items that were specific to the program came later and were more defined, and I do not believe were included in those amounts. I think the program grew as they talked more about what it was going to do. So we just had supplies, 2 drivers, and a van in that request. None of those other detail elements were in there.
And that added up to 85?
Yes, and we ended up putting it, they asked for more,
Right.
Took the van out, we reduced the wages number, because it didn't align with the transportation cost of the drivers. So we reduced it to 85, which we thought was enough for that, plus 22,000 of supplies. And then these other things were more specific and I think expanded on the purpose of the program.
Therefore, no need for our $100,000.
But I would just say that just the cost of the drivers itself is half that budget, right? So I'm not sure if there is duplication or not here. You know?
Well, do you have that total?
No, on top of the 85, they added 100,000 for the Finance Committee, and then Alderwoman Pendle Charles added all those other ones for the specific items that I guess they've added up to be close to 100,000.
I need the total. We need the total. So Okay, so the way, right now, if we accept the Pendle Charles amendments, okay, 2021, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, I wish Alderwoman Pendle Charles was listening.
So I'm just going
So
to, I'm
plus
going to call the vote now.
85,000, that's $128,150. You said you had $85,000 in the mayor's budget?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Her amendments total $43,150, so we have a total of $128,150 to address the Parks and Recs initiative under the police program.
If all those other ones were to
Get approved.
pass,
We're on the assumption that they will be. I wish she was listening, because this is definitely in the category of don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I mean, you've got. Yeah, it is.
So Alderman Pendle Charles, we're going to call the vote now, please.
I think we've got something straight away with Mr. Trader. Some of the,
Yeah.
let me explain. Some of the things that we had talked about as part of Annapolis United is not really going to be maybe a part of Annapolis United now that we're looking at and hearing the discussions. So he's going to stick with my understanding is what he had originally proposed with the 100,000. This right here, we're going to deal with separately. Okay? This is going to be separated out. Whether you pass it or not, it doesn't matter at this point. I just talked to him. Some of the things we had kind of included that we're not going to include now, we're going to just deal with the basic framework of Annapolis United, which is what he's got for the 100,000. The rest of the items, we're going to talk about and get to later. That's up to you all if you want to pass it or not.
Okay, Alderman Finlayson, and
Is that making sense to everybody now?
I think we're just going to decide whether the will of the council is to go with this 100,000 or not. So we'll see.
That's it. That's all we're dealing with. The amendments are going to be separated out.
Okay. And
Period.
Alderman Finlayson.
Okay, I need clarification. The 100,000 is an amendment. That's amendment number 17.
Correct.
85,000 is already in the mayor's budget.
Correct.
What is that for?
Those two steps.
supplies, 2 drivers, and that's it, supplies and 2 drivers. We have a van, the police department has a van we were going to use.
Okay, so we're already allocating 85,000 in the budget for whatever the Recs and Parks needs. The 100,000 is for something different that Mr. Trader's going to tell us about now? Is that where we are?
The proposal that I had sent around to you a couple of times, and you all.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm just trying to get clarification.
Yeah, so please recognize yourself. So Alderman Finlayson has the floor. Thank you. Right.
Yes, so Recs and Park is getting an additional 85,000 in the budget for drivers, whatever. I think Mr. Trader needs to explain to us, we have a $100,000 item that we're on right now, number 17, and then we have 43,000 in additional amendments. So what is the need? I mean, right now, I'm up to, the English teacher, not the math teacher, over $225,000 in new money for recreation and parks. Is that the intent, and what's the purpose?
I mean, I think we need to get clarification from Director Dickinson. I thought 85 was included in the 100, so I thought this was the same amount of money. Am I wrong?
I do not know what was in the 100. That was a finance committee deliberation, and I'm not even sure I was here at that meeting when they talked about the extra 100,000.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the conversation was around that total. I only know what we put in there to begin with.
So are we voting, and I think Alderman Finlayson wants to know, are we voting for another 100 on top of that 85?
Yes, that's what
Yes.
this amendment is, but we don't, it's not, I'm sorry, she has the floor.
Thank you.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
Alderman Tierney.
Okay, let me be clear as possible. When the Finance Committee recommended $100,000, it was not really defined at all. It was just, let's allocate $100,000 to Parks and Recs as part of the policing program, okay? Period. Subsequent to that, Alderwoman Pindell Charles has very defined amendments that add up to about, what is the figure that they add up to? We're getting to 43,150. So,
2 of them are for something else.
so 43,150 plus the $85,000 in the budget, which equals $128,150. It's the Finance Committee's thought that the $100,000 amendment can be voted down. And I'll put it on the floor to vote.
Okay, let's get to the vote, because you clarified that for me as
Thank
well,
you.
so thank you. Okay,
No, I
Alderman
just,
Pindell Charles.
okay. I want to reiterate it again. Mr. Trade and I talked about several different things. The last thing we just talked about, we're not taking those amendments that Alderwoman O'Neill mentioned as part of Annapolis United. That's only going to be this 100,000. That's it. That's it. So I want to make that clear. We've had several conversations about a lot of this, but we just talked about it. And those amendments 20, 21, 33, 34, 35, 37, and 38 are out of Annapolis United. So what you're voting for now on this amendment is just Annapolis United. Does that make sense? I just want to make sure.
And I think some of the council think it's a duplication.
No, it's not a duplication. I want to make that clear. It is not a duplication. It's not a duplication. It is not a put it this way. If you all feel like the rest of these you want to turn down, fine. The other amendments that are in here, turn them down and vote for this one. So you can turn down the rest of them if you want. That's your call.
Yeah, it isn't a matter of duplication. It was undefined versus defined. So that's.
Thank you, Alderman Turner.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I'm just going to call the vote here, because we're going to just continue to debate the same thing here. All those in favor of amendment number 17, say aye. Aye. Say aye. Yeah. All those opposed, say no.
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 Roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley?
Aye.
Alderman Finlayson? Aye. Alderman Shandemeyer?
Aye.
Alderman Gay?
Aye.
Alderman Savage?
No.
Alderman Arnett?
No.
Alderwoman Tierney?
No.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
No.
Alderwoman Pindell Charles?
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It carries.
Wait a minute.
Yes, that was the right.
Okay.
The motion.
And I apologize to my colleagues.
Motion
Thank
carries
you.
5-4.
Can we take all those others as one?
We'll go through them one at a time.
We can vote on them one time.
All right.
It's going to be a long, hot summer, and I'm sure Director Trader will take care of the kids this summer. Thank you. Thank you, Archie. We're good now. Okay, next one from the Finance Committee is number 18. Someone please move that.
Oh, boy.
Can I get a second?
Second. Okay. I'll speak to it. This is the net add for, it would be a recurring expense, and the Finance Committee thought that this was a more efficient use of our general fund dollars in having a hired attorney versus outsourcing consulting services. We have money in the budget for a consultant, but this would be the net add to add an attorney salary. I talked about it at the work session. We have, as you know, a very litigious environment. Risk is hard to quantify, but it's out there, and our law office has done an immense effort in mitigating our risk, and we hope to continue to do so. But also with that stuff, there's also internal stuff that they have to do, such as code reform in all of our day-to-day operation as far as ordinance and what have you. So again, we thought this was more of efficient use of general fund dollars, knowing that it cuts into the gap between revenues and expenses.
Thank you. Alderman Savage.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly don't question the need, but again, we've been pretty good up to this point in terms of not putting any other recurring costs that are going to be compounding the structural deficit. And again, I think we need to be really cautious with this. And I think the contract position was a good compromise. Doesn't add to that deficit. So I can't support a full position this time unless we have some kind of revenue stream lined up.
Thank you. Alderman Annette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I question the efficiency. I also question the amount that we earmarked for contract support, but sometimes it's more efficient to hire specific subject matter experts, but not have them on the staff forever. So again, we're continuing to add ongoing costs. And I think there are times when you really do want to go out to get specific expertise. There are all kinds of specialties in law, and we don't have all of those specialties represented in our Office of Law, and we will need to be able to go out to get that kind of expertise. If we hire a full-time staff person, they're on the staff full-time forever, and that is a compounding over the years cost to our city budget. And I really don't see anything that has shown us the justification for yet another city attorney. For many years on the council, we had one city attorney, and that was because we did use contract and contracted out for specialty types of service. Otherwise, that person was able to handle it. Then it grew to 2, and now it's going to grow to 5. That just seems like quite a steep increase. Maybe the world is that much more litigious, but I don't really see supporting evidence for that. So I cannot support this amendment.
Alderman Shanamar, then Alderman Turney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, quick question on hiring an additional assistant city attorney. Would they be able to just take on general tasks in the law office? Do we have something specific slated for them?
They would be someone who could take on any task I put on their desk.
All right.
Which is unlike previous situations we have in the office where people have been hired with a promise that they could only do one thing. And in my view, given what has been stated about the office, when you have a small office, everybody should be able to do everything. And right now, that's not how it is.
So I am going to be supporting this. This is a personal anecdote, so take it with salt, take it without salt, that's fine. I've had an issue with a nuisance house in my ward that I've been trying to get some assistance with, bringing state law against them to help resolve the issue. Due to backlogs of incidents in our law office, we haven't been able to address it, and I think this is something that could help turn that around. So I believe adding one staff member that is ours, can be directed by our city, and focused on our city is a good thing. It is always helpful to have an additional utility player brought on board. So I would encourage my colleagues to be supporting this.
Alderman Turney.
Just one more thing to add. The presentation that the law department gave to the finance committee was the evidence in our suggestion of this in listing what they had accomplished in fiscal year 2022 was exponential. But the other thing, as far as efficient use of dollars, For example, in fiscal year 2022, contractual services were in the budget at $136,000. Well, the projected cost is $198,000. And I'm sure that that will continue. And in this budget, what happens then is that they add it to contractual services, and then they have to take it out of supplies or any sort of capital outlay. It's like in construction, time and material. You don't want to pay for time and material because it just keeps adding up. And the other thing is it's a double cost because a consultant has to be supervised by a staff member. So that's not, again, an efficient use. As finance chair, clearly I understand, the impact in our general fund, but I just keep repeating myself saying that this is an efficient use of our taxpayers' dollars, I believe.
All right. On we go.
And you plan to use the ARPA money next year?
The way I understand it is any overrun is being handled by the ARPA money.
For FY '23, yes, it's on the ARPA schedule.
Okay, all those in favor of amendment number 18, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No. No.
Motion passes. Number 19, Finance Committee, please. For our much-loved SOFO.
Could I have my colleague, Alderwoman Finlayson, plug it?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
SOFO, South Forest Drive, crosses 5 different wards, and it's the business association on the Forest Drive corridor. I want to increase their grant funding to by 1,000. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm moving it. Could I get a second?
Please.
Thank you.
All right, can't see any arguments here. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Oh, I got a
Alderman
text from Bill
Charles.
Yes, I think Mr. Trader can come up and speak to, speak to amendment number 20, which is adding $15,000 to Department of Rec and Parks Administration for training and education. You're using ARPA money.
Can I get a second, please? You moving that? And a second, please? Somebody?
Second.
Sorry.
Mr. Trader, you want to explain the request for $15,000 for administration for training and education?
Yes.
Is your mic on?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. The current training amount of funding that we have is inadequate and insufficient. We have over 200 acres of parks and trails. We provide 3 million hours of leisure and recreation time. We have 38 parks. We have a parks crew that get no training year after year. We have no training, management, and leadership. Before COVID, we've got money from the HR to hold a customer service departmental training. We have to go to these different line items in order to go to conferences. The National Recreation and Parks Association, the premier association in the United States. That's a must every single year. But we have staff persons that can't go there because we don't have enough money to get them there. We have to revise our line items in order to get there. We need the money for training. And yes, as a former public safety employee for the state of Maryland, I understand the importance of training. Police is not going to sacrifice training. Fire is not going to sacrifice training. I'm asking you to bring recreation and parks up to par. Give us the money that we need to train, because we see people every single day, all day long. over 300 people per day walk through the Pip Moyer Recreation Center on a daily basis.
You want a cold drink?
And that's why we need the extra training. Any questions?
Alderman Savage?
So, I mean, so I see this kind of related to the last issue where really this one and the last one are as my colleague said, from Ward 8, enhancements, sorry. These are budget enhancements, right? There are so many other departments that have also requested new positions that were frankly turned down by the administration for good reason. We don't have the money to do it. Yet we singled out law office to give them a position. And this is another situation in terms of training where I'm sure we've cut that for across the departments, right? But now we're fielding a request from one particular department to increase their training. When I'm pretty sure, and please confirm, City Manager, if they do, well, somebody, do they currently have a training budget?
Each department has a training budget. This clearly is not the correct process for this type of an item. So this wasn't even raised as part of the Rec and Park budget. This wasn't raised. There was no enhancement request, either requested or turned down by the administration. So why it's coming into the budget at this point in the process is a bit of a mystery.
Yeah, I think we're just getting too out of, we have enough budget amendments. I think we're just getting a bit too out of our, I don't know how to phrase it, but it's too out of line here with a lot of these requests. So I'm not going to be, again, I don't doubt there's a need, but how do we, to be fair, I think we would have to call every single department back up here and hear their requests for training as well. And same thing, we should have done it for the new position, frankly. We've been here for so many years, all these new positions we need. So anyway, I'll stop there.
I'll let Ross say the same thing. And then I'm going to go with Alderman Pindell Charles's thing. I went with the earlier one, and I'm going to vote these down with these guys.
So, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Trader is correct. Police and fire do have a significant training budget. However, that training is required for their certifications. I asked the staff for and received, but I don't happen to have it with me, a profile of the training budgets for all of the other departments. And they vary, and it is true that Parks and Recs is on the lower end of the spectrum. But again, as my colleague said, this is coming out of ARPA money. The one-time only money and the ARPA monies are monies that we're trying to hold back to help us through fiscal 24. And fiscal 24 will come, and following that, fiscal 25. And we need to be prudent about these things. The time for these kinds of requests were when the submission was made to the mayor's office. And certainly the time for the discussion of this was at the Finance Committee. And I just, as much as I value training, I just don't think that we can do this unless we're going to reopen all of the training budgets across all the departments and reconsider. And again, I don't think that's prudent when we're using one-time only money or ARPA money, which are our reserves for the future.
Okay, Alderman Gay.
Director Trader, in your estimate, since you've been the director of this department, do you believe that you've been funded fairly as it relates to training for your staff?
Well, as Alderman Arnett indicated, we're at the low end. So once you take that as evidence, no, we haven't.
So do you believe that your staff is appropriately trained and prepared?
No, we can never be appropriately prepared without ongoing training. As time unfolds, as concepts and principles unfold, we have to be prepared. And we have to be, educated as things evolve. And we're not keeping up with that evolution.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor of Amendment 20, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No.
Did you get that?
It's defeated.
I think the amendment fails. Alderman Pindell Charles.
Okay. Amendment 31, Mr. Trader?
21.
21.
I don't think
That was 20, right?
that was
We're on
20,
21?
21. Yep.
Okay. Amendment adds $1,000 to Department of Recreation and Parks Stanton Center for basketball officials using the reserve for one-time uses. Mr. Trader, can you explain to us the $1,000 for Stanton Center for basketball officials using the reserve for one-time uses?
Yes, absolutely. I'm gonna, rescind that. We can find that money, we can revise that money elsewhere in the Stanton Center budget. Originally, we did not put the original amount needed there, considering the increase in referee fees. It was an oversight on our part, and after talking with my recreation program division chief, we can find that money elsewhere in the budget.
Did we have a first and a second on that?
Oh, yeah, I need a second, sorry.
Second.
Thank you.
So do I move to amend it to make 0, and then we vote on the amendment?
No, you
Or,
just take a vote, Mr. Mayor, and it fails.
what'd you say, Mr. Lyles?
We're just going to vote on it, so you
And
can vote
vote
it up or
vote it down or
Yeah,
vote it,
thank you.
okay.
Alderman Schnellmer?
Thank you, sir. So before we vote it down, I just want to make sure I'm clear on what you're saying. You will still be whole despite the small increase in referees' fees without this amendment?
Could you repeat that, sir?
You still believe that we'll be able to have games, have referees officiate those games without this amendment?
No, I don't believe I know.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of Amendment 21, please say aye. All those opposed, say no.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Petrader. We appreciate you. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Do you need
I know
me for
you-
anything else?
Probably, but not right now.
Yeah.
You're in for life, Archie. Amendment number 22, Alderman Finlayson.
Yes, thank you. And I'm going to ask Chief O'Malley.
And if you could just move
I'm
that
sorry,
movement in a second, please.
I am just so eager to move forward.
Second.
I'll make the motion. It's been seconded. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm asking Chief O'Malley to come forward. It was shared with us. Do I have to explain? Does everybody understand what this is about?
I think everybody, does anyone need an explanation? I think we all,
If you recall, the original amount was $750,000 or $734, and he's found a way to reduce it. So I'll let you speak to why it's $350 now instead of $700.
thank you, Chief.
So real quick, I see everybody nodding their heads, they understand about this, but you need a little background on it. There's this nasty chemical out there, it's called PFAS, or PFAS, and it's got this long term on it, and I'm a hazmat person and I'll butcher it, but what you need to know is it's a compound that came about in the 1940s. It's resistant to oil, water, staining, chemicals. It's in all kinds of materials. It's in the fabrics here, probably in the chairs you have. It's in the computers. But over the years, we found out that our firefighting foam, which is used to put out fires such as petroleum fires, diesel, gasoline fires, fiberglass boats burn like gasoline once they're heated up, that those firefighting foams contain these PFAS. PFAS is known to cause cancer, and all of you know that that's set through our budget presentation and our goals within the department. Cancer in the fire service is something we're very concerned about. But over the last 3 years, Senator Elfreth has been working with the state legislature to pass some regulations as it comes to these materials, especially with the firefighting foam. With that, we've worked with her. We knew that 2 years ago she was going to try to ban it from training and being used for materials like that. So we had stopped that prior to that even going through the state legislature. So we have firefighting foam that's in stock that we weren't using for training. We weren't going to buy any new, but we had it in stock. So we were within the regulations there. This year in the legislature, they passed a law saying as of January of 2024, it's outlawed altogether. You can't use it. Well, we had already stopped using it for training. We are in compliance. Even with, if this didn't go through, we would be in compliance until that time period. But we met with the Environmental Matters Committee, who has a lot of concerns about this material, as we do. We felt it was important to take action appropriately and quickly. And that's why, but because we were within our or time periods and we were meeting all the legislation, we did not have an enhancement in this budget. So that's why you don't see it within our firefighting budget enhancements, because we've been working through this. We felt the first thing to do was to get rid of the firefighting foam. So that was in this $750,000 that was brought forth before you, that came out of Economic Matters and Public Safety Committee. But we took action within our current budget. We have already ordered foam that is compliant. It does not contain these materials. It's environmentally friendly, so that's on order. We have to pay a disposal company to come take away all the stuff we have currently, and that's expensive. It's not many people because you can't get rid of it. So we've already addressed that. But as we were going through this, we found that our firefighting turnout gear, our structural firefighting gear, contains these materials. A couple years back, we went to a different set of turnout gear. The turnout gear we have, this material's in our moisture barrier. So there's several components to our turnout gear. The moisture barrier is one of them, and because, as I told you earlier, it doesn't combine with water, that helps within it. But our turnout gear, the current gear that we're buying everybody, this material is encapsulated in. Now, the Environmental Matters Committee wanted to basically outlaw any firefighting stuff that's in there. Our problem is there's no turnout gear, no firefighting turnout gear out there that doesn't have this material. The vendors are working on it. They're working hard on it. The current gear that we went to, we believe, is the best gear for our personnel because it's encapsulated. It's within the material, so it's not just sewn in, it's encapsulated. But only about half of our department's in that gear. So what came out of it is we felt that getting everybody into that current turnout gear is our best option currently. The $750,000 also included a second set of gear. When we're on a structural fire, we come out, we actually decon, we take the gear back to the stations and it has to be cleaned. We have materials, thanks to you all, we've done it over the last few years. We put washers and dryers and extractors in our stations to be able to do that. But when their turnout gear is being cleaned, they have to go into a different set. We don't have enough for a second set for everybody, so we have a quartermaster or logistics office. So we go in, we have spare sets on the rack, they get that while theirs is being cleaned. So we were able to reduce it because we don't want to get that second set now. We feel that within the next couple of years there will be turnout gear that doesn't contain these materials. So as we replace our turnout gear, we'll be going to those materials. We did not feel it was appropriate to get a second set of gear for everybody currently, so we were able to bring this down. Bottom line is we were able to get it down to about $350,000. That'll get everybody in our department up to the current gear, and that will give us about 30 sets in the logistics office for when their gear is being cleaned. Now, I'm hearing a lot of money being thrown around this afternoon. I am comfortable with our spare set of gear being the gear that we're currently in, because they would only be that in a short amount of time. So if you are still looking at items to cut, we could probably even reduce it down to $300,000 and we would be comfortable currently. But that would get all of our firefighters into the newest set of gear we have. We think it's the best out there. Half the department's in it. We've been doing it as we replace gear. So I know this is coming out of one-time funding, but that's because it's that large amount of gear. Our budget every year contains money for replacements, so we will be able to replace gear after this through our current budget process. And the turnout gear has to be replaced every 10 years. Our ballistic vests have to be replaced every 5 years, so we have ongoing expenses that's built into our budget. It's just buying that amount at one time is the issue. But I feel comfortable if you were so inclined to pass this, that we could reduce it even at $50,000, $300,000 would get us to where we need to be. And then as the newer gear comes out, we'll address that then.
Thanks for that short version, Chief. I think we're comfortable with 350. So Alderman Net had his hand up first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got the long version on a ride with Chief Romali, and of course we want to have the very best gear for our firefighters, and I appreciate you being sensitive to the amount of money we're throwing around. I guess you probably can't answer this, but it really bothers me that we have an industry that puts our people into equipment that they know is carcinogenic. I mean, is there not any responsibility on the part of the makers of the gear?
Well, I can't speak on the makers of the gear. it's over the years that they found this material to be cancerous. However, this material works, and our manufacturers say, yeah, we can do it, but you're not going to be protected as well. And this is what protects our firefighters inside the structures. The problem is as it heats up, it off gases, and then we worry about skin cancers and items like that. And we're taking as many measures as possible to move forward. And there are some litigation out there that's coming about the turnout gear that's out there.
It's like asbestos. That's a good product.
Alderman Gay?
And just so I'm sure, $350,000 is 30 new pieces of equipment?
No, that 350,000 we have 86 people. Let me double check on that currently. I believe that's the number. We have 86 of our members that are not in the new gear. So that gets 86 sets of new gear. And then it also has the spare sets of gear in logistics. So when their gear has to be cleaned, that they have gear to go into on a temporary basis. So it's more like 120 some sets of gear.
All right, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of amendment number 22, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Motion passes. Alderman Pindell Charles, number 23.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we hear a motion to accept amendment number 23 in a second? Do we do that first?
Yeah, could we get a motion and a second, please?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. This is Amendment 23, adds $34,000 to the mayor's office for a consultant to identify barriers to city services union reserved for one-time uses. And in your packet, it is explained as an assistant ombudsman and equity specialist, I believe. And I gave a kind of overview of that on 2 pages. And Ms. Kate Pettit from the mayor's office, who's the chief of staff, can give you some more history on that as well. Thank you, Ms. Pettit.
And I can translate if any of you can't understand her.
G'day. Thank you, Alderwoman Pindell Charles. Sorry. The Mayor's Office has a dedicated constituent services staff member who also serves as the City Ombudsman. She also serves as a coordinator for the city boards and commissions. So she has a very demanding role and is doing her best to service the needs of both constituents with very simple inquiries, but also as Ombudsman, her role is to help constituents navigate more complex barriers to service. And so it might be where services cross departments or they have a more complicated issue, and she works to bring departments together and proactively solve those problems. We've become aware, been aware for some time, that for some residents there are significant barriers to a range of services, and particularly the area I think that is of most sort of prominent concern at the moment is to do with planning and permitting. So I've become aware of a number of cases where, particularly for individual homeowners or for individuals trying to navigate city processes, if they don't have the knowledge or if they don't have the resources, they can kind of get stuck in our system. Alderwoman Pindell Charles came to me also with some issues around constituents that she had concerns about who were finding barriers. And there seems to be a picture emerging that for residents who might be on lower income, who are newer to the city, who don't know their way through the system as well, or who may have other sets of disadvantage, can be sort of experiencing these blocks. So the goal with this position is to have a 12-month consultant role to work with our Ombudsman who can help us map out those touch points and what the issues are and look at it particularly from an equity lens. And that's, I guess, the policy of the Mayor's Office comes in, that we want to ensure that all our citizens and all our residents can access our services equitably. So that's the background to this one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettit. A couple of things I want to add, and I've said this in public before, Alderwoman Finlayson and I had a meeting with the Planning and Zoning as well as Mr. Lyles. This was last October with a gentleman whose family we've known all our lives here, who was trying to navigate and spent at least $40,000 on trying to build a home and had not put a stick in the ground because he did not know how to access the services that other people could. The second instance on the same day that we had this meeting was a transportation meeting that when Alderwoman Tierney was chairing at that time, and was a piece of legislation that Alderman Savage has brought about regarding trees. And we all sat there and listened and realized that economically, there was an equity issue, and respectfully, Alderman Savage removed that piece of legislation, realizing that that was an impact. So that kind of started my head moving and saying, and some other instances have come out. So that kind of got me going, and I talked to our chief of staff, and we came up with this, and it's morphed a bit since, but we do know that there are some issues surrounding those two specific situations from a cultural side as well as an economic side. I don't know if Alderwoman Finlayson or Alderwoman Tierney wants to add to what I've said on that particular one day that we had those two situations.
Yeah. I know there's been others, but I can't think of them.
Alderman Annette had his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a study, not a position, am I correct?
It's a consultant position, a part-time consultant, to come in to work with our ombudsman and to work with our Director of Planning and Zoning. I met with him last week to talk about convening a task force to start looking at our permitting processes and other ways residents navigate. And the consultant's role would be to work with the task force and with our ombudsman to particularly identify equity barriers to our city services.
So to me, this is the quintessential example of a one-time only use. So I will be voting in favor of it.
Okay. All right, let's move forward. All those in favor of Amendment 23, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, please say nay. I'm a nay.
No.
Roll call. I think how many? Raise your hand to the nays.
Nays.
Nays, 1, 2, 3. Okay, great. And it passes. Thank you. Alderman Savage.
All right, thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move Amendment 24. So this amendment would look to add $34,000, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. Add $3,000, $3,000 from one-time use money, and this would go to Rec and Parks to help basically to support the Penguin swim team that operates out of the pool. This money, after discussing with the director, Trader, this may not, we may end up being able to find this money elsewhere, but for this year, so historically the team has been operated by, facilitated by the Rec and Parks Department. The registration fees gone through the department. The city ends up buying the insurance. The city buys t-shirts for the program, and but it's been raised that there may be some concerns about the setup in terms of nonprofit, if they need to be nonprofit to do this. There's also been, historically the team has been able to do fundraising at the pool. So, you know, the kids are swimming, they need to have access to water and to drink, but also food, because these meets are all day. And so historically the team has sold their own food and beverages as fundraising. And they traditionally have just brought in about $3,000 as part of that fundraising. But this year they can't do that because the city has a concession company hired to do that. And so that leaves them in a bit of a hole financially. And while I think for next year, we need to work out some of the relationship issues, the fact that they've already started, it's really kind of too late since the team's already swimming. So this money would just go to fill that fundraising gap. That's it.
Alderman Finlay, sorry, Pindell Charles?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderman Savage, is this an enhancement to the Rec and Parks budget? Tell me why. Tell me why.
I mean, I guess it is, but this is something that we didn't know about till recently.
Uh-huh. Sound familiar?
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. That was all ayes and one no? Okay.
Fountain
We love
picture,
those, we
anyone?
love those penguins. Alderman Savage, amendment number 25. 24
All right.
passes.
I'd like to move Amendment 25.
Second.
This is an enhancement, or I mean, an amendment.
I was right, wasn't I?
So this is would add, so basically this would be $65,000 to pay for one-time use money to pay for a consultant to deliver a very specific task. I've had discussions with city manager talking about this and just making sure that this wasn't going to be a position because it kind of blurs the line between one-time use and whether or not it's recurring cost. But we wanted to kind of turn this into just be a task. And so this would hire basically a consultant who would deliver an electric vehicle transition plan. And so they would work with the Department of Transportation to look at how we can transition the rest of our fleet. I know we're going to be converting some of the fleet to electric, but how do we convert the rest of the buses? What kind of funding may be out there in terms of grants? And also looking at beyond transit, working with the other departments to look at public works. We have inspectors who use vehicles and how we can transition our entire fleet over to EV, but also looking at some of the infrastructure. What kind of chargers do we need? And also where, and also generally in the community where we may need to put certain chargers. So this is something that's come from the discussions we've had in the Environmental Matters Committee over the past year plus, really, and which the Deputy City Manager for Sustainability and Resilience has made it clear that this would be very helpful to have a consultant work specifically on this task.
Question.
Alderman Shannon Moore had his hand up first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And Alderman Pindell Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to Deputy City Manager or to the amendment's primary sponsor, my understanding of past efforts of ours to electrify our fleets, it's always just been we don't have the infrastructure. So I am unsure of the purpose of the study unless it's very likely possibility I am missing something, but I believe we already know the answer for why we're having these delays. We haven't built the infrastructure out. Is there more to it than that? Am I just oversimplifying it? Could you fill in that gap for me?
I want to see, can the study get us to a grant? I think we'd all like to know that.
Yeah, and I think if you want to come speak, but there's a lot that needs to go into transitioning our fleet. We've talked about this for the past couple of years with the Department of Transportation, but especially if we're looking to transition the transit, we need to figure out because there are certain costs, there are barriers that the acting director, Dr. Duval has brought up that I think we need to look into more. And in terms of transitioning, for example, the public works fleet, there's a lot of research to put into that in terms of the level of chargers, where to put them, inspectors. But Deputy City Manager, anything else you'd like to add to that in terms of?
Yes, thank you. So it's sort of a multifaceted need here. I have stopped and started working on various aspects of electrifying the city's fleet and other departments in the infrastructure. Some of it's moving forward. We do have some infrastructure in place. We have plans for more. But it's a matter of capacity in the city manager's office. I'm pretty much the only person working on this, and I have one other person helping me with mostly stormwater issues. So with the way that we need to do this, the rapidity with which we need to do this to reduce our carbon emissions and electrify our fleet overall is just, I don't feel it's going to happen unless I get this sort of support. So we need to electrify the city fleet, and we haven't done that yet. Public works vehicles, we can look at police vehicles, working with the Department of Transportation, electrifying city transit of all types, buses, everything. We have bikes, we have scooters, and all of that can expand. We're talking about electric ferry now too. But also the infrastructure. I've been working with BG&E on the free infrastructure. There's other infrastructure money out there. There are grants to pursue. So we can continue to work with BG&E and more rapidly implement EV charging infrastructure, but also we need to pursue grants. There's grant money out there that we need to pursue. So this would be not only coming as a consultant for, a one-time consultant for coming up with a strategy that analyzes all of our resources, what we've done so far, and what more we can do in the timeline for doing it, but also goes after grant money and other funding, works through with our Department of Public Works, with our fleet, Department of Transportation, on our transit options, and then implements that strategy and finds the funding mechanism for it. So it's a big lift, largely, which has been on me, and as I said, it kind of stops and starts because of all my other duties and responsibilities I have.
So I was oversimplifying it.
Yes, you were.
Okay, cool. Thank you for filling that in that for me.
Okay.
Thank you. Alderman Pendle Charles and Alderman Finlayson. Sorry, Ross.
Alderman Savage, is this position any different from the position of consultant with the equity and the position with the city attorney?
But this is not a position.
It's, well, consultant with the equity office. Is this anything different? I mean, we're still.
Is it different than what?
Than the equity consultant that we're going to be having. Is this any different? I mean, same type of work that the consultant is going to be, that a consultant normally would do. This is a one-time expense. Is that correct?
This is it's a one-time expense.
Use?
So it's for a deliverable, a very specific deliverable.
Okay.
Which
All
would be the report, the final plan.
Okay. All
That's
right.
what you're asking.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson and Alderman Arnett. Thank you, sir. Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'm a little confused. This is something coming out of the city manager's office, but it doesn't come from the city manager or the mayor's office. Obviously, this was not included in the mayor's budget, nor the city manager's request. So could I have Mr. City Manager weigh in on this?
The city manager.
Sorry.
So the discussion with our budget was to add an additional either part-time or full-time employee, which we felt we didn't have room within the recurring budget to do. So this is a little bit different. It's going to be a consultant that's going to do a one-time study on electric vehicles plus a few other things that we have in mind. So they'll have a scope of services, and they'll truly be a consultant. They won't be working in our office, and it's not a recurring expense. It's a one-time expense.
So you are supportive of this
Yes.
position? Okay, I thought I heard something different, not different, but I heard a different response to the Rex and Park Director about bringing things to us without going through proper channels.
Yeah, and this is a change from what was originally proposed and not accepted. Whereas with Park and Rec, that wasn't even proposed. It wasn't proposed, it wasn't accepted or denied or anything, and it just came in later.
Okay, but this was something that came through past you and has your blessing.
As an amendment, yeah, yes.
As amended here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Arnett. Alderman Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I get this is a one-time only use. I get the fact that you are severely understaffed. But I guess I'm wondering if there aren't sources in the industry that aren't willing to volunteer this help. Are you saying that you still need somebody that can analyze what the industry's volunteering? I do agree with Alderman Schondermeyer, again, that this is something that I think we pretty much understand what the limitations are, is getting the infrastructure in place. There may be some choices on infrastructure implementation that I'm not aware of, but again, it is eating into that one-time only fund reserve that gives me some nervousness.
It's not that there's not partners willing to partner with us, it's the capacity of the city to go after grants and actually implement, and also to, work within our various departments to start purchasing vehicles and budget for them and strategize for them. So it's not an unwillingness on outside sources to work with us.
Okay,
it's a capacity issue within the city right now.
Attorney?
Yeah, I just, my concern, I guess, for lack of a better word, is are we addressing a symptom that we might know what the real problem is? I mean, it's very telling that you said, City Manager Gall, that along with my other duties, have we created an impossible position for you?
I would not say it's an impossible position, but there are certain initiatives such as this that we should be addressing, we should have already addressed, and we should be addressing now. And with this position, we can move these initiatives forward.
So you're confident that this won't translate into a recurring need?
No, this is a discrete project. It's a large project, but it's discrete, and it needs to be, and there's a real need for it now. And once we get our plan and we get that plan implemented and we start getting the funding resources, it'll be a lot more simple and easy for us to keep it going.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Alderman Gage?
Do we not have an employee that handles electric vehicles? I believe I was scheduled to speak with him a couple of weeks ago, but there was a conflict issue.
Are you referring to in Public Works? Because we have a fleet manager in Public Works that I've been started working with on this issue.
His name starts with a D?
Yes.
Is that not his role?
His role is fleet manager. So this position, this consultant would work with him to make this to come up with a plan. There isn't currently a plan in place as to what vehicles, when we're replacing, with which ones, and forming a budget and coming to City Council with that budget to fund it and to make it happen. It's not moving forward. I think, a lot of the city staff have multiple responsibilities, including in this position, our fleet manager. And it's really coming from me to make that move forward, which I've started doing, but I have other responsibilities as well. So this consultant that would be their task, to completely focus on electric mobility within the city and have a strategy, implement it, and fund it.
What is the current structure of the city manager's office that we have 3 of the highest paid city employees in one office and with vast amounts of experience, very, very smart people? One is a former city manager, now is the assistant city manager. One has a fantastic background in public works, another in environment, and very top heavy. And now we're bringing in a consultant. When we fired an assistant who potentially could have helped out with those roles, is the assistant to the assistant manager the assistant city manager, or is an assistant that would help both of you? I'm confused.
I'm going to let David answer the structural part of it, but I will say for this project, the consultant would have specific experience in this area and would move us most efficiently and effectively towards that, rather than the person we had before in the assistant city manager position.
So the city manager oversees all the operations of the city, working directly for the mayor. The assistant city manager assists with that, as you would expect from the name. And the deputy city manager has specific responsibilities in resilience and sustainability, and is focused on those areas, doing cross-departmental coordination, making sure that lens is applied to all the decisions that are made within the city. So it's a very, it's not limited because that's a very broad area, but those are the areas that she, in this case, is concerned about and oversees.
Thank you.
Alderman Savage.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. People seem a little hung up on this, I think, because of our previous conversations about things that were really traditional enhancements, right? I mean, this is a very specific project with an end goal, EV transition plan, which we've talked about for years now, wanting to pursue. And it's just been determined that that basically help from consultants needed to really get the deliverable. And so it's not a discussion about general training that each department, I'm sure, needs, or about even general addition to staff that many departments need. It's a very specific end goal project that we are looking to do, which is a very appropriate use of one-time use money, because once the contract ends and we get the deliverable, it's done. It's done. Hopefully we can then implement whatever's in there.
Thank you. Okay. All those in favor of amendment number 25, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
We'll do a roll call, please. Aye.
Alderman Lacey?
Nay.
Alderman Sandemeyer?
Aye.
Alderman Day?
No.
Alderman Savage?
Aye.
Alderman Arnett?
No.
Alderman Terry?
No.
Alderman O'Neill?
No.
Alderman Kendall Charles?
I think it comes down to me.
Does it?
I think so.
No, it's done. It's done. It's failed.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Oh,
All right. Alderman Savage. Alderman Savage, number 26. So we're going to try to move 3 more amendments before past, and then we'll take a break at 5:30, and we'll be halfway, just to let everybody know.
Good for us.
If we move 3 more amendments, roughly. Alderman Savage, amendment number 26, thank you.
All right, I move amendment 26.
Second?
So this one, currently, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the current funding for tree maintenance is around $75,000. And this would bump it up to $100,000. So it's a bump, $25,000, based on some historic, because as my colleagues who've been on for multiple terms may remember, the tree maintenance gets cut pretty much every year, gets reduced. And so looking at some of the historical data, we've funded it around $75,000 for the past few years, but we've actually ended up spending about $100,000. We have to pull money from elsewhere. So this just essentially is just a one-time bump so we can get caught up with some of the backlog. I know we've seen some of the stuff in the news about very unfortunate deaths that have happened from tree falls, and I know the city arborist has a backlog of trees that are known out there that need to be maintained or taken down. So this would just kind of be a one-time boost to that.
Thank you, Alderman Pindell Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm definitely supporting this. After the tornado Ida, I could really see why this is needed. I've called out arborists on many occasions, and especially, as Alderman Savage has indicated, it did not happen within the city limits, but there was a tree that fell where a death occurred. And I've gotten at least 5 requests to have trees because people really got skittish and nervous about these trees falling. So this is definitely needed. Thank you, Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Alderman Shanamai, then Alderman Arnett.
I'm just going to add me too to Alderman Pindell Charles' comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think this is a one-time use, and I think I need to be consistent in my comments about one-time use. Clearly, tree canopy is getting less and less, not increasing. We're not meeting our goal, and I think we need to do that, but I just have a hard time justifying this at the expense of the one-time only fund.
Thank you. Alderman Attorney.
I don't want Director of Planning and Zoning on the spot here, but could he speak to what his thought is on this? Because am I correct in Brian works under him, or am I wrong on that?
Brian works under,
Yeah. So, Director Laplace, the question is, I don't know about anyone else, but I have had trees come down, and they're fine, but that's sort of, after the fact. That doesn't help our tree canopy. The workload currently under Brian Adams seems enormous, and I agree with Alderman Arnett that I think this is going to have to be a recurring cost. Oh God, there I go again. But what is your thought, if you have, I know you're new on, but your thought about protecting the tree canopy and our efforts in doing so, and the staff that you have?
Well, I'm happy to be the Lorax for a moment and speak for the trees, but I think it is a reoccurring commitment. It's the problem is with tree, an urban tree forest or a tree canopy, it does take constant maintenance. So I'm sorry, I don't know the particular situation in Annapolis that well yet, but my guess is that it can't be a one-time effort. Otherwise, you're kind of throwing money away, in my opinion.
Okay.
Assistant City Manager.
Thank you. Michael Malinoff, Assistant City Manager. This issue came up during our budget, and Alderman Savage did ask us the question, and I talked to Brian Adams about it. And there were really two parts to the question. One is, why has our tree canopy decreased? And it has about, I think, 2% since 2013. I presented that at the budget, and his answer to that was in part because we're not able to keep up with what's come down in tornadoes and otherwise. And the other part of it has how much have we been spending, and there has been additional monies within planning and zoning reallocated for this purpose, as Alderman Savage mentioned, which I think was upwards of about $100,000. It was increased in this budget. We did ask for an increase, but it wasn't quite this much. So that's the background that I recall.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of the Savage Amendment number 26, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Mr. Mayor, if I could?
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider Amendment 25, please, as I was in the majority.
25.
Second.
I still think that only gives us one.
It wasn't at 5-4?
No.
Was it? Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. All those in favor of a motion to reconsider? Can we do that now? Mr. City Attorney?
Why is there a motion to reconsider?
Wants a motion to reconsider. We've got a first and a second.
You want me to explain?
We're going to vote on, you please explain. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, Mr. Mayor. I am firm in the belief that if Amendment 26 or 25 is passed, I do remember speaking with the Deputy City Manager, and I think that giving her this position will allow us to move forward within the year so that we don't have to bring this back next year for the electric fleet issue. And so I wanted to.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So we've got a first and a second on that. All those in favor of a motion to reconsider, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Let's do a roll call on that. Thank you. Aye.
Mayor Buckley. Alderman Finlayson. Alderman Shadomeyer.
Aye.
Alderman Gay.
Aye.
Alderman Savage.
Aye.
Alderman Arnett.
Aye.
Alderwoman Tierney.
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill.
Aye.
Okay, it's back on the floor.
No, Rhonda.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Hats off.
Okay, it's back on the floor. Can I get a motion? Does it need a motion to get it back on the floor?
To approve amendment number 25.
Need another motion to approve amendment number 25.
So moved.
Second.
Second, okay. Let's do a roll call again.
Is there discussion?
Alderman, yes, Alderman Arnett, if you'd like to, yeah.
Well, I wanted to hear why Alderman Gay wanted, I
He
assume.
just said something about it, but you can repeat that again for Alderman Arnett.
Absolutely. After I did recall having a conversation with the Deputy Assistant City Manager and I spoke with my colleague from Ward 7, and I'm believing that with the consultant, she'll be successful, and all three of us in particular have been staunch advocates for and changing the fleet over. And I want to make that commitment, understanding that the budget may be extremely tight next year. To my colleague, thank you.
Thank you.
Any more? Alderman Arnett? Okay, we'll do a roll call. All those in favour, say, oh, sorry.
Mayor Buckley,
Aye.
Alderman Finlayson,
No.
Alderman Shannon Meyer. Aye. Alderman Gay,
Aye.
Alderman Savage,
Aye.
Alderman Arnett. Alderman Tierney,
No.
Alderwoman O'Neill,
No.
Alderman Pendle Charles.
Aye.
Thank God I didn't buy that neon sign for nothing.
So our amendment number 25 passes.
Okay, we are on to Savage Amendment number 26.
I'd like to move Amendment 27.
27, sorry, yeah.
I will second it.
Right, so this one is linked to what I spoke about a bit earlier, as far as the fee increase, you may recall, for the grading permit that we raised. And that raise, so this just allocates that 52,000 that I mentioned. And so this is not, please correct me if I'm wrong, Finance Department, but this isn't new funding, it's just moving it to a different fund, right? It's taking it out of the watershed restoration fund and putting it into, I guess, the operating, covered by the fee increase.
Correct. It's taking expenses out of the watershed restoration fund that's funded by those fees and moving it to the general fund, which is now funded by all of our resources. And there was a fee increase passed earlier that was increased in order to help pay for this increase in expenses in the general fund.
So if anybody needs me to explain that again in terms of the rationale for shifting the funding, let me know.
I think we got it. Yep.
Sorry.
I have a question.
Yep, Alderman Pendle Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It adds 50,000 to the watershed restoration fund for a GIS consultant.
Oh, that's the next one. Look at 27.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, thank you.
So again, this is covered by the fees.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Alderman Tierney.
Could we have Director Johnson speak to it, or just because that was part of his presentation? Or
We could, but if we make directors speak to everything, we're going to be here a lot longer.
I think we're ready just to vote.
You could summarize it for us. I think, if you'd like Director Johnson
Should we call the
to
question?
Good afternoon, Mike Johnson, Director of Public Works. The actual manner in which the position is paid for is really not Public Works concern.
Okay.
What is needed is the actual position, and that position is required because of changes to the ESC, erosion sediment control, as well as other requirements for a stormwater permit. This inspector would not only be doing the residential land use inspections and the erosion sediment control inspections, but they would also be required to perform inspections that are mandatory under the MS4 permit that we're not currently doing.
Yeah.
So we do need the FTE.
Yeah. My question is who has purview of the watershed restoration fund? And is this an appropriate use?
It's not coming out of the fund.
I mean, just because I know we have a limited amount of money and it's in projects, I know there's
In the fee, Alderwoman, in the fee that was done by Stantec, the steep
Right.
fee analysis, this position was entered into and considered and resulted in the net change to the fee. So it is covered, it was covered in the fee analysis. Now, the amendment was to change it from being funded 100% from the Watershed Improvement Fund, Restoration Fund, pardon me, to sort of share it between that and the general fund. We're okay if that's the way that it's chosen to be funded, but we just need the position to sort of discharge our obligations, our regulatory obligations.
Yes. I guess I must have, I needed Stantec. So what is, does this have any impact to the fee increase that Stantec presented to us?
It did. Like
But does
every year,
This amendment, though, this amendment.
No, this amendment was
independent of that.
subsequent to the analysis done by Stantec. The way that we conceived the position, it was 100% funded from the Watershed Restoration Fund.
Right. So does this amendment have any impact to the fee?
It may be a de minimis change because the $52,000 really is.
It's not much over.
As a correction,
Right.
it's probably not going to have a meaningful impact on the fee proposal.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alderman Finlayson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I ask Mr. Johnson why this, or may I ask the city manager or the mayor why this was not in the original budget?
So it is in the original budget. It was 100% funded with the Watershed Restoration Fund. In fact, part of the duties of the position are going to be to oversee development, which is tied to a permitting fee. So that's why we're going to split. Half the time will be watershed restoration type work, and the other half will be inspecting development. So it seems reasonable that we would split it the way this amendment proposes it.
But originally you were taking it out of the watershed implement.
Correct.
Watershed.
That's correct.
Okay, so now you're splitting it. Okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alderman Savage. Did you have your hand up? No?
So originally it was all funded through the Watershed Fund, but I'm splitting it because I'd like the essentially development to pay for that cost instead of the taxpayer.
I think Ms. Dickinson wanted to add something.
So in the fee schedule, we changed 3 fees in regards to this request in the general fund that increased by 50% of their current level. And there was a statement about that it wouldn't be that much of an increase on a fee, but it went up by 50%. So, but because we used a base year, and if you look at these permit revenue over time, it goes up and down. So we used a base year. Our most recent, Katie, was it the most recent pre-pandemic year as a base to calculate that 50%. So we could have, with that 50% increase could raise a lot of our revenues additional or not even pay for the 52. So we'll have to see how this works out going forward and whether or not we've set it at the right level.
All right, everyone ready to vote on 27? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Let's give 28 in. Alderman Savage.
I'd like to move Amendment 28.
Could I get a second, please?
All right, so this would utilize $50,000 from the Watershed Restoration Fund. So essentially utilizing the money that we saved from the last amendment to go towards, this is something that was recommended in a Stantec report, I think from 2019 or 20, when they looked at our fee structure for the stormwater utility for the Watershed Fund. And they decided, so at that point, keep in mind the way our fee is structured for the Watershed Fund, it's not tiered as much as you usually see. And so it's not based directly on your amount of impervious surface. And so you'll have smaller residential homes or townhomes paying just as much as somebody who has, a single-family house with a big yard, or sorry, with a big driveway or something like that, right? And so what they said in the report is that we should move to a model that's called equivalent residential unit model, and that's what the county uses in other jurisdictions, which is where it is based on impervious surface on a lot, right? So if you have, I think it goes usually in chunks of a couple thousand impervious surface. So if you have less, you're going to be paying less on the fee. And so, but what was stated by staff is that they need to do some additional work to make this transition. And I just want to be clear that this is, for my colleagues' sake, the intention is to make things more equitable, to make this fee more equitable, so that those who don't have a lot of impervious surface don't have to pay as much as those who do. But as the consultant said, we need to, and as our staff said, we need to do some additional work to make that transition. And staff was telling me that they need a position, but this, as opposed to funding a position, this would just pay for, again, a consultant with a task that would be to update our mapping so that we can go to this more equitable model, and which potentially, I believe, would potentially bring in more money for the city through the Watershed Restoration Fund, I believe. But I guess, is there anything you want to add to that, Director?
Just a little bit. Part of the issue that we're facing with switching to the ERUs is that there is the city had a legacy surveying system that did not really does not align well with the standard datum that is used in the United States. So when you are trying to correlate parcels between the old datum, our legacy datum, or kind of like concierge datum with the national datum, it doesn't quite fit. So I think that even though the GIS position is a necessary component, it's not sufficient to get us to where Stantec is recommending. So it's necessary, but it's not sufficient. There's an additional step, and there is a project that is underway that I think was put into abeyance because of COVID, to sort of translate our local datum to the correct national datum, the standard national datum. And at that point, then this position would be useful to do that. So in sort of like rolling it out, I sort of see it as a fate. I don't want the council to have a false understanding or expectation that we will in a year get to ERUs. We will not do that, because that is not the first step. Just having an additional GIS person is not going to solve that problem. It's a geospatial problem that we have, the city has. That is the fundamental problem.
What IT department told me, Mr. Paquin, I thought that Ms. Wampler had said that if this additional, because I checked a couple times, and said that this position would allow us to move towards the ERU system.
That's my understanding, yes, sir. To move towards, but not, but that's what, it's a new, I think there's a nuance, there has to be a nuance on.
So it's a necessary step, but it's not
a necessary step,
there?
but it's not sufficient to get us there. Like there's the distinction between that. The first, the part that would get us to sort of have the GIS asset to help with that would be to standardize the datums. At which point you sort of, when you looked at the land use database that we have of the parcels, then it becomes a GIS project where a skilled GIS technician would be able to, or practitioner would be able to quickly compute the correct impervious areas based on land use and things of that nature. But if the maps don't align, if their projection is incorrect, it's, you know, you're going to have mistakes that you really can't have when you're charging money for that.
So what would the step 2 be after this?
The first step is to finish the translation so the two datums align. And then the second step would be to have the GIS asset to assist. So if we got the asset, if the city got the asset, or if Public Works had access to that asset now, we probably would take it. But we would not be able to have ERUs by this time next year. I do not believe so.
This would go to, I believe, MIT, not Public Works.
Yes, right. MIT provides us with, but they would sort of be assigned to work with Public Works.
Yeah, I'm confused because I thought this was a necessary step, but it sounds like you're saying this is a second step.
It's a second step.
But this is what I was told.
It's a second
Since I submitted this on the 16th would be the first step.
My interpretation of Mrs. Walker's.
You can't get away.
Come on.
No golf for you today.
Mr. Johnson's interpretation of Mrs. Wampler's email is also the way I took it, where it's more of a two-step process.
Okay, I don't recall seeing that. So is there a first step that we should be funding instead?
The first step is already underway. That we do have, Marsha, what's the name of the firm that's doing it? Is it?
We also have.
There was a consultant that was doing it. I don't remember the name of the consultant right now. Right. Right, but in the CIP, if you look, there is a sort of a CIP project that has been in there for a while that was expressly designed to convert the local datum that we had from years ago to the national datum. At that point, then the land use maps and the county's land use maps, our parcel maps and so on will match perfectly. At that point, you're able to then determine impervious area accurately without picking up streets or sidewalks or things that don't make sense if the maps are if they have the wrong projection. So that project is actually underway. I think COVID had sort of slowed things down a little bit, but I know that we had made a fair amount of progress on that. And once that is completed, then we would be in a position to implement what Santec recommended.
Do you think you'll be ready this fiscal year, next fiscal year, I should say?
The project, I think, was somewhat in abeyance. It hadn't moved, so I mean, I'm not sure if it would be ready by this time next year. It could be if we restarted it, but I think it had gone into abeyance because of staff or the consultant staff issues with their staffing and things of that nature that COVID created over the past 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I'm still not clear.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
I wish I was told this earlier, but so my goal, and I hope my colleagues would agree, would be to get to the more equitable model. So I guess I need a clean answer.
But you need
fund this? Do we need to fund it this FY23, or is it something that we should wait till FY24?
You probably could wait. I mean, I would say that you probably could wait because even if you funded it, with the position that position would then be used for other things, not for, it couldn't work on the ERU project because the parcel maps are not correct. I mean, you could not attempt to calculate impervious areas if the maps don't match each other, if land use doesn't overlay on the base map. And that is based on the geospatial projection that the maps have. They're not in the same. It's like as if, I don't really want to make it too technical, but they have different projections like UTM or NAVD or something. Now, each of those stretches the map a little bit. Part of the problem is that the world is spherical, and you're attempting to take this ball and straighten it out into like a map that looks like this. So there are always errors based on how you project it. So there are systems of projection of that circular shape that we really are living on, that, if you're going to compare maps, they have to be in the same projection to get accurate results. And that's part of the problem. We had a local datum many years ago, decades ago, and I don't think that everything fully aligns with the national datum. So once that's fixed, then we could do the ERUs. And I'm sorry if it sounds wonky, but that's.
So it sounds like I guess can wait till fiscal year 24.
I think we've got enough information to make a decision on that, and we could all talk about it, or we could just vote on it, right?
If we're giving
Okay.
away for fiscal year 24, I withdraw my hand out.
Count on me in 23, 24. All those in favour say aye. I mean, we can talk, or we can vote. Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. GIS is GIS, right? There aren't grades of GIS. So we know what our GIS is. Seems to me the step is for us to legislate how we want to apportion on the different lot sizes. I want to vote for this, but I still can't figure out what we're spending $50,000 for and who we're spending it with. Oh, have you withdrawn?
I mean, I'll just withdraw at this point if I can. Are you good with that?
We got to vote it down. Sorry. Yeah. So he's saying it's not ready for prime time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not ready.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Thank you. Gonna just push through on one more. Is that okay?
Mr. Mayor, I think we have several more Alderman Savages, and I think we go up to number 32, so that might be a good time. I'm just saying, you don't have to take my word for it.
Yeah, so I'm going to just go through one more vote, and we can have a little bit over 30 minutes break, but we have to get back on time because we're only just be over halfway. Then we held off on 5 Alderman Gay amendments. We've got to go back to, so there's still, we're at halfway right now. Alderman Savage, can you move 29, please?
Yeah, I'd like to move Amendment 29.
Second.
So I could get through that easy.
And this one will need the director up again. And I do want to start off by commending Director Johnson because he's really proposed a number of improvements to our stormwater program in the budget. And that includes the new stormwater manager, the environmental compliance inspector, additional. And I think it's really going to lead to some big improvements. And those are all, I think, funded through the Watershed Restoration Fund, so it's fiscally responsible. And so I think it's going to do great things for a program. One of the other things he proposed was a $50,000 training and education. And this will be coming out of the Watershed Restoration Fund, so it's kind of budget neutral in the sense that it comes out of the fund, at least as far as recurring expenses. But this would go towards training staff to basically do MS4. Well, do you want to speak to what the training will go towards?
Sure. The stormwater permit has 6 what are called minimum control measures. Now, the stormwater permit is issued by the MDE under the auspices. They do it under the delegation from EPA to ensure that our stormwater discharges are not polluting surface water bodies. So the way in which they achieve that, since stormwater is not treated, is through the development of 6 what are called minimum control measures. These are measures that all permittees in the United States and every jurisdiction has an MS4 permit must comply with. It is a mandatory requirement to ensure that we reduce the possibility of pollution of stormwater discharge. Minimum control measure number 1 deals with training. And it was sort of mentioned previously that some departments' operational staff are not as well trained as they could be. Public Works is also in that similar situation. Our staff, our department, and many operational departments, not just us, Parks and Rec, Transportation, Fire, Police, Harbor Master, all are potential generators of pollution, non-point pollution to the bay. The permit under minimum control measure 1 requires that staff be trained annually on stormwater protection procedures. And this is what we were attempting to do. This amendment was suggesting that we partner with Anne Arundel County, which has a very robust stormwater program, to assist us with training We have reached out to Anne Arundel County, and they were amenable to speaking with us. They did not make any commitments. However, one of the cautions that I would sound with that is that we would then be subject, we'd have all our operational staff subject to the schedules of Anne Arundel County. They're not a training operation. They may train internally, but their schedules almost certainly do not align with the different departments that I mentioned. So the way that we were approaching it prior to this was that we were developing what is called SWIP, which is an acronym for Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan. All our operational divisions, departments must, by law, have a SWIP. And that SWIP must be exercised, it must be comprehensive, and there must be one person who is responsible for ensuring that that department remains in compliance with the requirements of that SWIP. And that will then allow us to be in conformity with the law, in compliance with the law. So if I had my preference, I would not want to delegate training of such a large number of staff. It is the vast majority of city staff who will have to be trained in stormwater pollution prevention to Anne Arundel County. They're a good partner, but I suspect that that may not be in the city's best interest to do it that way. That'd be what I would say.
Yeah, so just to clarify, what's currently in the budget is to provide this training. Oddly enough, what I'm trying to do is remove that training because, not necessarily permanently, but I just want to have a conversation. I would like to ask Public Works to have a conversation with the county, because the county has already said, the head of the county's MS4 compliance program has already said that they're willing to allow us to partner to participate in their training at no cost. So I'm trying to find some cost savings here. I think that conversation is still ongoing. So what I would suggest, and what the amendment's trying to do, is remove that funding for the time being. Let us have that conversation to see if they can fund it, if it's not appropriate or not. If it turns out we still have to fund some of it, or we want to fund all of it, we can come back in a couple months and add this back to the budget as far as coming out of the Watershed Restoration Fund. But I'm just trying to, we've often talked about trying to partner with the county on things to save money, and this is one, I think, opportunity where they've already told us they're willing to do it. So I just want to make sure we can have that conversation. We may have to come back with the same thing if it turns out it's not going to work, but.
Right, we're voting to remove 50,000. Alderman Tierney next. And
Yeah, just a quick clarification. The code for Watershed Restoration Fund speaks to public education and outreach, and I just wanted to make sure that the $50,000 deduct, does that take away that public education and outreach, or is the $50,000 purely training?
The 50,000 was anticipated for developing training material for internal staff, for operations staff. So all of Public Works operations, Parks and Rec, Transportation, all the operations divisions, police, fire. It was to provide training for those groups of people. And while I understand the intent of trying to save money, I'm just, again, sounding what I think I should sound the caution that logistically, it's sounding a bit challenging to depend on another agency to work around our police schedules, our fire schedules, Public Works, Parks and Rec. They're not actually the same entities, so we're not really on the same schedules. So even though the county might assist us somewhat with training, I have doubts as to whether or not they can. This is not optional for us. This is not something that we can say, well, we'll not do it, or we'll do it next year. Next year, this fall, this October, we have to report to MDE progress made on the MCMs, on the minimum control measures. This is MCM 1. So if the county is not able to align their schedule with our schedule, we're going to miss the mark on this minimum control measure. And that's not, we've been doing great with the permit, and this would be a blemish with MDE. And we try to work well with the prime regulator. I have grave reservations about depending on the county to train that number of people. If it were a smaller number, we could always work out the schedules. This is most of the city staff who needs to be trained. And the fact we haven't done it in the past, I don't think that people understand the magnitude of what we are facing. We have to do this. This is not optional. We must do this.
Yeah, and that's what we can always come back if we need, but I mean, the point is we haven't really finished having that conversation with the county.
That's correct. We have not. Yes, we have not.
Okay, if 3 people want to speak, remember you're cutting into your dinner time. Alderman Pendle Charles, then Alderman Arnett, and then Alderman Finlayson.
So I'm always a big fan of trying to save, but I think the director's been pretty clear that he doesn't think that this coordination with the county, as much as it's desirable, will work. But I would ask, suppose it does, but we leave the 50,000 in, it's just going to fall to fund balance if we don't spend it. I think I'd rather leave it in and find out we didn't have to spend it, and then we can put it to alternative uses, than take it out and find out we have to come back and put it in. So I'm listening to the director. He's skeptical. Maybe it'll work out, but if it doesn't, feels to me like we need this money available. And given the short time span, everybody has to have their SWIFT training by October. We can't be fiddling around looking for money. It just seems to me that it's more prudent to live it in, and then on the off chance we don't need it, we can let it go to some other use. So I would urge that we not exercise this cost saving. You're hearing it out of my lips. I would exercise.
So Alderman Savage might have an idea.
Yeah, I think that's actually, I think, good. Probably that's wise to do. As long as I think if Public Works could still at least have a conversation, see if there is some kind of overlap.
Well, we
cost savings there. We can just, because you're right, it's not going to go back to fund balance, so it'll just stay in the watershed fund.
Yeah.
Right. We have reached out to Eric Michelson, and we're working with his staff person to see what can be worked out. But I was just giving my thoughts as to the risk that the city is taking by sort of just depending on one entity to do our training.
So we're taking that all in. I think we could vote it down. It seems like, yep, unless we need to keep talking. Alderman Pendle Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this point in time, I think I want to make an editorial comment. And I think for all of us, this process of going through this budget is kind of stressful, understandably so. Some of it, I think, is emanating from, and I'm going to use Alderman Savage as an example, because he and I we've talked about this before. He has his pet projects, those things that he really, really is passionate about, and I do respect that. And I've said that to him many times. 95% of the time, I'm going to go along with him. Alderman Gay has his passion, and he exhibits it in a certain way, and I know I have mine. And what I will say is, I think all of us need to be much more respectful in our passions, even when it comes to our votes. I think it may be something that I'm not totally understanding, but I will trust Alderman Savage for what he says. And I think we all need to do that and realize that and it's a good thing that we have different passions, because we learn from each other. But I think when it comes to our votes, it may be something we may not necessarily really, really want, but I think out of respect for each other, I think sometimes we need to vote on things that may not be our passion. And so I put that out there because Alderman Savage and I have had these conversations before, and he knows I've said this. 95% of the time, I'm going to go along with whatever he says. Whether I truly, totally understand it to his realm, probably not. But if he says so, and I might have a couple of questions, that's it. But I think we need to all look at it ourselves and be respectful of what our passions are, and not necessarily come in with a predisposition as to how we're going to vote based on whatever the reasons may be, whether it's our passion, whether we've decided that it's, it sticks in our craw, but whatever it may be, I think we need to be better at that. I think it works better for the entire council. So that's kind of my editorial comment. Thank you all.
Thank you. So we're going to take a vote on 29. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay.
No.
Nay. Motion fails. And I'm going to try to squeak in 30 here. Sorry, because who doesn't love crosswalks? Alderman Savage.
Yes, so I'd like to move Amendment 30.
Second.
So this is to, are we just voting on it?
Yep. Was it a second? Quick elaboration and then.
Okay, so this just, there used to be a crosswalk on Edgewood Road, temporary. My constituents grew accustomed to it. They've been asking for it back again. So Public Works is going to be funding the preliminary work out of their operating budget as routine expense. This $10,000 is coming out of one-time use money. $10,000 is just for actually putting it in construction. So it's going to become a special project on the CIP.
Okay, Alderman Gay had his hand up first, then Alderman Shannemeyer, remembering it's 6 o'clock.
I understand. The amendment has 10,000, but then it says the exact same thing underneath with the capital.
If you're looking at the spreadsheet, that
Capital
was
project fund impact, yeah.
that's my mistake. So the 30 is for the Edgewood, 31's for Moyer Park. I accidentally copied the description down to 31 in that big spreadsheet.
Oh, okay, cool.
But if you look at the actual amendment, it is correctly documented.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Thank you, Alderman Shannemeyer.
You should use some of that money to put a big bollard in the center of the crosswalk to slow down cars so they actually listen to the crosswalk. Big concrete.
That is a
steel
friendly amendment.
Thank you. All those in favor of Amendment 30, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, we will recess now for... we'll recess now till 6:30. Have to be sharp.
I don't know if I agree with Ron.
You're on your own.
Throw things out there, like the city attorney
I would have ordered for you all. I didn't get served until. Okay. Everyone ready?
Let's do it.
All right. Leave my glasses here.
31.
Okay. Let's resume the meeting. Thank you. We're at number 31. Alderman Savage,
Oh,
still
yeah.
the Alderman Savage show.
I'd like to move Amendment 31.
Second.
So this has,
Excuse me.
remember, this has the wrong text on it.
Right, the list has the wrong text, so look at the piece of paper with the amendment on it, please. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, it's good, yeah. So,
Ignore that $488,250.
so yeah, this is for
Keep that.
Moyer Park sidewalk enhancements. So part of it's, so this is for the area going through Moyer Park. Currently, there are oyster shells down going through the park, and then the trail, which works as a sidewalk, has kind of curves into the park, but it doesn't go straight across as like a sidewalk would. And so I've gotten a lot of requests, especially from some of the seniors who walk down there from Bay Woods, to get a better surface down and also to get some lighting. And so this proposal would be to put in hopefully some permeable pavers along with some solar powered lights going through the park, and then it would continue the sidewalk down either along the street or going again kind of demarked through the parking lot, and just to make it safer, because we do have seniors who walk from there, from Bay Woods all the way over to the park to attend their concerts and things. So this is all
Dickinson?
bond funding. Oh, sorry.
Director Dickinson? No?
We just realized that when we typed the amendment 31, and we say on page 6, after line 11, it inserts 488,250. But we would only be inserting the 23 amount, because in the ordinance, we only have the 23 appropriations listed. So that number there, 488,250,
Yep.
should be 131,250. We'll reprint that, but just as we're talking about it, that number would be a lower number. The total cost of the sidewalk project is 488,250. We just found that, I'm sorry.
Will that be the same thing for Amendment 32?
Yes. Okay, I hadn't checked that yet, but Katie says yes, so.
Question?
So I apologize just for my clarification. The total cost of the sidewalk installation is that 488,250 number, but Amendment 31, the total cost is 131,250. Is that a correct? Okay, thank you.
Correct.
There is a project sheet in your packet that might show this better visually.
And I think the ultimate goal is to connect Forest Drive or Bay Ridge Avenue all the way down to the Crab facility, the R88 accessible boating center, so that this will mean that there is a connection all the way through, close to all the way through, down to ultimately down to Crab.
But not all the way down.
Yeah, not yet. Yeah.
Not yet. That has a lot of discussion with the residents who've made it clear that some of them are very adamant about not wanting it to go down there. So this would stop right past the park. It would kind of stop right at Cars Beach.
Yep.
So there's hope of connecting with Cars Beach.
And we feel also with Cars Beach, we'll be able to repurpose some of that funding to make the connection and the traffic calming on Edgewood Road. So it'll be about completing the program, the different amenities that are on that road. So Alderman Pindell-Charles and Alderman Gay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, this work is going to be done inside the park, some of it inside the park as well? And this is a city park?
All of it. Well, yeah, probably 90% of it in the park.
Is this a city park?
Yes, ma'am.
I was wondering, well, I asked for a reason. Have you talked to Director Trader about it?
No, I have not. So
Director Trader, are you aware of this?
No, I am not.
So currently, Alamoya Park is managed by the Maritime Museum, so they generally take care of most of the maintenance there, I believe. That's part of their lease. But we should loop in Parks and Rec, of course, yeah.
Yeah, and loop in the Maritime Museum as well, for sure.
Alderman Gay?
Thank you so much. Excuse me. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I wish we had our screen up so we could actually see the mapping of it. I just want to be clear in my mind. I'm coming down Edgewood. I'm passing where Sam's on the Waterfront is. Or was, I'm sorry, yeah. And because I know at that curve where the treatment plant is, there's no sidewalk, so this would be there.
Have you been to the SUP set up there? SUP Paddleboards, the paddleboard company?
I just was at the Ellen Moyer recently with Charting Korea, so is it right across from there?
Yeah, so just before you get to Charting Careers, there's the paddleboard company have set up, and then that's the start of the Shell Trail. It's a beautiful trail through the park, and then it drops down to where the camps go. Charting Careers would have been.
Yeah.
So it's a connection, maybe a quarter of a mile through there, I'd say.
So it's not really sidewalk that would be, traveled by the everyday person. It's more of a trail through the park.
No, it's a sidewalk. If you know, Baywoods has done the same thing. Baywoods has a sidewalk that goes in between the trees, and so it's not a linear sidewalk. It actually is a more scenic sidewalk, but it's straight, but at the same time it has curvature.
That's awesome. And I'll support this. I used to work at Baywoods, as many of you know. Fabulous constituents over there. I loved all of them. Mr. and Mrs. Gibbs, the Admiral, and enjoyed serving them. And additionally, I enjoy the benefit that the Charting Careers youth are able to have from Ellen Moyer. So I'll definitely support this.
Yeah, and to let people know some unfortunate news, the Admiral did pass away last week. I think it was Thursday morning. So it's very unfortunate news. So maybe we can name this section after him or something. That might be nice.
That would be great.
Just that made me think of it.
Any other? Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of Amendment 31, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
We're bringing those corrected amendments up, so we'll give you each a copy.
Alderman Savage, Amendment 32.
I'd like to move my last one, Amendment 32.
Sorry.
And this is for, this is not a sidewalk enhancement, it's a new sidewalk. And so this would go from, if you picture the Shell gas station at the corner of Forest Drive and Bay Ridge Avenue, there's a Shell station with no sidewalk. It's right across the street from Bay Ridge Gardens. So this would create a sidewalk going from the gas station down past the, what's the name of the church down there?
It's Mount Moriah.
John
Mount
Wesley
Moriah.
and Mount Moriah.
And then, so go past the bus stop, which I think you mentioned has no sidewalk. And then,
Nothing.
yeah. So maybe we should put a crosswalk in here too. But
Yeah.
it would go down past the church and kind of meet up with the existing sidewalk down there.
Alderman Gay?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. If I could, Madam City Clerk, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor to this. I'm so grateful for my colleague for introducing this amendment. This is one thing I did not really know how to do in the budget, the CIP projects. And so I'm really, really thankful for you for introducing this. Rob and I, at a certain odd point, meet at this intersection because I have Bay Ridge Gardens, and then he has everything surrounding it. I met with the city manager, David Gerald, Sam Bryce, I believe, a while back, and a number of other staff members from the Office of Planning and Zoning, or Department of Planning and Zoning. We've had a number of near-death experiences at this intersection. Actually, in fact, one of my constituents was walking with her son on her hip, and as a car was coming around a corner, both of them were plucked in the air. She survived, he survived as well. Obviously, she had missing teeth, bad, it was a horrible accident. And that wasn't the first time. That was probably the second or the third time at this particular intersection. You know where the Dollar General is, which if you're from Bay Ridge Gardens and you're shopping on a fixed budget or whatever, you're running straight across 4 lanes of traffic trying to get to the Bay Ridge Gardens, or 2 lanes of traffic trying to get to the gas station which they frequent. And so this is timely. The signage did not work at all. My only concern about this, and I did speak with the former alderman, Jared Lippman, where the desired path for the sidewalk is currently privately owned. I don't know how this will work. I'm hoping that they could come to a mutual agreement with us, but it's desperately needed. Even as he mentioned, we have 2 bus stops on that road, one going north and the other going south. And if you're trying to get across, there is no sidewalk or anything. You're sitting right on the street. And so this is timely. The church has been on me since probably 2020 to get some sort of legislation passed in regards to this. And so I really appreciate this, and I think it's important.
Alderman Annette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is the fiscal '23 amount for this?
$73,815.
73,000?
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming that we've looked at the impact on our debt service ceiling. This isn't going to
So we didn't graph it out, but these amounts will not significantly impact our long-term debt service, no.
Thank you.
And I'd like to point out that Bay Ridge Ave is the main corridor to Quiet Waters Park. It's very well traveled, lots of pedestrians and bikers on that corridor. So, Alderman Finlayson?
Yeah, I'm still not clear on where, is this sidewalk, proposed sidewalk, on the side of Mount Moriah? Okay. Is there a sidewalk on the other side that I think abruptly ends at the end of Bay Ridge Gardens? So would that sidewalk be extended to connect to the sidewalk that goes into, I can't think of that community that's there. Not that far up, before you get to the SPCA. Because I think there's another sidewalk on the other side, but it ends right abruptly almost at Bay Ridge Gardens. And there have been fatalities there. I happen to know a young man from Eastport who died on that very curve. So it is a dangerous location. I think it would behoove us to look at what we can do because just putting a sidewalk there is going to help, but it's still a dangerous thoroughfare. And so whatever can be done to help make that a safe, maybe a flashing light or something else needs to be there. But I totally support it. I just want to see maybe connecting it on the other side also. That gives them 2 options, either side of the street.
Thank you. Alderman Schneidermeyer? Yeah.
On that front, I've actually put a formal request. On that front, I've actually put a formal request to the administration in to apply for federal grants made available by the infrastructure bill to actually bring about traffic calming, pedestrian safety, biker safety, with that being one of the many areas in mind where it's needed. So that puts the request to the administration. They've told me they're going to put in for them, so hopefully we get some funding that way for it.
That would be great, but that's not going to impact what we're doing right here, right now.
No. But it's a future,
Yeah.
try to find ways to improve it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Tierney?
Yes, Alderman Gay or Alderman Savage, help me with this, because I know Bay Ridge Gardens have asked for this for as long as I can remember, but is there a crosswalk? If I'm a child at Bay Ridge Gardens and I want to get to that bus stop across the street, how do I get there? Yeah, is it safe? No.
Yeah, so currently, as it sits, if you're walking out of the community,
Yes,
you would make the immediate left
yes,
where the red bus stop is.
yep,
You'd have to walk up the sidewalk and you'd cross where the existing crosswalk is just before that weird fork in the road to split right and, to split oncoming and going traffic. But obviously, as you know, if a sidewalk is a block up the road, people are going to take their chances of running into
just
it.
cross.
Exactly. And so,
Yeah.
as the alderman suggested, it's desperately needed.
Yeah,
That's what it looks like. Picture's
Yeah.
worth 1,000 words on that.
yeah.
Thank you.
I was
Alderman
trying to
Arnett?
find it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I also would like to thank Alderman Savage for this, but the focus is on sidewalks. I would point out this is a particularly perilous part of the city for bicyclists, and I don't think the lanes are well marked, and we also have places where they just disappear, so I think we need to look at that next year.
Yep, well, I think shared.
John Tower,
White Pig, yeah.
John Tower got in a very severe bicycle accident at this intersection.
Okay. All those in favor of Amendment 32?
Aye.
Yep.
I just wanted to have the city manager maybe speak to, I'm sorry, the intricacies there, because it's city, state, and county, if I believe. So, and also the, how the conversations may potentially go with the property owner, just both the gas station and the shopping center as it relates to the sidewalk.
Yeah, so the problem with that intersection, or part of the problem, well, Forest Drive, as you know, is a problem in and of itself, but that's a county road. And then the Bay Ridge in that section is a city road. So there's that, coordination. The higher government activity that is involved with an intersection actually controls the intersection. So in that case, the county controls that intersection, but we do up until then. So there's just those additional complications involved with these projects.
Thank you. So, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. On to number 33.
So we agreed on 3 in a row. Let's keep it going.
It's a big day for Rob. Alderman Pindell Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move amendment number 33. Thank you.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Trader, can you come forward, please, sir? Yes, sir. We're on amendment number 33, adds $13,000 to the Department of Recreation and Parks Administration for Men's Basketball Summer League mural using the reserve for one-time fund uses. Can you come forward, please? Okay. Concerning the mural.
The mural is what I feel,
And summer.
Is your mic on?
Alderwoman,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
it's on basketball.
the basketball mural.
Oh, basketball mural.
The basketball mural is a mural to exhibit the history of the Men's Summer Basketball League, the oldest ongoing program in the history of the Annapolis Recreation and Parks Department, which started in 1973. Yours truly played on the original championship team in 1973. It started in Eastport at Chester and 3rd Street and migrated to the Pitt Moyer Recreation Center. The reason this is so significant is because it's actually affected all communities. It was a community league starting in 1973 and evolved into an NCAA sanctioned league where, future pros, coaches like John Thompson came by and, to scout certain players. Obviously, he wasn't scouting me, but nevertheless, it's going to be, I think it's a significant art piece that honors not only the former players, current players, but also the community spectators. Once again, 46, 47 years, consecutive years. And I would appreciate if you would vote yes for this. I'm in the midst of collecting photographs now, Future History Now, who is responsible for several murals throughout the city, has already committed and has submitted a scope of work for the project.
Mr. Trader, is it true that this mural is going to cost a total of $18,000, but you've already received 5 from Art and Public Places?
Actually, the actual price is $16,000.
16, I'm sorry.
I have received a $5,000 grant from AIPP, Art and Public Places. The Director Jody Dickerson has signed off on that $5,000. Friday, I actually applied for a $2,500 grant from the Anne Arundel County Art Council, in which I believe strongly that I'm going to get that as well. So once again, I would appreciate if you would add to those amounts.
So the request on here is for 13. You said now it's 16, so you've gotten a 5 from AIPPC, so that leaves 11,000, but you're not sure about the county, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this should be changed to 11 for now?
Correct.
Just going to get some clarification for Director Dickinson. She has her hand up first. No, then I'll go to Alderman
I
Gay.
wanted to clarify that any amendment passed in this budget is not available to be committed by purchase order or otherwise until July 1st. So I don't know by what means you say you've already got a vendor lined up. I don't know if that was done competitively or if you're trying to sole source it, but we don't have authority to spend that money until July 1.
Well, we don't plan to do the work until the midsummer,
Okay.
end of the summer.
All right, you said something about having a vendor all lined up. I just wanted to clarify
Well,
that money
yeah.
can't be expended until then.
I was speaking in terms of his scope of work. And I incorporated in as a part of my written proposal about the project.
Okay, all right. If we're going to use a vendor, we have to do, we may have to do sole source. Sounds like a higher dollar. Anyways, I just want to make sure we're doing the procurement part right.
Yes, ma'am.
Alderman Gay was next.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I am actually going to vote against this, only because I believe that the Arts and Public Places has $256,000. They can give you 11,000 more. I would fully support that so that the project can come to fruition. I understand that they have a number of projects that they hope to get off the ground as well, and they invest in the street tango stuff that happens on the docks, but they can come up with $11,000. I think it's the wrong use of funds to use one-time funds for this project. I fully support it. You know, I know everybody and their mother has participated in the Summer League. There's a YouTube thing about it in Pip Moyer's documentary, and so I know the importance to our community. But I would just like to see Arts and Public Places come up with the remaining $11,000.
Alderman Gay, can you assure us that Art and Public Places will come up with the $11,000?
I cannot assure you that, but I can assure you that they have $256,000, and if you can't come up with 11 for a mural, then I'd be concerned. And to be quite frank, I just don't think that the one-time use is appropriate. That's all.
I understand what you're saying, but suppose they can't get the 11,000, then what?
Alderwoman, I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Neither am I. That's why it's in here.
Thank you. Please let me recognize you, if that's okay. Thank you. Alderman Gay, you finished?
I'm done, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Annette, then Alderman Savage, then Alderman Finlayson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think this is a good use of one-time only money, although if we can find another source. But Archie, do you remember a couple years I came to who developed the old rec center? I can't think of his name, but he saved the basketball floor. And he was willing to donate all or part of that floor, and including...
O'Hare.
Pardon?
O'Hare?
O'Hare, yeah. Including having his carpenter build the frames for the murals out of that floor, which I think would be a perfect use of the old rec center floor. And I think Jim may also be a private source of funds. He really did want to save that. And as you know, I wanted to, I think Mike Bush played, but definitely Kenny Kirby and some of the people we know that are part of the lore, particularly of Ward 8, but of the city. So I think this is a marvelous idea. I actually think it is appropriate as a one-time only use, but I really would like to see if we can't take advantage of that, the floor for the old rec center in some way, and maybe get a private sector help in terms of financing this.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Savage.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'll support this either way, but I do think it'd be nice to, if we can get the arts in public places. Would it be appropriate? I'm just thinking about what kind of projects the Arts in Public Places Commission funds. Have they funded city projects that we've, or that the administration has wanted? Well, I mean, I know they do things downtown for music, and I know they've done murals, but I wasn't sure if that was, because they also take private requests for funding, right? But I mean, it seems like this would be entirely appropriate. I think, what can we do to at least have that be our first attempt? Because like, they have record money. We're not even sure if they're going to be able to use it all now. So can we do I mean, what would you suggest? Do we need to change the wording or keep this in there and just get some assurances that we'll at least make a first attempt with the arts and public
Certainly,
places?
Let's get a
Mr.
suggestion
Trader and
from
I
the city
talked about
manager.
that.
Yeah, let's
We
get a
talked
suggestion.
about that. We just didn't want to make sure there was a hole.
Rhonda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. City Manager, just if you've got a suggestion, so we know that the art in public places is quite flush. We know that we need to spread their funds into different wards. I don't think we've done anything in that ward with art in public places that I know of.
Right. Yeah, no, we can certainly reach out to them. I think Rec and Parks is the liaison, in addition to Brian Callahan, is liaison to them to make sure that that sort of a lens is applied to all the work that they do. And we can make the request for these funds. If this is approved and not needed, then again, it just reverts or stays within the one-time fund. So it's not going to go away.
Okay, so I'm just going to go around the room. Alderman Finlayson was next. I'll come back to you, Alderman Annette.
I'm sorry. I'm listening to something else. Where and by whom?
Could you clarify your question?
Where is the mural going?
Mm-hmm.
And by whom? Or have you selected, I thought I heard that you selected an artist.
Yeah, it's a part of the scope of work, and he has detailed that location, and that location will be at the top of the bleachers. It will be 75 feet long and 10 feet high. It will be fixed at the top of the bleachers. If you can imagine the bleachers at the Pip Moyer Recreation Center outdoor courts.
Okay, is it going to be movable?
No, it's going to be fixed.
Okay, permanently affixed. And who did you say? I didn't understand who.
Future History Now, Mr. Jeff Huntington.
Oh, okay. That was my question. All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
One of Sheila's old boyfriends going to be on there?
No, I doubt it. She didn't date basketball players.
Sorry. But you go way back, right? You're going to go way back in.
We're going back to 1973. We actually have photographs of the Chester and 3rd Street. I have a picture of where I was on it.
Right, awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Alderman Tierney?
Yeah, thank you. I know I'm going to be a broken record here, but I totally agree with Alderman Gay. It's been sort of a pet peeve with me because for 4 years, the arts and public places, we all support them, yes, but they have not used up their fund money. For example, for fiscal year 2022, they've only used up 70% of the funds available, which leaves them coincidentally $18,921 left over from fiscal year 2022, which would be a nice allocation to fiscal year 2023 for your mural. It's arts and public places. All of our arts efforts should be done by them. I see no reason why it should come out of one-time funds. And to the city manager's point, it is under Parks and Rec, so you have dialogue with them. They have to do more than just salsa dances downtown. I mean, and to Alderman Savage's point, it says here that any visual work of art It could be a sculpture, monument, mural, fresco, relief, painting, fountain, banner, mosaic, ceramic, weaving, carving, and stained glass, and art forms, and music, dance, film, video. I could go on. That's what it's for. So it would be, I think, inexcusable that we take money from elsewhere for that. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yes.
Director Trader?
Yes, at the time that I applied for the grant, I had no idea that they had that much money. And I was following protocol. So I can make a call. Pardon me? No, I'm trying to get the project done in any means necessary. And if I have to go back to AIPP to call them and ask them for the money, that's what I'm going to do.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Okay, we're going to vote on it. We'll vote it up or down. All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No.
No. Roll call, please.
Mayor Buckley,
No.
Aye.
Alderwoman Finlayson, Alderman Chandlemeyer,
No.
Alderman Gay,
No.
Alderman Savage,
Aye.
Alderman Arnett,
No.
Alderwoman Tierney,
No.
Alderwoman O'Neill,
No.
and Alderwoman Pendle Charles.
Aye.
And the motion was defeated.
Okay, I'm sure we can find it though. It's an excellent project. On to number 34, Alderman Pendle Charles.
Mr. Trader, we need you back. Amendment number 34, move.
Second.
Amendment adds $5,000 to Department of Recreation and Parks Administration for a youth tennis court on the campus of Walt S. Mills Parole Elementary School. This is a feasibility study using reserve for one-time uses. And I'm just going to start the conversation. And it's all outlined in your packet. We have had a family in parole who has been doing tremendous work with youth as far as tennis is concerned. And they've been doing it for probably at least 20 years. They've done all the necessary work in their own.
Okay.
They've done all the work on their own property. They put out all the money, thousands and thousands of dollars. So they had come to me and said they're up in age, they're in their 70s, they really can't do it anymore. So the mayor went out and Director Trader and I to talk with them to come up with something that we could do. And they've sent many students to college on tennis scholarships from their tennis times that they've had and programs that they've had for children in the community. And so we are looking at the school to turn a basketball court in that they had first as tennis, but they turned into basketball. But we're looking for a feasibility study to talk to school system about possibly turning that back into a tennis court since the couple can no longer keep it up. And Mr. Trader, did you want to add any more, Mr. Mayor, since you went out to talk with the couple about this?
Well, just to say that he's our own version of King Richard, except, you know, it's an awesome story where he teaches kids in the community to diverts them into other sports, not the typical sports, and it's great to see what he's done in his own home. But I think that it's a combination of a place where he trains dogs and he teaches kids tennis. So I think if there was an opportunity close by to get a real facility, I think it would change a lot of kids' lives. So.
Mr. Trader, you have anything to add?
Yes, ma'am, I do. As Stanton Center manager, I taught 10 and under tennis for 5 consecutive years. And the location of my program was actually at Annapolis Walk. and it was well attended. It waned eventually, but I think this is a great opportunity to start another 10 and under tennis program in another part of our city, so as to direct children in another sport other than the popular sports.
Thank you, Alderman Gay, then Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thank you so much, Alderwoman Pendel Charles. I will be supporting this for a number of reasons. I think I know the family that you're talking about, just off. They got it in their backyard? Yes, yes, yes. I've had a number of friends, and one of which I'm still very, very close with, who is participating in his camp. I'm pleased that it'll be moved to public property. To the school, correct? Okay, awesome. And I think also, as Gavin pointed to earlier, you know, with the growth in pickleball, we need another tennis court, whether it's for the kids or the adults. You know, I think we sat through a 2-hour meeting. You were there, Archie, with your staff, as they were lighting us up over tennis courts. And so, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Alderman Schneidermeyer, then Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 quick questions. This is you're referring to the court in the corner of Kirby and Dorsey, right?
That is correct.
Cool. So is the goal of this then is to not take over that court, but to actually install a new court over by Walter Mills?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
It seems strange that the city would do a feasibility study for using school property. It would seem appropriate to me that we first approach the Department of the Education and find out if they're even receptive to the idea before we start committing money for feasibility, and maybe even ask them to do it since it's their property. Even if we come up with a great plan, if they don't agree, it's not going to happen.
And I would say that the city manages a lot of the Department of Education properties. So we oversee Bates and multiple other fields that belong to the Department of Education, but they're under the
Under the supervision of the Recreation and Parks by way of MOU.
But this is a capital project. It's not overseeing programs. This would actually be a capital investment, converting a basketball court to a tennis court or creating a new tennis court. I would think the first place before we start spending money is to start with the board to see if they're amenable to this use.
Have you checked that, Alderman Pendel Charles? Is that?
Over time, we've had several conversations with Mr. Alex and some other projects. I think it's appropriate to take a look at the feasibility study and Director Trader can talk to more about his communication with the school system. I've not had a chance to talk to the principal at Parole, but I can certainly do that.
I haven't talked to Alex in terms of this particular endeavor, but currently we have been talking about, have met, and we have made some sketches in reference to a half court at Adams Park. Alex was in attendance, and another designee was in attendance. They were in total agreement with it, a half court basketball court in lieu of not having open space in the Clay Street community. And the Department of Public Works is also involved. And right now we're trying to find money for that particular project. But the school board has agreed and is in full cooperation with that project at Adams Park.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's take a vote on this. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no.
No.
Motion passes. On to 35, Alderman Pendel Charles.
Mr. Trader, you led us right into amendment number 35. I move number 35.
Second.
This amendment adds $5,000 to Department of Recreation and Parks Administration for United Historic Clay Street, Adams Park Open Space Feasibility Study for one-time uses. And this was a meeting that Mr. Trader was just talking about, that I was invited to when I was working for the school system. And I've enlightened Alderwoman O'Neill, because she was not on the council at that time, concerning this project, and Mr. Trader can certainly enumerate on the project.
The project will be at a certain location in the parking lot. It will be, it will be fenced in. It will be a half court, which involves only one basket and goal. We'll line it up. It'll be completely fenced in. Engineer Jennifer Fight is the manager, and this is important. I mean, it is very, very important, as I mentioned earlier, as Alderman Gay mentioned earlier, about the mistake that was made by not having open space in the Clay Street community. And this is an attempt, to provide some type of open space where children and young people can play.
Alderman Schneidermeyer?
So this is converting part of a parking lot into something actually useful?
Correct.
Cool. Add me as a co-sponsor.
I would also like to co-sponsor.
Thank you. And Alderman Tierney, then
Yeah,
O'Neill.
just the impatient part of me asks, what's involved in the feasibility study? I mean, we know we need this. Let's just do it. No, who does, in all seriousness, who does the feasibility study? What is that?
Well, the feasibility study does not apply to the Adams Park project. That applies to the parole school.
No, they both say feasibility study.
Well,
yeah.
We've gone a little further than a feasibility study. We've gone into some sketches. We've gotten some quotes from the fence company. We will install the basketball goal ourselves in-house. The Recreation and Parks Department will do that. We'll purchase the goal ourselves as well.
So the $5,000 will get us more than just a feasibility study.
It sounds like it's more of a concept study and, preliminary design and cost estimate.
And then does it translate into a capital project? Or no, not necessarily?
Not necessarily. We'll have to have the discussion, since it's on school property, who builds it. I think this one is. This is on
It
Adams.
is Adams Park parking lot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Alderman O'Neill?
My question follows along Alderwoman Tierney's. You said we have some preliminary sketches. I've heard bantered about that building a basketball court is right around $40,000. So if we're building a half, does that mean it's closer to 20? And could we not fund the entire basketball instead of just the concept study?
That would be ideal.
I guess that's a question for the city manager.
Certainly could be, yeah, that's your call. I don't think Public Works has put together a good cost estimate for it, but that's the only issue.
Seems like a close enough number, doesn't it? Yeah.
So,
Have you costed the fence, Director Trader, or not?
Pardon me?
Have you costed the fence?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't recall, but I think it could be maybe 15,000, something like that, 10,000.
Okay. Well, that doesn't come up. All right.
But that would be a
Anyone
capital
else?
amount, right?
Any other discussion on 35? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Thank you. On to 36, Alderman Pendell Charles.
This is for the amendment number 36. I move number 36.
Second.
All right. Amendment adds $10,000 to the mayor's office for a video documentary of Annapolis United using reserve for one-time uses. Mr. Trader, you want to speak to the video documentary?
I do. And this is a part of the anti-violence initiative. too often, we can sit in settings like this and we can make stipulations, we can give ideas, and we can actually come to conclusions on what other people think and what they are experiencing in their lives. A documentary will allow these people who hear gunshots every night, who have to wake up and stay by that telephone every single day, waiting for that call. Many of us don't know what that feels like. I don't know what it feels like. And this gives them an opportunity to sit down and before camera, before video, and tell exactly what their story is, tell you exactly what they're thinking. And some of you may be on that video because these are your citizens. These are the people that you serve. I think it is extremely imperative that they have an opportunity to speak for themselves instead of us and others speaking for them.
Thought Alderman Neal had a hand up first, then Alderman Gay.
I do think this is a crucial part of the whole initiative. I would go forward to suggest, one, that this gets pushed on to Art in Public Places because it's a perfect project for them. I also would go forward and say that we talked about interns, and I know that in our video production office, Julian has worked with interns. That would be a great place for this to start. You got 40. This is a perfect example of what Art in Public Places was set out to do, and it's to provide opportunities to showcase our city, and where it's being presented to our citizens as a free commercial, basically, on our city. I would say that this should be funded by Art in Public Places.
Thank you, Alderman Gay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I would agree with the Alderwoman from Ward 2. My only dispute with any of this is essentially a trauma piece. You're asking individuals who have witnessed murder, who have maybe rendered first aid to someone, gushing blood from their head or et cetera, wherever it is. There has to be some sort of assistance paralleled with this video. If you're asking people to, pour out the trauma that they've seen over the last 10, 20, 30 years, something has to be paired with that. So while they're sharing with the camera, or the city in this case, their trauma, that they're also able to heal correctly. I'm not sure how that's done, but I know it must be. You just can't ask somebody to pour out. You watch your best friend get shot in his head at the corner of President and Madison. Tell me about it and how it made you feel without the proper communications. And so I would hope that somewhere along the line we could pair a resource to those, maybe even from the Office of Community Services, for assistance. You don't know what trauma you could bring up or what hurt you could bring up by asking somebody to just talk about what they've experienced in life or death situations. But I support the project as it's important to document, and particularly Black trauma over time, because it gets lost.
Just gonna get off Bill Charles first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with my colleagues from Wards 2 and 6. And the Office of Community Services providing any support. I think this is important for many reasons. And at some point, and I name this in my booklet, it may, I'm not trying to disparage anyone, but it may offer us even funding from some other source based on how we do this. Not looking forward for that reason, but it may emanate from there, and could help in the healing process for our city as well. So I'm glad you both of you brought that up.
Director Trader.
Yes, in response to Alderman Gay's comment, I really think that it's something to think about, but that will not happen. This is going to be very professionally done. It will be done with sensitivity. I will be on the video. I will tell stories of how, as a young man and a child, I was in Robinwood playing basketball, how sports affected my life and kept me out of jail. And I've seen gunshots and things like that as well. But that's not the core of it. It's the sociology of it. It's the family, how the families are affected, how everyday life is affected, and people will give their opinions and they'll give their thinking about those experiences living in those communities. And it's not all about the violence. It's telling who they are. Too often, you talk to a person outside of Annapolis. They think everybody's rich here. They think everybody has money here. I tell them I live here and their eyes get big. I say, yes, we have everyday people living in Annapolis. And this is an opportunity for everyday people to just show who they are. So beyond the violence, beyond the crime and gunshots, it's an opportunity to see how people are living socially in these neighborhoods.
Let me go.
Yeah, now I'm confused because are we creating a documentary on Black lives in the city of Annapolis? Or is this an amendment that adds $10,000 to the mayor's office for a video documentary of Annapolis United using the reserve funds? Because there are two clear differences. A documentary on the history of the city of Annapolis, in particular African-American communities, is different than documenting the trials that the Annapolis United, which is fairly new, go through over the phase of the next summer. And that was kind of how I read it. So if you could correct me.
Well, please.
No, go right ahead.
Direct that to me because I met with Julian for 2 consecutive hours. We talked about this. Julian is a consummate professional in this area.
I'm not saying that, but I'm still confused.
But it's not a historical piece, it's a contemporary piece. First of all, I never said anything about history.
Well, you just mentioned yourself, that's history.
You're right about that. At 65, you're correct. You're right. But you know, you understand what I'm saying. It's a piece, if I tell about myself, I'm telling you about a situation that was different than it is now, and that it wasn't always like this. How it is now, where we could go from neighborhood to neighborhood without repercussions, without being scared, without being intimidated. Robinwood, 20, Bywaters, we could walk down and play basketball and then walk back to Eastport without any gunfire, even after we won the game. I think we need to juxtapose those times, these times now, because some people will even think that it has been always like this, and it hasn't always been like this. I grew up in this town, and I remember times where there was 0 murders, consecutive years. A gunshot was major front page news. If somebody started shooting a gun, it was like, wow, gun. So I hope you understand what I'm trying to say.
I do, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Schnellmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I got to be frank on this one. I appreciate the goal of trying to tell the stories, but I don't think this will work as an effective crime prevention measure. We've seen so many true crime documentaries documenting neighborhood violence and attempts to help folks, and it doesn't really make a dent in the crime rate. So as an interesting art project, I think it's an interesting idea. I don't think it's going to be effective in crime prevention. Is that the goal of this, Alderwoman Pendel-Charles?
I think this is a project and I talked a little bit about it with Julian. There can be several phases to it. You can look at what Alderman Gay has expressed. You can look at, which is two different generations, what Mr. Trader has expressed. And I think, and this is kind of where I'm at with a lot of this. If we can, and I'm not saying this, if we can save 5 lives off of this, that's huge, because it's a ripple effect. If we can save families, or 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 families, based on, because everybody's not going to gravitate towards the same thing. People are going to respond to different things depending on their own life experiences. My story is different, and I've told it several times. And people thought, gosh, I thought, you know, it was easy for you. There've been a lot of crappy stuff. And so it depends on the person telling a story. It depends on the person who's receiving the story. There are things in our own lives, and I'll give just one example that changed the whole trajectory of my life. A business law professor at Morgan asked me one day, leaving class, "Ms. Pendell, what are you going to do when you finish Morgan?" And he said 7 words: "You ought to go to law school." And that changed my entire life. And that's what I'm saying. Some things resonate with some and not others. And so this can be a compilation of discussions with Alderman Gay, with Director Trader, and some other people who've had different experiences. And Julian, as Mr. Trader said, is a consummate professional to put that together in a piece that says, this is Annapolis, this is who we were, this is who we are, and this is what we can be.
I'm not sure who had their hand up first. Alderman Finlayson.
Sure, ladies first, thank you. This makes me very uncomfortable. Talking about one's wounds should be treaded on very gingerly. Miss Lee is not in the room, but as a social worker, she's our best opportunity to tell us how people should reflect on their wounds and what they've seen and what they've experienced. Julian, you're absolutely right. Both of you have spoken to the fact that he's a consummate professional. I had him do a video for me. But you have to come with a direct objective. Exactly what is it that this video is going to accomplish? I just heard you say if it saves 5 people, it's worth it, and that's fine. But how is that going to be accomplished? Is it going to be through historical context? Is it going to be through personal stories of trauma? It just makes me uncomfortable to think that we are treading into a territory that we're not prepared to really handle. I thought we had approved that 100,000 that would give you a window of things to do. And I would like to see this consumed within that, which would also give you an opportunity to nail down specifically what it's to do. What is the message to the reader? When the video is finished, what reaction do you want from your audience? I'm not clear on what that is, and I'm not going to repeat myself, but I think our social worker or someone else with a psychological background can help hone this into what's going to be most effective for our community. So, thank you.
Director Trader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One thing that I can say very clearly and very definitively is that we're talking about a group of people that do not have a platform. A platform to express themselves politically, publicly, socially. And the objective of this particular documentary is to change the behavior of some people, specifically young people. Imagine a young person seeing this documentary and say, damn, wow, I didn't know it was like that. You can change some people just by them seeing it. You could possibly change their behavior. You know, people don't react to lectures all the time. People don't react to being scolded or disciplined. Sometimes they can just see it and say, yeah. It's like looking at yourself and never seeing yourself in a particular behavior and never understood that you were acting that way. And you see it and you hear it and you say, wow, was that me? Is this my neighborhood?
Mr. Trader, I understand exactly what you're saying. Okay, and I hope you understand what I'm saying.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
We're clear.
I do.
We're clear. Thank you.
Alderman Abt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm listening to the ardor and even the anguish in what you're saying to us, Mr. Trader, and I've gone over and over this description. I do worry about some of the things that Alderwoman Finlayson just talked about. I'm not sure that we have enough expertise to know about dabbling in people's personal wounds. But I think my most important question is, how is this being delivered? So let's say this is done well, we have proper consultation. Who is going to see this video? Where will it be made available and how?
Well, City TV is an avenue, is a medium by which we can show it. You know,
That'll probably get to me, but
Pardon me?
I thought I watch it. I'm insane enough to spend hours on Channel 100, but this is geared towards the youth. So how do we deliver this to youth that it might save? Because unlike Alderwoman Pendle Charles, if it saves one life, it's golden for me. It doesn't even have to get to 5.
YouTube?
Pardon me?
YouTube, Facebook.
Okay.
That fits the youth world and accessibility to that type of information. We are directing it towards the youth. We want them to see that. We want them to see. They don't have those conversations on the corner, out in the back of the basketball court. They don't talk about those things. And we need for them to see these things. They can pick up a phone and see that.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Tierney.
Yeah, I just want to say that this is something that, being someone that's in recovery, this is somewhere we do not want to go. This could be a trigger. As Alderman Gay said, I just think this is a terrible idea with good intentions, but you don't want to start dealing with issues that we are not prepared to address. I strongly disagree with this.
Okay, we're going to take a vote on it. I think art in public places is another source for this, so I support the initiative, but I'm not going to support the vote on it now. I think art in public places, there's a creative process around this, and I think they're well funded, so I think I'm going to help you to get to that. Same as the mural. All those in favor, we're going to vote on it now.
Are we not spending one-time only money? We're directing this to art in public places?
Just my opinion is
No, I
they have
agree with you,
a lot
but-
of money. This is a creative endeavor here. I think it's good, give a great opportunity for young filmmakers to be intern on something like this, So that's just my opinion.
So that would be vote no on this and have the money come from art in public places?
Yeah, and then chase that on my opinion. So that's okay. All those in favour of Amendment 36 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
No. Thank you. Motion fails. Alderman Pendle Charles.
Let's see.
37.
Number 37. Move amendment number 37.
Yes.
Can we get a second? Thank you.
This is an event that we had talked about, possibly at the Harbor House area, a summer fun day. Mr. Trader had indicated maybe one day there and another day in another location. And some of the Annapolis United is basically looking at from prenatal to pensioners. And as a former employee at the health department, there's always been a difficulty, no matter what the economic status of, with African-American mothers and mothers of color, a baby's mortality. And I've been really struck by that, so I'm really for trying to give prenatal care, the best care, and also resources and information. So we had discussed having vendors at this fun day, and one of the vendors would be providing information concerning prenatal care, breastfeeding, and that sort of thing. So this is a person that has done it professionally for over 20 years with Anne Arundel Medical Center, but this person also works for the county school system. And so this is something that we had discussed. It's a very small amount of money for things that we can have as giveaways and information, and books as well for children. We're looking at prenatal to, I think it's age 3, because once you get to 4, you can go to preschool. So anyway, Mr. Trader, did you want to add anything to that?
Yes, this is an effort to perpetuate programs in the neighborhoods themselves and meeting people where they are, getting them involved, getting them direct information. And also, I don't think that Alderman Benjamin Charles mentioned, we're going to have police there. We're going to have firemen there. We're going to have OEM there. And we're going to have veteran officers. And another conversation that we had earlier is where the chief has mentioned that he's going to have future ceremonies in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Tierney,
Yeah.
and then Alderman Chandlemeyer, and then Alderman Arnett.
Don't take this the wrong way, Alderman Pendle Charles, but my understanding was that we approved the $100,000, which is sort of as I said, a bucket of money that's not really defined, and that we would look at these understanding that. So my question is, can't we find that $1,500 or whatever it is in this $100,000? I mean, that's what I thought you sort of kind of agreed with when we approved the $100,000.
Well, we are going to have a lot of programs that's going to cost a lot of money. And I really guesstimate that the $100,000 additional money is not even going to be enough with what we have planned.
Okay, I just thought that was the understanding, that's all.
Alderman Chandlemeyer, then Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In my work with the American Hospital Association, we've seen a whole lot of data on the problems with infant and mother mortality rates in the African American community. I think this is a very low amount of money, a small drop in the bucket, and going out into communities where they're impacted by this is how you really spread health information. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Alderman Arnett, then Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So again, I'm reading the detail. This starts out, to me, sounding a lot like Unity Days, which I certainly have supported. And it says from prenatal to pensioners, and that certainly fits the people who come to Unity Days. But I don't remember us putting up money for Unity Days. I do know we have a police food van that we have paid for that is available to come to these kinds of things. So, and again, I think I agree with Alderwoman Tierney, is this, since it is a small amount, why cannot this be found in the 100,000, the big picture program that we have already agreed to allocate? The real problem I'm having getting my hands on it is, seems like this wants to do a lot of different things all in the same package, because after reading prenatal to pensioners, then I get into providing information for prenatal newborns, infants. That doesn't remind me of the softball game we had at the first Unity Day at Harbor House, but it certainly could be one of the booths that we have, or more than one of the booths, and I'm sure we can get people, but it just seems to me like a Unity Day with a subset of this that is a child is born, to have vendors helping with these various issues for young children would be just fine.
Alderman Savage?
So is this going to include the Office of Community Services?
Absolutely. It should include the Office of Community Services, yes.
Okay, because I think they'd be more appropriate because social workers are trained in this. But but a question.
Trained in?
Well, providing care, the kind of
infant
services,
mortality,
health services.
Infant mortality and breastfeeding and.
No, but I think they have more appropriate training than Rec and Parks.
And these are going to be books as well. Going to be purchased for that as well. But anyway, so you're saying
this is going to the Rec. This is going to Rec and Parks.
They're hosting the community day.
Okay. But I guess the question comes back to what the chair of the Finance Committee said. Can this be? Is this part of that $100,000? She seems to be saying that it is. Their impression, both of them, I guess, was that this was included in that $100,000. Is this not included in that?
Mr. Trader, I think, just indicated that. Mr. Trader, correct?
No, it's not included in the $100,000. It's a separate entity.
It's included in the.
Theoretically, it's included, but financially, it's not. Funding, it's not.
Well, it seemed to be had a bit of an impact.
Let's just get a vote on it, can we, please? Okay. I'm going to vote for it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no.
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 Let's do a roll call, please. Aye.
Alderman Finley. Aye. Alderman Selmayr.
Aye.
Alderman Gay.
Aye.
Alderman Savage.
No.
Alderman Barnett.
No.
Alderman Tierney.
No.
Alderwoman O'Neill. No. Alderman Kendall.
Aye.
Motion carries. Child is saved, we hope, for $1,600. Next is the last one for you, Alderman Pindell Charles, number 38.
Yes, move amendment number 38.
Can we get a second, please?
Second. Thank you. This is amendment adds $25.50 to the Department of Recreation Parks Administration for Community Education Months usually reserved for one-time uses. This is a situation where, as your public safety chair, I pretty regularly move from community to community. And this one particular day back in October, I laid it out in the booklet, I was visiting Woodside Gardens. And they were preparing for a decoration contest within the complex. And at that point, there were two buildings that were competing against each other for decorations for Halloween. People were coming in and out getting decorations, And I was asking what was going on, and I was told that's what was going on. And so the residents really got into it. Different buildings also did decorations, and they had a winner. And so every month since then, November, they did Thanksgiving, and I've been down there a few times, and folks have come in for Christmas. They were really excited about what was happening. And so Miss Rita down there decided to continue this every month. And so I took photographs in your packets with the children for Easter. They had Martin Luther King in January, Black History Month in February. They also talked about the Tuskegee Airmen. So they've kind of expanded this. So I spoke with her about this, and I think this might be wrong now that I'm thinking about it. I think it's supposed to be Newtown 20 Community Development Corporation. I think I'm wrong. I think this is wrong. Anyway, and so we discussed this, and I asked her, based on all the information that I had received and watching the residents, and so I asked her how much did she think it would cost to have it done once a month. And so this is the figure that she gave me, and I outlined it in your packet. It has definitely been an opportunity for residents to come together, for residents to look forward to an event the next month, for children to learn about what was going on in the different months. And as we all know, as children and even as adults, we always look forward to holidays and different things. So I thought it was a great opportunity. She really was high on it. Everybody seems to be involved in it. They even did St. Patrick's Day with a leprechaun, and they planted some potatoes and some other things. So they've really gotten into the spirit of holidays. And I think anytime you can get communities involved in something that we may consider, for lack of a better word, trite, other communities may really feel very inspired. And so it rubbed off on me just to watch the different residents come through looking for different ways to engage in their community, get involved in their community. As you see, some of the young gentlemen were putting up lights and that sort of thing. So I think I had put it down as Woodside Gardens, Newtown 20 Community Development Corporation.
Thank you. Alderman Gay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Alderwoman, I'm unfortunately going to vote against this one, as I see it as the responsibility of the individual property, in particular, large, massive, for-profit apartment complexes, to be able to appropriately fund their resident services coordinators. I don't think it's the city's place to get involved here, in particular on a month-by-month basis for holidays. I don't oppose the concept, but I just oppose the funding scenario.
It's one time, but okay.
Alderman Savage and Alderman Finlayson.
So just my one cause of concern, I guess, has to do with the, I don't know, are we stepping in, I guess, some murky territory with, because this kind of limits the kind of holidays. There's not much religious diversity in here.
They just started and they haven't gotten there. So it's possible that absolutely they can expand. That was just something they decided initially, but it can be expanded upon, certainly.
And you're missing Earth Day on the list.
Oh, of course. Thank you.
Any other comments? Alderman Finlayson, sorry, I apologize.
Thank you. Yeah, this sits in my ward, but I'm afraid they did not ask me to sponsor this amendment to our budget. But it is Section 8 property. It is privately owned. And I have spoken to the owners of the property about picking up the cost of the activities on their property. And while I haven't gotten a definitive answer, I've been assured by their representative that they're going to cover these costs. So that's what I expect.
Okay, ready to vote? All those in favor of Rhonda's last amendment, Amendment 38, say...
My age.
Say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no.
No.
I think the noes have it. Thank you. Amendment fails. Okay, Amendment 39, Alderman Finlayson.
All right, Mr. Gerald's gone. Ms. Dickinson, I think this may be already included. This is the 5,000 for the Shop Forest Drive maps. And there was some question about, because it was in our original list of ARPA funds from last year.
You were intending to fund it with the CARES Act program. I didn't see it on any of my list, but the understanding was that it's already been printed and you already have an invoice for this service, correct?
Well, the printer has, we've been working with Ms. Wampler about the map as well as
And I think the
Mr.
last
Rice.
time we talked about this, we were going to try to find the money in the 22 budget somewhere to pay for this.
So
that we don't carry it into 23 because it's all, the cost has already been incurred.
Okay, so.
So we're still going to be working on that.
I can withdraw this.
So
Yes.
luckily, we didn't get a second, so we can just move on.
Oh, okay.
So you heard Ms. Dickinson, I'm good with that.
Well, we love SOFO, and I think it's a great idea, so.
Yes, so those, you all know about the maps on Forest Drive, and 5 of us, we're good. Thank you.
Okay, on to Alderman Gay, Amendment 40.
Whew. Jesus, come into the room. Thank you, Lord.
Should we go back?
If I could have,
Can I have some of that?
first of all, if I could make a motion to move Amendment 40.
Okay, sorry?
Do we want to do Alderman Gays in order? We left 5 of them behind. I don't know if we want to do them all together or if you want to start at 40.
Oh, we definitely should do them one at a time.
All together?
No, I meant to go back and start with the other ones or pick up with 40.
I'm just going to
and move
get to the end of it, and then I'll go back to them.
Okay,
That's how
all
we
right.
set it up. We're at Amendment number 40.
40. Amendment number 40.
Second. He moved
Got a
it.
second, thank you.
Wait, we got to find one.
Mr. Mayor, while my colleagues are seeking, if I could have the Chief of Staff and Adetola Ajayi, you want me to go?
Nope, he'll get them.
Thank you.
For the items I like.
Yeah. How much? $640,000 grant to.
I will.
Got a separate, that's fine too.
Mr. Mayor, do you want me to start while they're?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So this was, and I use the inappropriate terminology, and this is not a matching grant. This was, again, just in conversations with the county in good faith. We've submitted this $80,000 to the mayor's office in commitment to the No Harm VIP grant. As you are all aware, I'm not sure if you remember, the county is committing $25,000 for this year for the Cure of Violence pilot. And after that, it takes a month, I believe, correct? Thank you so much, Kate. Here's Kate, because I don't want to give you all the incorrect information. I was just explaining to them the Cure of Violence, $25,000, so if you could just jump in there. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Alderman Gay. Yes, so we are currently in the process of an assessment. We've discussed this before you guys a couple of times now, so you may remember that we're working with the County Health Department. The model that we're looking at is looking at gun violence from a health prevention model. So it is, Cure Violence is a long-standing program that's been in operation across the country. And it's basically a violence interruption program. We train credible messengers on the ground in communities, and those people work with case workers, service providers, and look to prevent violence before it occurs. and it's a proven program. And so this assessment will take place in July. Once we work through the assessment, we will then be looking at how the assessment will identify which communities we should target in Annapolis for the program, for implementing the program, and exactly how the program, who the stakeholders are that we will work with, the service providers, and how we will start to identify and develop the credible community messengers who will play this pivotal violence interruption role.
Thank you so much, Kate. Or what's do you call her Madam Chief of Staff? I don't know. Thank you, I appreciate it. And again, just quickly, because I can move them out. This is an everybody issue. I think last I checked, it was Ward 6, followed by 4, then 8, as it relates to opioid overdoses within the city of Annapolis. I'm not 100% sure on the fatalities, but I can get back to you on that as well. It's a crisis. It's been a crisis since 2019. Adetola has done a really, really good job with the No Harm VIP. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm mixing up two things. Thank you. This started in 2020. Adetola's done a good job with that. They initially had volunteers using the CARES funding correctly, and that expired. And since we just haven't had that presence on the streets in the communities, I think one of the benefits that Kate Tola and at the time Susie Smith brought by bringing in Cure Violence is that the data that you all are so interested in, they will be able to provide that for us. And from there, we'll be able to take a much better approach into how we impact our communities on the ground. As she mentioned, I love the terminology that you used in communicators, on the ground communicators, and how to fight the crisis of violent crime in our communities. I'll take any questions, or Mr. Mayor, if you.
Alderman Annette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to get a handle, how much money have we already put into the VIP program? It seems to me we've put in considerable funds over the years.
My apologies, Alderman Arnett. I don't know how much we spent on the pilot last year. I could certainly be happy to find that out for you and provide it before the evening's over. This year, we will receive $30,000 from the county. That's been appropriated for the 2022 budget, and that will cover the assessment. What happens after that is still unknown. We will apply for a further grant from the county to fund the program once we've gone through the assessment and tailored the model. But of course, that's an unknown at this stage, although we are requesting, we've requested $370,000 from the county. That's what we've estimated in our budget for 23.
So I think I would like to, maybe finance can give us that number, but the more important follow-on question is, how well has the program done so far? I don't think we've gotten any reporting on successes. So, before we put more money into it, it seems like we ought to find out what we got from the money we've already spent.
I understand that the No Harm pilot was success. I don't have the figures in front of me, my apologies, but I understand the pilot was so successful that is when the county began to negotiate with us to start looking at how we implement this program and how we might work together to fund the program within Annapolis. And obviously the county is looking at broader applications, but they were very interested in the work being done here in the city and saw it as a very promising potential model.
Okay, just a couple other questions. Since the VIP program has been ongoing, and I assume we want it to continue to go, why is this a one-time only expenditure?
So we are trying to be realistic in how we implement and evaluate the program. It's a very data-driven model, so being a health-driven model, looking at all of the data and measuring all of the data is a pretty critical part of how we go forward. And I believe the thinking at this stage for the money that the city might put forward is simply that we want to look at how successful we are, we want to look at that data, and we will assess it. Now, the question is, beyond that, if this program proves successful as it has in other areas, there will be a question around how we fund that going forward. But I think the question at this, from my conversation with Alderman Gay, the question is whether the city is willing to put money towards the program or otherwise we are going to be dependent whatever the county grants us in 23.
So my last question is, why wasn't this in the mayor's budget?
I think the reason is because ongoing negotiations with the county have meant that we are in a process of just developing the program, piloting, assessing cure violence, and piloting the program. So we're actually building it as a pilot model.
So if the previous amounts were $30,000, what's the jump of $50,000? We still haven't gotten apparently results, and this is a pretty big jump. It wasn't apparently in the mayor's budget. So it just seems like a big jump for something that we don't really yet know what it's doing.
The program has evolved, as I understand. Obviously, the pilot was done before I came along, so I have a sort of a broad understanding of what was achieved, and I understand that the pilot was looking at how you develop people within communities who can work to provide services and support that will mitigate violence. So the pilot that we did last year was very much in the spirit of the program going forward. But what we've done now is we are taking a proven model that's in operation across the country that's very much a health-driven, data-driven model, and we're working with the county to tailor that to Annapolis. So the assessment phase, which is the $30,000 we're spending this year, will help us tailor that, identify all the stakeholders. I think that's one of the most promising aspects of this because it's data-driven and because we're working closely with the county to kind of identify all of the stakeholders on the ground who might have a role to play, and they'll be brought together in the assessment phase, which will be in the second week of July. And there will be meetings to which council members will be invited to learn about the program. There will be site tours to potential locations. And out of that, we'll have stakeholder meetings, and out of that, we'll start to develop this model, which is violence interrupters on the ground and service providers and case support around those people. So that's the intent. Once we get through the assessment and we have our model, then the goal is to implement it for 12 months and properly evaluate it.
So I certainly applaud working with the county because crime doesn't know any boundaries, but can you give me just one example of the kind of interventions that we're looking at to help with the
Absolutely. So as I understand the program, we will target specific communities in Annapolis where we believe the program can be effective. And those violence interrupters will be, the Cure Violence officially labels them as credible messengers. So we identify people in the community who have credibility and standing, who are trained in the program, and their role is to be observers in the community and to identify individuals and situations where violence could erupt or there is potential for violence to develop. And at that point, they work to intervene on the ground with the people in their community. One example, so one person we have in mind, but I don't want anything I say tonight to be sort of taken as this is what we will do, because we'll be working this out. But we have a community worker on the ground in the moment working with the Mayor's office who has built very strong credibility working through the opioid prevention program that's run out of the Mayor's office. She's been able to identify situations where families or individuals are at risk and call in services, appropriate services, to help those families before, you know, an overdose occurs, or has been on the spot to talk to people when they're going through a crisis. And that's the kind of intervention that the model will be built on.
Oh boy, so now I'm confused, because I thought violence is one program, opioid, I know they overlap, but I was really looking for something that this program is going to do to help us prevent, intervene with violence, not with opioid use. So, and I think that is a problem. We have the NAM program, we have the violence, we have Alderwoman Finlayson's new program identifying communities at risk, and we have programs identified by Alderwoman Pendle Charles. It just seems like we have a swarm of money, and it may not even be nearly enough, but I'm just wondering how these all coalesce with each other, and just keeping straight violence from opioid, unless we're not trying to, in which case we should have a combination program or something. But I'm really trying to get at what is the intervention?
So the intervention might be that one of our violence interrupters might see that there are teenagers gathering, might have concerns about what the intent of that is, might, in the appropriate circumstances, speak directly to those teenagers, or would call in service providers who can come in and appropriately intervene. Part of that program might be a caseworker who would come in and identify someone who might be ready for some kind of skill development opportunity, or might need some kind of opioid intervention program. That's kind of how the model works. So there is some overlap, and I apologise, it does get confusing, but I use NAM as an example of where the community service credible messenger model has really worked effectively. So that's the model we're trying to apply with the anti-violence program. And I understand your concern about all of the various strategies and efforts that are going on across the city. What I'm hoping out of this program is that by bringing all the identified stakeholders together, so we are developing a full list between the county and our team here. We're developing a full list of stakeholders, organisations, individuals who are working out in the community at this point, who will have an interest and a role to play. And I'm hoping that gives us a really strong map of who are the stakeholders, the organisations and the service providers that might be very helpful to inform the other programs. Because it's also a health model and it's data-driven, I think that's another kind of very robust framework we can bring to this particular program.
So thank you for your thorough answer. I know I put you in an unfair spot coming in new, but it did help, and my takeaways are we're coordinating with the county. We're still in the formative stage of this process. Next steps will be to actually get these teams that will help us with the interventions.
That's absolutely right.
Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, you did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got a lot of hands up, and the 30,000 was provided by the county health department once the county declared gun violence a health crisis. That meant that our health department in the county was a source of funding, and we want to expand that as well. We have some reservations on whether they're going to produce after the 30, and I think that's how this came. Alderman Gay?
Thank you. And just, again, thank you, Kate. You hit it right on the head, and I don't know why this seems as a foreign concept to some. We passed our 30-20 on 7/13/20 after we had like 8 shootings in a row. It's titled Youth Violence, for the purpose of declaring youth violence a public health epidemic and supporting the establishment of citywide trauma-informed education and response methods. This isn't new. We've been talking about this since 2020. I thank you, Susie, and Adetola again for the leadership on pushing this forward, for getting the county to commit to the 30,000. Hopefully, you know, as we move forward and we go through that initial phase that will take a month, we get awarded the $346,000. I think that's to keep the big picture. But just keep in mind, I think all of us, even Fred at the time, this was voted on unanimously to kind of get the ball rolling to start this process. And as the mayor mentioned, at the same time, the county was recognizing gun violence as a health trauma as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Shanamar, the Alderman Attorney, then Alderman Finlayson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know this seems like a scary price tag, $80,000. This is so fiscally prudent to put this investment in violence intervention up front. This is the classic example of if you invest a penny now, we'll save a pound later. This is much more effective than sending in 3-4 officers after a murder's been committed at crime prevention. Because we get people talking, we stop something from occurring, and we save a life. Projects like this have been successful in other cities. The biggest one that I talk about a lot is the Boston Gun Project. It's not a one-for-one, but it's got a lot of those elements. And I'm really willing to make this investment to stop the youth violence epidemic that we have seen when the whole world just got shaken up beyond all reason in 2020. So I would, one, like to be added as a co-sponsor for this, and I would, two, beg my colleagues to support this fantastic violence prevention investment.
Thank you, Alderman Attorney.
Oh, thank you. Two things. Based on discussions with Pam Brown of the County's Partnership for Children, Youth, Families, this is the only evidence-based gun violence, where's Chief Jackson, reduction that has been shown to work. So I don't think there's any doubt about the merits of the program. My question is kind of a nerdy one. To address Alderman Arnett's question, in the budget now, we have I guess I'm directing it to Director Dickinson. On page 31, we have a $640,000 county grant, and I don't see the impact to that addressed in your backup for this, because I know that after much back and forth with the Finance Committee, it was explained to us, well, that's what we were hoping, for, but we really have to know what we want, and we have to do this, what's the word you use, Kate? Analysis of how far we want to go and what we can do. So are we leaving the $640,000 on page 31 as a county
So
grant?
the ultimate decision on that, of course, is the council, but in the last conversation, I believe it was at the work session, we decided to leave it there.
Oh, okay.
That was, that may have been a 2-year funding target for 23 and 24.
Correct.
We don't know what we're going to get in 23. They're doing the assessment now, and based on that, they'll make a plan. So we decided to leave it in there, and I was explaining that I have the authority that when a grant award comes in lower than what's in the budget, I can automatically adjust the appropriation downward. So once we know what we're getting, I will do that.
You're absolutely right. That was discussed as the way we were going to move path forward. But I did want Alderman Arnett to know that there was a line item addressing it, and so we'll look out for that adjustment. But it has no harm to the budget, really. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Alderman Finlayson, sorry. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the concerns that I've had, and I think the Finance Committee both this year and last year have had, is the fact that we're not getting any data. We don't know, and we've had this program for more than a year, and we don't have an inkling of how many people are reached, how many interrupters are on the street, how many people have been trained. So that's a concern. And Ms. Pettit, you have been excellent as far as helping us bridge that gap. But we need more. And I think, you've mentioned a lot of things about their work in the community. And what popped into my mind was, where's the liability for the city when we're putting residents who have been trained, but into communities that may put them in danger? Or is that something that's planned for in the funding? Where's that responsibility?
So as I understand it, yes, the answer is that we plan for the training and support for the interrupters, the credible messengers on the ground. They could be people who are already working out there. It's one of the reasons I mentioned our community worker who's currently employed on our anti-opioid program, because she's proving very effective and has built very strong relationships already within the community. So she's already a credible messenger and would be an ideal candidate for consideration in this new program without meaning to imply that that's what will happen at all. She's just an example of someone who's on the ground working already. Many of our stakeholders are community organisations with people who are living in the communities or very close to these communities, and those people are naturally suited to be identified as credible messengers. Or we will work within the communities. There's a lot of community consultation as part of the assessment to identify interest. I would need to, I'm learning about the program as we go forward, and I would need to sort of clarify what those kind of implications are for the city as we employ our credible messengers on the ground. But I suppose I'm taking some sort of high-level comfort from the knowledge this is working in cities across America already. So there are some robust systems in place around this program for those things. So I will be able to have those answers a little more clear in my own mind as we go forward. We're meeting fortnightly at the moment with the county and the Cure Violence facilitators, and they will be here in July, and looking forward to inviting all of you to come and participate and learn about the program. There will be a whole session just for the council to come and see and learn what the program does. So the model we know is working. The other thing about your point about data is that I think the program hasn't been running. There was a pilot last year, and that pilot was sort of a homegrown product, sort of built on the model that we'd built from our Naptown anti-dope movement program. But we assessed it as effective because of the community response, and also because the rate of homicide and gun violence overall in Annapolis has actually been coming down in the last year. So we know we have an issue. This is a bigger issue than simply homicides. It's a bigger issue than just shootings. We know there are suicides and a whole raft of issues we have to factor in, domestic violence and so on. So our homegrown model has looked promising, and that's what attracted the interest of the county. But we're relying on that bigger picture data to tell us that. This is the first time we will have a data-driven program that's built from the ground up using proper health data models. And that's part of where the cost comes in for the amount we've applied in the grant, because we actually want to do some very thorough data analysis as we go forward over the next 12 months.
I think that will give us all a level of comfort, confidence in the program when we are able to see that. How closely are you working with APD and our Office of Community Caring?
So these are very important stakeholders in this program, and I flagged this with the chief when I met with him last week, and they will be part of our assessment. They will formally be invited to partake as stakeholders in our assessment program. Cure Violence is a program that runs in parallel to police efforts. It's very much community driven. It's very much about understanding relationships on the ground within families and local communities. But it's very important that our police, who are already doing a lot of work to try and mitigate violence and prevent violence and provide alternative pathways, we really want them at the table on this. It's really vital. So yes, I've spoken to the chief about this, and I'm looking forward to having him there as part of our assessment.
And the Office of Community Caring, are you?
Thank you. I will make sure they are part of our list. I'll double check our list and I'll note that down right now and confirm that. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. And one follow-up question, and I guess it's for the chief, and maybe I'm confusing programs, but one of these programs Chief, you needed to sign off on at the end of the day. So is that this program or another program?
This is a part of, I think I have it. Referring to the governor's grant, the Office of Crime Control Lead, Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion. And Kate and I had a conversation about that. When the grant was originally applied for, we weren't included. But we have to be a part of it. But not only us, the APD, if we're going to be successful in this effort, we have to bring everybody to the table. We have to bring the state's attorney, Ann Colt-Litis' office has to be brought to the table. We have to consult with members of the judiciary. We have to make sure that we enumerate the type of offenses that doesn't have a true victim. You can't divert anything. Everybody has a right to file a complaint. And so before we divert, we have to make sure that the offenses, crimes, or whatever you want to call them, that we're diverting, that everybody's on the same page. Because what happens if we don't bring all the partners to the table appropriately, any efforts that Kate's people do or my people do will be undermined by the fact that every victim has a right to file a criminal complaint. That's part of our justice system. And so what we have to reconcile is, first of all, how are we going to build it, the infrastructure. When the grant was first applied for, they hired a young lady by the name of Katie Edwards, and she wanted to kind of model it after Baltimore. But the problem with that is that Baltimore, of course, is much bigger than we are, around 33,400 officers, and it was modeled off of an agency that large. And so the kind of commitment that she wanted from APD would have almost literally taken half the police force. And so I expressed to her that there's no way we could do that and still do our, stick to our core values of presenting crime. So what Katie and I talked about was a model that we could both work with in terms of lead.
Could I just clarify something? So that now we're talking about a different program. We're talking about the lead program, which is completely
We're not
separate.
on lead now, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
Appreciate
Thank you, Ms. Pettit.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll vote on this. Amendment number 40. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Say no. Thank you. On we go. On to 41. Motion passes.
Mr. Mayor, would it be appropriate to move 41, 42, and 43 together? It's community
so.
grants, $5,000, small. I can explain them really quickly if you'd like.
I object to them being together.
Okay.
That's fine, Mr. Mayor, because then I can go into my speech on community grants. Thank you.
Okay, let's move 41. Thank you.
I make a motion to move 41.
Second.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the time. As I mentioned previously, I think the community grants are extremely important and should be funded. The reason, and I met with the committee, I talked to Patty Norris on the phone about changing these amendments. There is a culture and a history of funding community grants to nonprofit organizations that may not necessarily be doing the on-the-ground work, just based off of relationship, etc. And we found some discrepancies within, as opposed to those who are actively in our communities. And so I've had the discussion with her, and we decided to put these amendments together. I'll start with the first. Amendment 41 allocates $5,000 of community grants from the Anne Arundel County Community Action Agency to the Live Water Foundation, and $5,000 of, okay, well, this is, Katie, hold on one second. I think there's an error as I'm reading it.
Before we continue, just to be anal here, can we all be looking at the same piece of paper, which is I assume it's in the budget book as Appendix E, and we're not looking at what I want to make sure everyone is looking at the same thing as far as the listing of community grants.
Okay. we're
It's
on
Appendix
41.
E in the budget, not Appendix E as submitted by the committee, correct? Am I correct? His baseline is the budget book, right?
Yes, because every amendment that we do that affects the same line item, we go back to where it started and amend the original.
Yeah, I just think it would be really helpful if
Sorry,
everybody...
yes, that would be
it's fine.
confusing. It's confusing because we did talk about the revised listing earlier.
Right, and then I guess we'll need you if it conflicts with what we recommended, but I don't think it does. So I just want to make sure everybody's looking at the budget book list of grants.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Alderwoman Tooney, and thank you, Katie. So we're moving $5,000 of community grants from the Anne Arundel County Community Action Agency to the Live Water Foundation, which some of you have received the email. Live Water works out of Eastport Terrace and Harbor House. They provide water access for underserved communities via paddle boat and programs to build, just character as it relates to water and outdoor recreational activities. And then another $5,000 of community grants from the Anne Arundel County Community Action Agency to Charting Careers, which we all know are very active in our community. I've spent a number of times mentoring the Charting Career Program. It's run by Aaron Snell, Linda Mundy, and a number of great volunteers. They work out of Ward 7 over at the Annapolis Maritime Educational Facility, just off of Edgewood. I was just there a couple of weeks ago, actually. We had the water suits on. We were out fishing, actually, with the poles. And then we went in for a mentoring program. Before that, they did their homework. So this is a mentoring program that's within our communities that effectively helps students from Annapolis and Bates Middle School, as well as Annapolis High School. They do scholarships, college tours, etc. Very, very active. So that's Amendment 41.
And how much will that leave a community action agency getting from us?
16.
$16,000, and they also receive enormous amounts of money from the county and state.
Thank you.
16,000, I'm getting the...
So they get 26 and it's going to go down to 16? Is that what you're saying?
So where is our 1,500 address?
Down to 15.
As an amendment.
15,
Did we already
okay.
approve that?
Just so I know that number.
No, we'll go
That's
to
not what it
21.
says on the paper here.
Yeah, we'll
So-
go from 26 to 21.
That's
We're
what,
No,
saying two rounds of
Could
five
we ask
there.
the finance director to clarify, please?
Said 25 for here.
I can clarify.
Ms. Scanlon.
So we're taking 10,000 from CAA. So you're going to your original Appendix A, right? Because that's what we're amending. So that goes from 26 for CAA down to 10 if you approve this. 5,000 of that is going to Live Water. The additional 5,000 is going to Charting Careers.
And I will let Alderman Finlayson speak first.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I oppose this recommendation, this amendment. The Community Action Agency is an agency that is our only poverty agency. I have data, and there's been misinformation bantered around about the lack of services that they provide in the city of Annapolis. And I'm not sure whether I've shared this with you, but I'm looking at specifically a breakdown of the number of Annapolis city residents that are served by the agency in Ignite Tutoring, Gifts of Love, Healing Youth Alliance, Future Success, the Arundel Lodge, Returning Citizens, Health and Wellness, Housing, and Energy, totaling over 2,500 residents just in the last year alone. They leverage what they receive from us to get monies from state and federal agencies. Excuse me, and it is true that they get an awful lot of money because they do an awful lot in our community. You've heard me say more than once that the county executive gave them an additional $1 million last year for energy assistance only, because he recognizes the value of what they do. And he's been there and he's toured their facility. They are about, Alderman, I would expect the same respect from you that you expect from us. We are about to enter an agreement with our Office of Community Caring with the Community Action Agency, because they have professionals that can aid the city where we can't satisfy that need. So I think it is totally inappropriate for us to have a discussion about taking funding away from an agency that has such a great impact. Now, the committee, headed by Mrs. Lee, made their recommendations, and they were accepted by the Finance Committee, and they were received by this entire body with the Finance Committee reports. So I would ask you to not reduce funding to the Community Action Agency. And if this organization, I'm very familiar with Charting Careers, and I agree, they probably should get more money. But to take it away from an agency that does so very much in our city, I think is inappropriate. And there are rumors that people are not being served. And I spoke to the agency as well as our representative in the city, who did some checking to find out exactly how many complaints we had about the Community Action Agency not providing service. And it was one.
You want me to read you the email?
Please, well, you can send them to me, but I'm telling you, you have a handful, and that would be normal compared to the 2,500 people who will say they were served well by the agency. So I think it is unfair for us to paint a picture that is inaccurate about the Community Action Agency. So I appeal to my colleagues, do not cut the Community Action Agency's funding. They do tremendous work for us. Thank you.
Alderman Gay is the only person with his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I didn't see your hand up.
I appreciate the opportunity to respond. I'll make it
next.
Very brief. I won't even go back and forth. I've worked with constituents, a number of, not just one, not just a handful, since I've been in here. The Community Action Agency is a good organization. They are not the best. It is a good organization that does work, and as I mentioned, they receive a number of funds from other agencies. A part of what was so appalling, and they quickly rushed and opened up and got out a press release once I asked about it previously, they weren't even open for 2 consecutive years. It was almost impossible to get through on the phone with somebody. They were controlling the grant process originally for rental assistance, and it was removed from that office because of delay. That is when the county executive moved over to the to the energy assistance, and they did very well with the cards. I will give you that. They did very well with that. You went to the online to the website, you applied. They had a system where you could come in with your car and pick up. They did very well with that. There are a number of other things that don't need to be discussed with community grants, and that's just it.
Thank you, Alderman Annette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I do support, I'd like to know a little bit more about the Live Water Foundation, but I have long supported more money in our community grants, and so I would much prefer adding 5,000 to community grants. My understanding over the years from the community action is that they do leverage our money, and they combine it with lots of money, both from the county and other sources, and that more than what we put in comes back to us. Now, that's the lore. I'm perfectly willing to accept that Alderman Gay may have different, newer information or different experience, but I'm a little fearful of trucking with this monies to them because they have been a long-term mainstay and have more resources than we do. So playing Solomon here, I'd much rather split the baby and leave the community action alone and add more money to the community grants fund. I don't know whether we are going to call it one-time only money or not, but so anyway, those are my comments.
Mayor, I just want to clarify that we're just reallocating funds within community grants. We're not adding to.
I realize that, and I'm saying I don't really favor taking it away from the community action. I would much prefer to offer a friendly amendment to increase community grants by $5,000 to fund the Live Water Foundation, which would put us up at whatever 247 for the total amount of community grants.
Can I second that friendly amendment? Is that friendly?
It's not a motion.
No,
He just said.
I said I will make that motion.
No, no. Let me think about this. Got the motion to reallocate the 5,000. So it's a friendly amendment. The mover has to accept it.
Well, that's what I said. I was offering it as a friendly amendment.
There are two pieces to the amendment. The first one, reallocating one piece of $5,000, and the second part is allocating a different $5,000. So you have to be careful how you state the amendment.
I think it'd be better, cleaner if you just vote it down and start over on this with a new motion.
10,000.
Because the double,
Point of
the shift.
information, are we talking about reallocating 5,000 or 10,000? Because this amendment would reduce the agency's funding by 10,000.
Yeah, I can't understand that.
Ross,
So
if
it's
I could.
5 to 2 different entities, right?
They're getting 26,000, as is written on Appendix E. I've asked to move 5 to one, 5 to another. That will leave them $16,000. They're far from bankrupt.
So you want to, you suggesting we move that as another amendment, Mr. City Attorney?
Well, right now, the movement hasn't accepted as a friendly amendment, so there's no amendment. If you want to vote on this.
Alderman Gay, have you accepted it as a friendly amendment? Not accepting it? Okay. Okay, then let's take a vote on it as it stands. Sure.
Amendment 6, that we just approved, right, 10 hours ago. We did add $1,500 of recommendation from Finance Committee back to community. How do you deal with amendment?
Can you turn your mic on?
6 if this is approved?
Oh, I'm not on the mic. How do you deal with Amendment 6 if this is approved? Because Amendment 6 addressed Appendix E.
This would supersede.
This would supersede, so the $1,500 that the Finance Committee added would be what it would be. It would supersede in its entirety?
Amendment 6?
Do I have the right amendment?
Amendment 6 is the $5,000 reduction for the church.
It would supersede just the ones that they're talking about.
But you, in Amendment 6, you go through and make the recommendations of the committee.
Okay, to shift,
So that's what I was
right?
talking about, what baseline are we working with? Alderman
Okay,
Gay is
so-
working with the budget. Subsequent to that, we had the committee come,
So.
and that's in
what-
Amendment
right,
6.
Right, so what we would do is, if you passed this, for instance, and you were moving money.
Right.
We would say that is it your intention to take what you had done and transfer what the net amount was from the amendment?
Okay.
Normally, it would override it. Normally, a subsequent amendment overwrites. But when we have two amendments like this, when you're working with the list, we would want to know what your intent is, and the balancing amendments that would come out on Friday would give us the list as was intended.
Right. So it's just so specific, my head's going to implode. So specific to the Community Action Agency, specific to that,
So-
if Alderman Gay's amendment is accepted, that would probably negate the $1,500.
What I did just now is write down the changes that were in the second list, the Finance Committee list. I didn't see any, were there changes to Community Action Agency?
Yes, they're adding 1,500.
We added 1,500.
Okay, then I don't have the list as revised.
But that's, you've got it down in Amendment 6. So my question was that this amendment specific to the Community Action Agency would supersede that. We're not there yet. We'll see how the vote goes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
accept a friendly amendment on the floor from my great colleague from Ward 8.
Okay, good
So,
choice.
so to restate, the amendment is to leave the community action as it is, but add $10,000 to the community grants budget, right, raising it from 242 to 252 to fund these two programs, Live Water Foundation and Charting Careers.
Okay, let's vote on that. Ready? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Yes. Thank you.
I just say
Alderman Knight.
regrettably how disappointed I am that we are giving $25,000 to Community Action Agency.
Right, thank you. Okay, next is Gay Amendment number 42.
Mr. Mayor, if I also could request from the city manager a detailed report from the Community Action Agency on funds that they've received from the city of Annapolis. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, Alderman Gay, getting right there. It's 42, 43, 44, and 45 are on the way.
No, I don't.
So 40, 42.
I hold my tongue. Amendment 42. I make a motion to move.
Thank you. Get a second.
Amendment reallocates Amendment reallocates $5,000 of community grants from OIC of Anne Arundel County to the Kunta Kinte celebration.
Don't we fund this already?
They got 20, that $5,000, it would keep them at 20.
It's the Hispanic.
So, any discussion on that? Need a hand? Alderman Finlayson?
You know, I'm not clear on our efforts to diminish our support for longstanding agencies that have served our city well. And it really isn't about how much money they get from other sources, but it really is about having funds from their home location to leverage. Same thing with the Community Action Agency, which is our educational component, for lack of a better description, that provides adult trainings across the board. And they've expanded to include the Hispanic community. They've expanded to include our returning citizens in their program. So to reduce their funding is just and shows a lack of understanding of what they do. Now, do understand that I worked with Kunta Kinte in 1982, so I know the value of that organization. And when it was not just a festival, but it really had 10 different activities. So I know and support very much that organization, and I would love for us to fund it further.
What are we doing?
However, I don't understand why we're robbing one organization to pay another. Thank you.
Any other discussion on that?
I really don't have, except for the one personal thing, because I'm getting tired of it, as I mentioned earlier. I read Jesse's entire email, stats included. I'm fully aware of what they do. So it's not due to a lack of knowledge, it's due to a lack of funding. And what I believe is a necessity to spread it evenly amongst programs that serve our community. It is not from a lack of knowledge. And that's the only thing I'll respond to. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No other discussion. Let's see. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
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 I think the ayes have it. Thank you.
Mayor Buckley, can I ask a clarification on what we voted on before that last one? Was that $5,000 added to community grants?
10,000.
10,000.
10,000. What was the source?
Mayor's budget.
One time.
And who was receiving the funds?
Council stipend.
Who was receiving the funds?
Lots of money there. That's $5.
What was the
Live water.
live water? Thank you.
5 and
No,
starting careers gets 5.
I think. Okay. Okay.
The
Thank
whole
you.
thing.
Understood.
Two that are listed.
And can I add, as a point of information, that most of the community grants is set at $342,000 as a continuing expense in the budget. A lot of these things regarding community grants this evening have been one-time funds. So theoretically, next year, the amount goes back to $342. These extra grants that we're adding on top of this will not be back in the pool of money.
Thank you. Alderman Gay, amendment number 43.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's no actions required, as I'll be withdrawing Amendment 43.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Gay, amendment 44.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Amendment 44. Can I have a motion to move Amendment 44?
Can you get a second, please?
This amendment adds $250,000 to the Office of Community Service for child care assistance using the one-time reserves.
Do you want to elaborate on that? Or?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm flipping between like 8.
Alderman Annette will comment first.
It doesn't.
Are you going to elaborate, Alderman Gay, or?
Yeah. The amendment didn't have my description on it, so I just need to go back to my original amendment list. Awesome, thank you very much. The amendment would add $250,000 to the Office of Community Services for child care assistance within the city of Annapolis. Up to 2 children per parent, $500 grant, and there's not, you can't apply after that. It's just, and I was putting together a plan to assist with the increased cost of childcare within the city of Annapolis, and particularly with the summer months coming, and as we're hoping that there will be a number of parents back to work. As it stands, there are a number of private facilities within the city of Annapolis. I'm not talking about Parks and Recs, private facilities that provide child care assistance, but the cost is astronomical. And sometimes at most facilities is weekly, not bi-weekly or not monthly. And so this is just my attempt to make assistance available for any resident in the city of Annapolis that finds it necessary for childcare assistance.
Thank you, Alderman Annette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's no doubt that childcare is a huge issue, and that frankly, I think this is one where there should be an income level discriminator, because I think it's particularly onerous on people of lesser means. It's a huge part of their discretionary budget. But again, this is using one-time only money. My suspicion is this is intended to be a permanent program. And finally, I would ask, I'm assuming this is yet another assignment to our Office of Community Services, and I'm wondering how they're going to manage this program. I don't know what the specifics of the details of the program are, but I would assume that there's some criteria for getting this money. You mentioned one, that you can only apply for 2 children. I don't know what good that does if you have 3 or 4 or 5 you need to have care, but in any event, my concerns are one-time only money, and then 2, yet another assignment for our Office of Community Services. And I'm not sure that there are enough parameters to help them know how to adjudicate this program.
Could you speak to it, Erin?
Yes. So just to answer your question about the staffing, Laura Gutierrez with our agent, with the Office of Community Services, informed me earlier today that we'll have about 5 new positions via grants. And those positions will be coming from the Maryland Department of Health, Office of Minority Health and Health Disparities, the Maryland Latinos Unidos, please forgive my Spanish, and the American Board of Internal Medicine Foundation. And so that is extremely wonderful news, and that will definitely help with the new programs coming forward.
All right, but would you know how to adjudicate this program? It's $250,000. Are there limits on the amount you get per day?
Could I just add to that, Alderman?
Yeah, thank you, please.
Because my thing popped up as well. Included in that, I did set parameters that eligibility starts at age 16 for the verified parent or guardian. Keep in mind, people are having kids at 14 nowadays. Must be a citizen of the city of Annapolis. $500 per child for up to 2 children, one time, meaning parents cannot enroll again after being awarded. And it would need to be for a Maryland licensed childcare facility. I just wanted to add that information.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Does that help you?
Yes, very much so.
Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just curious, so how would it be administered? Like, how would it be verified? Would they have to submit the award? You have to submit receipts, or like how exactly would it be awarded?
Sure. So typically we would end up using invoices from the child care centers in order to then reimburse them for any funds that are needed.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Yeah. It's already in at 250. Although I'm only just learning about this, I'm not voting for it.
Before we vote, Ms. Lee, is that a resident of Annapolis versus a citizen of Annapolis?
So I'd like to discuss the discrepancy with Alderman Gay, but I would believe it is a resident of Annapolis.
Okay, all right, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. No. Roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley?
No.
Alderman Finlayson?
No.
Alderman Shannon Meyer?
Aye.
Alderman Gay?
Yes.
Alderman Savage?
Aye.
Alderman Arnett?
Aye. Surprised myself.
Alderman Tierney?
No.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
No.
Alderman Pendle Charles? It's 4-4.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. All right. Alderman Tierney, amendment number 45.
Oh my gosh, I thought we were going to go back to Alderman Gay's early
I'm
one.
going to finish up at 45, then we'll go back to
Oh,
the
okay,
ones we put to the
45.
back. Thank you.
I move amendment number 45.
Got a second for that? Alderman, do you want to elaborate before Alderman Arnett speaks? Or let's-
I don't mind if he speaks for it. He's speaking
Actually,
for it.
I thought it was actually already taken care of by the city manager in the budget for the audit committee. But, so I'm asking for a clarification. Mr. Jarrell.
Mr. Mayor, you gotta get control. I mean, you can't just have people talk.
I believe
The floor is open. Alderman Arnett has been recognised and he's asking the city manager a question. He's not there, so maybe the assistant city manager can answer your question.
So my understanding is that the audit committee had $25,000 budget and that the city manager agreed to give us $25,000 more, which makes 50 for a contract we have in place that we were going to amend the scope of work of to do this work on, they're the same people who did our performance measure work, and that they were going to reevaluate the 2012 strategic plan and update it make recommendations on updating or amending it as recommended.
I'm not
So,
sure if
Yeah, that's the
Mike would have
clarification
that
that I need.
information.
Okay, so I think I can answer your question. We,
See David
in the
coming
mayor's,
I just saw David walk past, so.
Jody knows.
in the mayor's proposed budget, we increased your allocation for the audit committee from 25 to 50,000. It wasn't necessarily for a particular purpose. It was because that was the original amount, if you remember, from a couple of years ago before COVID struck.
Right.
This amendment, this 50,000 that we set aside last year as a reserve from one-time uses was not used. And so this is repurposing that one-time fund, that 50,000 in the one-time fund for another purpose. And maybe he can, if there was an intention to
You wanted
use
him to explain.
the 25 for a strategic plan, that's a separate issue. Go ahead, David.
So again, that is consistent with my understanding. We had been getting 25, now we're getting 50. We were going to use the 50 to amend an existing contract to add to the scope of work to do the evaluation of the strategic plan. So as far as I'm concerned, from the audit committee perspective, we're good. We don't need this amendment.
I'll ask the city manager to confirm my understanding, and that understanding as well.
So, yeah, so if we already have other money for this, I think 50,000 is the right number for what it's going to take to do a strategic plan using Forest Consulting. So if we already have that, then this is not required. If we don't, then we do need this.
Can I explain my amendment,
So
please?
can we clarify if we already have it or not?
Do we already have 50?
The 50,000 that was put in the FY22 budget as using the reserve of one-time uses for the community survey the community survey was not done. So this year when we planned the budget, I took those pieces from 22 that weren't completed and I put them right back in the reserve for one-time uses. They're back in there because they weren't done. So the 50,000 for the survey is still in the reserve for one-time uses for 23.
And I will let Alderman Tierney, it's her
Yes.
amendment, and then
Thank
I'll go
you.
to Alderman Finlayson.
Thank you, thank you. We have $50,000 for a community survey. When acting Assistant Director Mike Malinoff explained what was involved in a strategic plan, part of that is a community survey. So I simply wanted to reallocate that community survey as part of a strategic plan. One bucket of money for a strategic plan. If I understand what the audit committee has, there's two things we want to continue Forrest Consulting on. One of them is a completion of the performance measures, if I understand that correctly. And then there was discussion about, while we have them on board and they know our performance measures, even though we're going about this backwards, that they can perhaps assist on the strategic plan. It doesn't matter. It's just that we have $25,000.
Right, but it
We have
sounds like you wanna
$50,000
do
in
both.
auditing, of which $25,000 I thought was for performance measures, and then possibly giving us another $25,000 for a strategic plan. And then all I simply want to do is reallocate this bucket of money as part of the strategic plan, because a community survey is part of a strategic plan, or can be, or at least you demonstrated last time that it was. I don't want to lose this money.
May I?
Yeah, I will.
Yeah,
Stop talking.
Michael Malinoff. I was involved in the 2012 plan, and they are separate elements. And so if I understand what you're saying, is you may need the additional money here if you want to do both the performance measures, update the strategic plan, and do a community survey, which is an important component of the strategic plan.
Right.
Because you get, obviously, the feedback from the community. What I had mentioned to you is the National Citizen Survey, which is a organization affiliated with ICMA, City Management Association. I've used them here, used them in Charles County, Maryland. They're very, very good. So my only advice is, you may need the additional money if you want to do the survey component too. I can't tell you if 50 may be enough, but I can't tell you that.
What I was trying to do was just have one number for a strategic plan and use this money reallocated, hoping that that would cover the community input. That's all. If we leave this separate as a community survey, are we going to use it for the strategic plan? Or, what, I asked city management, what's the best way for us to produce a strategic plan with the money that we have?
City Manager?
Yeah, so I guess I would encourage that we keep this money in, because I think we're going to need more than 50,000 to do all the things you're talking about. I think the order needs to be that the strategic plan with a community survey is done first, and then based on that, then the performance measures are updated to reflect the.
Absolutely agree.
But do that all as a group and just sequence it so that it's done that way.
Absolutely agree. So do we need the money in 3 different categories, or can we, that's what I was trying to do is.
No, I don't think so. I think we already have 50, it sounds like, so add this additional 50, and that should cover all 3 of those pieces.
Okay, so would you support this amendment
Yes.
in my realigning it, not
Yes.
losing the community survey, but realigning it, reallocating it to the reallocating it to the strategic plan, which is our goal?
I think what I would support is to keep the 50,000 with the community survey and add 50,000 additional to do all 3 pieces.
Where do we do that then? Where do we?
So this just becomes an addition instead of a conversion of the money. Right?
So,
Jody?
I believe there's $50,000 in the Office of Finance budget for the audit committee already as a continuing expense.
Right.
That's the one that we were originally talking about, that the strategic plan and the performance measures, as you mentioned, were going to be funded by. This 50 is the funding source is one-time expenses. So this is already in the mayor's budget, you're just repurposing it here. So we've got 50,000 in one spot and 50,000 in another for the audit committee. So there's already 100,000 in there for whatever we're doing with these 2 pieces.
Okay.
Supported as is to repurpose, right? Yeah.
Correct, because right now it's worded for a survey. If you want to have the option to use it for a survey or a strategic plan, then you're going to want to repurpose it.
Okay.
So Alderman Tierney's amendment does that.
I think it says it
Yes, it repurposes.
from a community survey to a strategic plan. So that's what the wording was. So it would isolate it just for a strategic plan.
Should I offer a friendly amendment to rephrase it as a repurposing to make it clear that I don't want to lose the community survey?
Is there some more general wording she can use?
Mr. Mayor, this was a motion that I made last year.
Yep, I'm coming
So
to
I'm
you,
a little
Alderman Finlayson.
disappointed that the allocation that was in our budget for a community survey is now being redistributed or reallocated without any discussion. We had talked, and it was mentioned today more than once, that the community needs to weigh in with what they value. That is far different from a strategic plan. I mean, it's part of the beginnings of a strategic plan, I guess. But if we don't want to hear from the community at large, and the disappointment is that staff didn't have time to do it, but does that mean that it doesn't have value anymore? You know, that was the intent last year when we approved the budget, along with the committee to determine the value of merging services with the county. Those are the two things that we got in our budget last year. So now that's being repurposed, I guess. So I just heard Ms. Dickinson say the 50,000 for the survey is still there. So the question is, do we not care now?
No, that's
Do we not want the
true.
community to weigh in?
No, that's not true.
Well, I'm
it's
just listening.
All I'm trying to do is some accounting. I want the community survey for 50,000 as to be part of the strategic plan.
Well,
That's
let
all
me
I'm
ask
trying to
Mr.
do.
Malinoff, who's done this.
I did.
How much of the community's interest in prioritizing services, departments, and all of that would be part of leading up to the strategic plan?
It would be a major component of it. I can't give you the exact dollar amount, but
yeah, I wouldn't
that's what we
expect you
did
to.
in 2012.
Right.
We did a community survey. That's how you build your goals, and you use it actually as a feedback loop to see how well you're doing in the community's eyes in the future years. So however you word it, it's just important that it's included as an element of the strategic plan, the community you can do the community survey, strategic plan, and performance measurements in that sequence. But it's an important part of it.
Can we add that language
Yeah,
in?
as an element.
Well, yeah, because that's not what this
Can it be
says.
community
I
service
think-
slash?
Right.
Can you do that as a friendly amendment, Alderman Tierney?
Yes, could I offer a friendly amendment to say that this $50,000 of community survey be added as an element to the strategic plan, to the revised strategic plan? I'm assuming we're revising the strategic plan.
I think you're going to, could you reword, say that again?
It's just, it redefines the community, the description as saying that the community survey is added as an element of the strategic plan update.
So could we say, and this is just a suggestion, this amendment expands the purpose of the $50,000 allocated in the FY22, allocated in FY22 to the city managed budget to include a strategic plan, or you want to say to include a community survey as an element of a strategic plan?
That's it, the latter.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I don't want the community survey to be a so what. Okay, we did a community survey. What are we going to do with this? It should be part of the strategic plan. That's all I wanted to accomplish. because otherwise we won't probably.
Okay, so I'm going to read it again, make sure we have it. This amendment expands the purpose of the $50,000 allocated in FY '22 to the city manager's office to include a community survey as an element of a strategic plan.
Yes,
To include.
yes.
As an element of the development of a strategic plan.
Of
Yes.
the development. Okay.
Can you go to Alderman Onet, because we haven't heard from Bill Kardash from Florida yet.
Oh, I have. I have.
I have
Hi,
to.
Bill. He's watching. He's watching.
And as we're getting close to the end, so I'm sure I don't want to leave him out.
So I'm a little confused now. The strategic plan includes both the development of the mission vision, 3 goals, and a community survey. That's what was in the 2012. My sense of what we had funded was $50,000 for the contractor to give us comments, advice on updating the 2012, which I would assume will continue to have a community survey as part of it. So my question, and we have the 50,000 that we think we need to do that part of it. It does not pay for actually conducting a community survey. And I do like using the ICMA because we can compare ourselves over time, but we can also cross-sectionally compare ourselves to 500 different communities just like us. So I want to make sure that we have the 50,000 to do the update of the 2012 strategic plan, which includes a community survey component. And then I would think we would need additional money to go to the ICMA type survey, to the 5,000 community survey, once we have an agreed upon updated strategic plan. And I believe Alderman Tierney and Alderwoman Finlayson, that's where that 50,000, that other 50,000 is still parked. It was for a community survey. I certainly support doing a community survey. I think you both do as well. But I think there's a confusion here. I think we have the money we need to do the update of the strategic plan. The strategic plan does not do the community survey. It just includes a community survey as a part of the strategic plan. So I would say that if we're going to do Alderman Tierney's amendment, a 50,000 has to show up in this column, not a blank line. And that new 50,000 would be the money to conduct the survey after the strategic plan work is done.
Director Dickinson?
I'm confused. We've got $100,000 total to use toward this effort. The audit committee could always use their $50,000 for something else. This $50,000 could be used for the strategic plan and a survey to go along with that.
I think the $50,000 is probably, may not be enough for a community survey.
So if it's not enough, then I thought that we were supplementing with the audit committee's appropriation to continue the strategic plan work through to completion.
Maybe
that's what I thought we were saying, but
maybe we should see how far it takes us and then may amend in fiscal year
Yeah, and come back
24.
next fiscal year. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get this done, so.
Okay, so let's just vote on this because we're getting a little delirious, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think so.
All those in favor of amendment number 45 as modified with the friendly amendment, does that seem to
Yeah.
cover everything on that?
It's kind of what you
I have no idea what it
said.
says at this point.
It said all 3 things, so.
Yeah, it's what you said.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
Thank you. All right. Motion passes. All right, we are back to number 10.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to remove, oh, actually, I don't need to make a motion. I'm going to remove Amendment 13, because I'm going to try to fly through these really quick.
Is the final countdown?
I'm sorry, you were gone last week.
I have to go in order, Mr. City Attorney?
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that information. I have two announcements.
Yeah.
Actually, it surprised me that it,
I have two announcements. The Director of Transportation has said that 10:30 is the last bus
oh no.
for anybody that needs to get back to the garage. And second, the fire union ratified their agreement, so we now have 4 agreements in place.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm 10:30.
Wow, that's good.
So
How
when
did
does
that happen with
Annapolis
everybody in
Mobile
this
stop
room?
running? I mean, how are we going to get to Park Place?
Good point. You and I can get on bird scooters.
On scooters?
I came with Ross
Yeah, right.
on the shuttle.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to move Amendment 10.
Yep, yeah. Number 10.
Second.
Alderman Gay is moving amendment number 10.
The amendment adds $20,000 to the Transportation Fund for marketing and advertising use for the reserve for one-time uses. If I could.
Thank you. Could I get a second for that, please?
Second. Only if they can come and get us at 10:30 or whatever time they shut down.
Thank you.
Yeah, Shill's not here.
We have a first and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye. Oh, I didn't see your hand. Alderman Arnett.
Yes. I don't understand why this isn't in the Transportation Department's budget, why we're adding this and using one-time only money.
If I could.
Alderman Gay.
It was originally removed because the Transportation Department was asked to make reductions in their budget. This was in fiscal year 22, the last year, fiscal year 22. They needed marketing money though, and so I just added in, this is an enhancement, if you'd like to consider that it is an enhancement. It's $20,000. They need assistance with marketing projects. Mitchell, if you'd like to come forward and share some, as you all know, Mitchell does all of our communications and she works with the departments and she has some things to share as it relates to the transportation's use of marketing funds as well.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mitchell Stevenson, PIO for the city. So this goes back a couple of years. We've done a number of marketing initiatives with the Department of Transportation. Typically, we push things out, for example, Adopt a Stop was something where we had people from the community came in to adopt bus stops. They would keep them clean. We created a logo for it, created signs for the outside of the bus shelters, advertising the businesses. We created a brochure that they could give to businesses. But once all the materials were created, we didn't really have a fund to produce them. So we can do a lot of this stuff in-house, but then we really only can rely on social media and the website to get it out into the world. And for Adopt a Stop, for example, which was a nice initiative and something that seemed to get a little bit of traction, particularly in the Forest Drive corridor, we just didn't have any money, and it wasn't that much money. I think it was about $1,500, $2,000 for this particular thing that we needed. So this money would help us to be able to produce some of those materials.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Alderman Arnett.
There's $20,000 in the general fund and then $20,000 in the transportation fund. I'm trying to understand.
I can explain that. The reserve for one-time uses, which is the source for this transfer, it resides in the general fund. So we have to set up an appropriation in the general fund to transfer it over to transportation. And then in the transportation fund, we recognize an additional revenue of $20,000 and give them the spending authority to use it. So you see an increase to the general fund as well to transfer that out.
Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mitchell.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Motion passes. We're on to number 11, Alderman Gay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I make a motion to move Amendment 11.
Could I get a second, please?
The amendment adds 75,000 to the mayor's office for a grant for hacker improvements to the outdoor recreational spaces using the reserve for one-time uses.
Any discussion? Alderman O'Neill?
This seems appropriate to be in Parks and Rec. And I'm just wondering why it's going into the mayor's office.
I believe there was an issue sending the funds to
So
Parks
it's
and Rec.
grants to outside organizations, so I think it would have to go through some kind of programmatic consideration in where the money goes.
Thank you.
Alderman Annette?
So I really would appreciate a little more specificity. It's $75,000 for improvements to outdoor recreational spaces, such as?
As I explained in the work session last week, they have a number of repairs that need to be done to the outdoor playground infrastructure, the actual physical infrastructure, the swing sets, the timber border lines that go across the playground to keep the kids safe are falling apart, and particularly in Robinwood, there's a hole in the middle of the Eastport Terrace playground, like on the plank level where like kids would stand, et cetera, and stuff. And so little repairs that they just don't have the financing to take care of, that could go a long way for recreation. She asked that I remove funding for that.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Attorney?
Have we had dialogue with HACA about this?
Sorry?
We don't talk to them.
What's that?
Did you say Yakima?
Wait, am
So
I
we
on the
talked
right,
to
am I on the
HACA
wrong
about this.
amendment? Isn't
You're
this-
on the
Right,
playgrounds?
okay, yeah, it says the amendment adds 75,000 to the mayor's office for a grant to HACA for improvements to outdoor rec spaces. I know HACA needs money for other stuff, and I'm just curious on whether or not we've talked to them about this as far as priorities.
Absolutely. I wouldn't put the amendment on without talking to him. And as the city attorney has made clear previously, I'm not going to get into the business of them giving them funds for improvements to buildings, rental assistance, et cetera, in light of all that's going on. This is separate from what I would consider to be involved in a lawsuit as it relates to the actual housing infrastructure. But I would, Mr. City Attorney, I defer to you.
I'm sorry, sir, what was your question?
The Alderwoman raised a concern about, I guess, the complexities in giving this grant
Right.
to HACA.
In light of the legal issues, is the $75,000 grant, okay to
But
do?
is it okay?
Yeah, I mean, HACA has come forward and testified for more money, and I just.
If you want, if the council decides to do it, I mean, there's nothing in the consent decree that says you can't do it.
Okay,
So it's just up to you.
okay, I
Counsel.
just didn't know if there's any legal issues.
Thank you.
I prefer to discuss that in a closed session.
Thank you, Alderman
Move we
Savage.
go into a closed session.
Well, I guess so there'd be nothing that would, of great enough concern to, where you'd advise us not to do this?
I would not.
Okay. So my question to a colleague was about the pool, because I know the pool is shut down. I'm not, just sure, does anybody know why it's shut down and how much it would cost to fix?
And I did, as I explained, I've reached out to the CEO of HACA originally with the intent to provide funding to reopen, and I was asked not to, just based on their current financial situation. And if I was to give them $75,000 to open up the pool, they need X more to run, operate, and maintain. And I don't think we nor them had the funds to do so. I do know that there was conversations for outside funding to be fundraised, and I let her know that I would support those initiatives.
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of noticed a potential uptick in activity at our pool, municipal pool. I don't know if, it seems like it, just because a lot of kids are coming over from over there. So I don't know Yeah, I would have liked to see their pool open, but I guess it's out of our hands unless we decide to use ARPA money, but
I
again,
think
it's just
it's-
going to be 1 year's worth.
It's not a done deal yet. I think we're still working on funding. We organised a group of people here, so it's still in motion. Alderman Pendle Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderman Savage, you had a question about Hackers Pool. Maybe Director Trader might be able to provide some information about Hackers Pool.
It's not in the amendment.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So this, Alderman Pendle Charles, is not about the pool particularly.
Okay,
yeah?
well,
Yeah.
if you'd rather not.
Gee, sorry, man. Okay, let's take a vote on it, please. All those in favour say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
And we have just 90% of the housing authority properties, but this is not just for Ward 6. I just want to make that clear, because there are concerns in other portions of the city as well that house housing authority communities.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes. Thank you. Alderman Gay, on to 12.
Mr. Amendment, I said Mr. Amendment. Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to move Amendment 12.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
This amendment adds $800,000 to the mayor's office for Naptown Guaranteed Basic Income Pilot using ARPA. Notice I've changed it from universal, because universal, as the city attorney let me know, means that everybody is eligible for the funding. We focused on guaranteed basic income because it fits a certain criteria. As mentioned previously, I am opposed to providing funding for the program for those who are not employed. There is an eligibility requirement for employment. And looking at the median area income for the Baltimore regional area, and I want to be sure to get this correct with Teresa Wellman, but it appears to be in the range of $38,000 to about $44,000. And that's something that we're calculating right now with our workforce housing legislation as well. So there will be an eligibility requirement for work. To my colleague's point from Ward 8, as he's mentioned, do you put the funding before the programming? The reason I did this, as it relates to putting the funding first, is because we needed the funding to, if passed, to advertise an RFPF, right, David? RFP, I'm sorry, to get either with the SEED program out of Stockton that's now paired with Mayors for Universal Basic Income, which Salisbury and Baltimore City go through, or there are a number of other. I spent this entire weekend looking at universal basic income consultants across the country. There are several in Denver, 2 in California. Obviously, I'm leaning more towards the Mayors for Universal Basic Income, which is partnered with the SEED report and other philanthropic services. When you partner with these organizations, one of their main objectives from the beginning is to find additional funding to carry the program forward. And as I mentioned, I have no intention of bringing this back to the council next year without funding either from philanthropic services, from state, federal, or county government. I do think it's crucial. As I mentioned, we'd only be the 3rd municipality in the state to move forward with this program. Baltimore is already currently moving forward with their program under Mayor Brandon Scott. Salisbury is moving forward with their program under Mayor Jake Day. But they haven't yet got to the point where they actually put the applications out, but they are assigned with the Mayors for Universal Basic Income /SEED. And I'm hopeful that we can get involved and engaged in that. I'll take any questions.
Alderman Savage was first, then Alderman Annette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as I said in the work session, I support this idea. Let me just ask you one question, though. So why should So given our other budget constraints, we saw earlier the union agreements are going to cost us more than we anticipated. Why should we do this now as opposed to just seeing how it works out in Salisbury and Baltimore City and then learning from them and doing it in a couple of years? Why do you think we should do it?
That's a great question. That's a great question, Alderman, and I think why let our residents suffer an economic turmoil for another year while we watch other municipalities be successful at what we could potentially be doing? A $500 per month benefit limited to adults financed solely by this program reduces childhood poverty by up to 10%. That's straight out of the SEED report and finding. And so I think the emphasis for moving this forward this year, as I brought it forward last year as well, one, we have the financing available this year. And two, again, I think it's just extremely important when we talk about the actual disparities in income within the city of Annapolis. And I think that focusing on the employed as we are and giving them the additional $500 per month really, really would make a significant difference, not just in the poverty across the board for children, but making a significant difference in the lives of the parents as well. I'm not sure if you've read the report, but you can go through the report and you'll see that parents started to go back to school. They started to enroll in night courses. They started to get certificates. They purchased food. Food was the number one purchase by